I don't know why you're struggling. I mean, I could draw a straight line on there if you wanted. I mean, I'm not saying
No,
that I
no,
think
but the
that's right
flight
or anything, but I don't know what the struggle part is.
if you go to flight radar 24, you can see the flight paths are going across the, hang on. Wait, what the hell? Wait, hang on. So it's going up. Oh, I just wish I could, like, get a flight radar on a Dymaxion map, on one of these maps, so I can look at the planes and how they're actually going around the world. Um, oh, shit.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I was in the airport late last year. I guess that was December, and the ones they're actually showing in that when they're actually tracking the planes, what they're even showing you, which you're just going by what they're telling you. But yeah, those planes are flying in straight lines, so I don't really know what the problem is. Uh, oh, Shams wants to know why they would lie. Yeah, why it benefits them. I mean, I don't know if you're talking about the moon in particular, about the globe. The moon, I could think of many, many reasons why they did that. I mean, there's been, like I said, but many books written, documentaries done, and so on about why politically they might have wanted to do
Oh
that at the
my
time. But
gosh, this map is so crap.
usually throughout history, governments have lied to maintain or done whatever they needed to do to
Melbourne.
obtain and maintain control over the populace. But a lot of the people who are pushing the globe, we talked about this before you came in, they're not consciously lying to people. They are part of they're part of the paradigm. They believe in the things they're saying. I mean, sure, many people that work at NASA honestly think we went to the moon and think they live on a globe. So they're not like running around thinking, getting up every day and saying, I'm going to go out and lie about the globe today. No, they're just passing on the tradition that's been told to them, the story
Oh, sh
that was passed on, all the myths that their teachers and bosses and parents told them.
Dandelion, look at this, hold on. I'm gonna screen record it, hold on. Wonder if DJ can look at this when he gets up. Um,
But yeah, the speculation that we were talking about earlier is, they're controlling people into these particular land masses. I'm not telling you that there's other land outside of this, but many people do speculate that's a possibility. Admiral Byrd, part of the US government, claimed that when he went on the Antarctic expeditions. He claims that he saw other lands. So, I mean, just that one possible reason, that's pretty big one there. I don't even if that's whatever you wanna give that a percentage chance of, even if that's a 1% chance that there's, lands beyond Antarctica and they wanna keep people away from the resources or whatever it is they're doing there, that's good enough reason right there. I don't know why, as well as the 70 plus $1,000,000 a day I just explained that they're stealing from the American taxpayers. Money, power, control. Those are pretty common reasons for governments to lie. I mean, they lie pretty much every day. They don't, levels of classified information. They don't even pretend that they're telling everybody the truth. I mean, I don't know. Like, I just don't even understand why people think that that's surprising that they would keep secrets and that they would keep big secrets. I don't know. It's just, I mean, that's just been shown again and again and again that that's what they do.
look at this in the side chat that I posted. This flight is on the flat map after it was the globe, and then they put it flat. Um, it's just the regular map you would normally see on this kind of stuff. This flight is going in a straight line. Now, the Dymaxion map I posted, it should not be doing that, right? It should on the Dymaxion map, it should be going in a straight line, but on the Dymaxion map, it would be curving, right? It would be actually curving on here, and that only works with the globe from Los Angeles International to Sydney, right? The other routes, the flight routes are fine. They go in straight lines, which is okay for the flat Earth map that I'm trying to construct for the sake of, your worldview. Um, but it's not working. It's showing a flat line here, a straight line. Sorry, not a flat line, a straight line. But it should be straight on the Dymaxion map. But it's not. It would be curved on the Dymaxion map, which is a huge problem. It would that would
Well,
like
it's
have
only a
put
huge problem if someone, this unknown person that you're talking about is hanging their worldview on that map, which I'm not. I mean, I'm not claiming that that's an accurate map of the world, so
Yeah, it's just
I
that
don't
I
see
wanna know
why should
what
I
is a
defend
more
it?
accurate map of the I just wanna know what a more accurate map of the world is,
Yeah, well,
and that's
that's a
what I'm
good thing
trying to
to
do.
yeah, I mean, yeah, well, that's a good thing to wonder about and work on. I support you in your quest.
The gauze. Is he in the call?
My favorite, maps are, large scale maps, topo maps, hiking maps, but, I found those to be pretty accurate and helpful. Um, he is not in the call, he's probably listening on YouTube. He listens on
Yeah, yeah.
YouTube quite a bit.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
I
giving you some
just
feedback there.
I think that the danger is inherent in how we are taught to think about maps and how common it is for us to be uncritical when it comes to maps, right? When most people encounter a map, they expect it to be an objective thing that they don't think of it as a complex social. That's not what maps are for. Okay, but do you know what I'm trying to say, Dajaz, or however, let's just say Dagaz. How do you know what I'm trying to say? I'm trying to find like a construction of something that would work for the flat Earth. Anything. That's what I'm trying to do right now. And I thought maybe the Demaxium map is a good one, but it still doesn't work because you have the LAX and Sydney issue. You can look up on Flight Radar 24 if you want to do that, and it goes in a straight line on the you know. So I'm just trying to find one where it's like a perfect model, like the perfect model. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to construct the perfect model because the celestial things are fine. The sun sets. You can say I'm not saying this. You can say the sun sets because it gets further away from you, and from perspective, it's setting. And same for the moon, and same for the stars, same for the whole celestial sphere kind of thing. Um, but I've always my whole life, for the past 2 years, I've always wanted to try and find the perfect model that we can make for the flat Earth. Because you see on these flight radars, the planes are literally curving on some. The planes are not curving on some routes. On some trajectories they are, some trajectories they're not.
From my perspective as a glober, I think the flight trajectories make most sense on the globe.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what makes sense for me right now. I'm just seeing what we could do with a flat Earth and see how we can get trajectories that work on a Earth model, like one that can work. I'm trying to do that myself right now. We'd have to move the continents. I don't know what to do actually. What does how it works mean? Give me the method of verifying testing world maps. I'm literally the guys. I'm asking you is there any? I'm not challenging you. I'm just asking is there anything you can try and demonstrate? It's fine if you can't. I'm not gonna say, oh, you're lost or you've lost the argument or whatever. I'm just saying, is there anything you could show me that is like accurate enough for like a based on what the flights based on the flights and everything and the just a map of the flat Earth.
And now it's
They
accurate
don't
to start with.
they don't fly as you see on flight radar. But the thing is, right? I was on a plane like 5 6 weeks ago. I was on a night flight from Atlanta to Manchester, England. And I also had airplane Wi-Fi, and I was using my maps on my phone, and it was using GPS, and I could see where I was out the window and where I was on the map, and it matched pretty well. And that's the thing I'm trying to tell you is I don't know what you're saying how it's different because it kind of was accurate for me because I was tracking stuff myself. I was yeah. I mean, it was
Honestly,
kind of
I've had
beautiful because
I've had that same experience where I've actually been on that flight about 5 times, the one that you posted, the one from
oh
LA
yeah,
to Sydney.
yeah,
And yeah, I've had the same experience. They also now started offering Wi-Fi on it. I mean, it isn't that same path that it shows there every time, and there's quite a bit of
right,
deviations. There's storms, there's other things, and they're trying to stay,
and
whenever they can be near land, they try to be. But still, yeah, you're right. I mean, every flight I've ever been on, at least my representative map of whatever one I use, the ground below me seems to match.
yeah, same. That's what I'm trying to say is that it does match. Um, and the thing is, on the map I was using, it was a globe map as well. Because on Apple Maps, you can zoom out as well, and you can use any map. You can use the flat one. You can use the common flat one that I just showed you on the video, and you can use many. Um, I mean, it was good because it was a night and day flight. When it was night, you could see the Milky Way strip. Felt like it was literally right there, like close. Felt like I could touch it. Felt very close. It was really phenomenal.
I have seen, I don't know how, I haven't been around the flat Earth community enough to know how well supported it is, but I have seen several videos as well as others who have kind of described these different flights from a flat Earth perspective. I wouldn't call it the flat Earth perspective. So I don't know if
Yeah,
I've heard the flat Earth perspective from anyone yet. And I don't think that's their goal, is to have a collective same thought.
yeah,
I could be wrong, but I haven't seen that yet.
yeah. All right, let's see what he's saying. Give me a thing that doesn't depict to verify objective reality. I don't know what this guy's saying. I'm not challenging you, Dagaz. I'm just saying that what I was using matched up with what I was seeing out my window, out the plane window. And this was like a 7 hour, 30-minute flight.
Yeah, it seems like on that flight you take
It
off at
was it
LAX
was
and then you
night
spend
and
10
day,
hours.
and you could literally see the ground as well, even at night. It was a night and day flight. It took off at day, it went night, then it was day again because and it was all matching up. And I even took a day. I've been on that route many times to New York, to Atlanta, to Manchester, to New York. I've been on that flight many times, even during like a full solid day. And the map would always match up. I'm just talking about the recent one I had.
But yeah, most Pacific crossings are night flights. At least most of the
I
ones
was
I've
on,
experienced.
I was on Atlantic.
Yeah, the Atlantic though, they're basically going all day. There's a lot more travel than there is over the Pacific routes.
Yeah, so it's pretty much longer.
So most of the flight's just over the water, right? Kind of boring. You just see the water and that's it.
Yeah, you can see the water. Sometimes you might see an island, or you might see like, there's Nova Scotia. We went over there to get to New York, to get to Atlanta from Manchester, England, and the globe maps I was using just matched up perfectly with what I was using, and
I'm curious on the guys at night, laughing my ass off over at night. Um, yeah, just curious what your perspective is on that. I'm not sure exactly what night does differently than day when it comes to seeing the ground or seeing lights or seeing cities.
Shane, let me add you. I was want to get updated with this thing you're gonna do, in case I lose your contact. I mean, look, even at night you can still see city, you can see city lights. So I'm just saying, like recently there was a portion of the flight was at night, a good portion of it, but that was only my recent flight.
And on many of these flights, especially the night ones, where they shut off all the interior lights, and then you have if you're flying on like a night where the moon is very bright, and you can see quite a bit when you look out the windows. It's pretty amazing. And you are way the hell up there on that, especially on that Qantas flight. It's the
I was
newest
on
Boeing. So
40,000 feet. I was on
yeah,
40,000 feet of Virgin Atlantic, on a Airbus A330 300, many times, and yeah, you can see the moonlit waters, you can see the moonlit clouds and everything in the waters, um, and everything just lines up perfectly. It's just the globe itself. There's no issue finding or constructing a flat Earth one. It'd be good to have it, just to see. Bane, did you get my friend request, or do you not accept friend requests?
I'm looking for it now.
Right.
No,
Oh dear.
I don't have one from you. Oh
Oh,
no, I do. I do. My bad.
okay.
Gotcha.
Alright. Gravitational waves using into. Interferometry?
Um, can I?
What?
Yeah, I mean, can I ask another question?
I'm not a flat earther. I believe in the
Room, go
globe.
for it, man. It's not our room though. The flat Earth room. Yeah. But yeah,
You're gonna have
throw
to
out a
ask.
question
You're
to
gonna
him.
have to ask a flat earther.
I didn't exactly get that.
Yeah, you're gonna have to ask a flat earther. We're globers.
Yeah, just go ahead and ask.
Oh, uh, I think they were talking earlier about a model of a map, and I heard arguments where it says biblically, uh, like the Bible somehow, and even the Quran defines Earth as flat, and I don't know. I was like, did anyone research the Middle Ages or something before they had the
Well,
globe idea where they
the
have a
Bible
model?
doesn't say it. The Bible doesn't say it. The Quran does, though. It does indicate it, but the Bible doesn't say it's flat. It doesn't say anything about it, and it doesn't indicate it's flat either. I've looked
I
into those
can't remember
arguments.
my sources, but
It's
I'm
about
sure
like
it
how
says
it won't be
like
how the earth won't be shaken or something like that. the word in Hebrew. It means something else because it's used in other passages in the Old Testament about people not being moved, as in overcome or destroyed. But it doesn't say it's flat or a globe. The Bible, it's mostly the Quran that says it's flat, like spread out like a carpet.
Yeah, most Christians who read the
Okay.
Bible believe in the globe.
Yeah, I'm Christian too.
Uh,
There are a lot of
I live
people.
in.
It sounds yeah. Nobody's speaking up in here, but if you hang around the flat Earth area, you'll find a lot of people who will refer to the Bible to in terms of the flat Earth. I don't think any of them are in here because nobody's saying anything. It's a point of contention. Let's just put it that way. But there's definitely a lot of things in there that seem to indicate a flat and stationary Earth. They're definitely out of verses. I mean, if you're real interested, I can find them for you. They've been listed in many places, and people could, debate them all day long if they want. In regards to what you asked about the about how I was just saying it's not just the globe that's anti-science and anti-math, that there's a general trend to go away from what was always considered to be science, which is to be able to make a natural observation on the Earth, develop a testable hypothesis with clearly defined independent, dependent variables to determine a cause and effect relationship, or to discard hypotheses that fail, to progress knowledge in such a way, that other people on Earth can repeat the same experiment and get similar results. Always accepted as the scientific method and the way to progress science. It's only been in recent times that, realms such as astrophysics have called themselves science, but, the article I linked you to is referring to a scholarly article in Nature, the Nature Journal, but that's just one, example of that. I think this is like 10 years old, maybe. But, there's many just I would call them mainstream scientists who push back against some of these ideas that have been put out there. I would say some of them on the what used to be considered the fringe of science, that sometimes even venture into like you've heard of how like some of these kind of new age religions kind of merge with so-called quantum physics and all this stuff. They're just out there, they're just coming up with ideas, and they aren't actually testing them in the way that science historically and traditionally has tested ideas. So when I say that there's more things besides the globe that fall into the realm of pseudoscience, that's what I mean. It's all of these things where they're just looking up in the sky. They're not experimenting. They're just coming up with ideas that have not been tested in any kind of scientific way. That's what I'm talking about.
Have you seen Dugas, have you seen Jepson aviation maps? I want the data you used to claim that cartoon animation match whatever map ended. And it. Okay, well, shit, okay. Division linear aircraft model. Okay, this is what I wanted. Dugas, you should have just sent this guy, Yago just sent it. Something cool. I'm gonna look at one of these. Professor Davis's pilot's telegram. Oh, damn it. Did I stream it? Let me see if I can stream it on my phone.
Yeah, and I'll put the image, I just found it, of the Bible verses. I mean, we try to avoid going into like major like religious discussions, but I can't let it go past two globe believers trying to say the Bible goes along
Wait,
with
the
the
thing is,
globe.
the
So
guys.
there's 200 plus verses. So if you're interested, you can go look at those shams. In our home server, we have religious channels, and people discuss these things all day long.
Right, Dandelion's right. There's a controversy about that. So
I didn't mean the
how they go.
religious debate really. Like I live in
Your mic's a little hard to hear,
and
Sean.
I think I guess took a walk close to a highway. Like personally, I live in an Islamic country, and most people believe it's a globe here. So kind of a contradiction. I didn't mean for the religious debate really. I was just hoping that maybe the Middle Ages would have a model of a map that was based on flat Earth, not uh, like something too modern.
There are old maps, that are much different than what we see today. I don't know, like the Middle Ages in particular. I don't know. I've seen a lot of old maps, but
I can't stream, so I was gonna look at the Professor Davis pilot's telegram. I might watch it in my own time unless someone here wants to stream it, so we could all watch. There's also a Ballbusters live video, and then there's this other one that he sent called Light Shows Globe Anomaly. Yeah, because I was gonna say, like, if since the planes are like the best thing we could use, even ships, um, we could, like, it would take a while, but there's also the Whisper satellites, um, where it's just a bunch of bunch of data on a big median, and there's millions of different things you have to go through. Through that, construct a map. I just feel like if we did that, it just end up being a globe. I don't know. I'm jumping way too ahead, but yeah, I just think by using ships, and there's these satellites called Whisper that you could track these ships and planes to without using a map, but how far they're going out here and when they arrive at this place at this piece of land, or reconstruct the map that way, as though we're starting from scratch. Like, thing is, these old maps before planes, when people used ships, this is what I'm talking about. They started drawing the very first maps. Then there's the Greeks that made their own very first maps. Um, and there's the Romans that made their own maps. It's before anything. Before the
Yeah, and the
train.
interesting thing is they use celestial navigation to find their location.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I'm just saying, like, if the modern map is an issue to you, the guys, if you're listening, if that's an issue, then we could use the older ones, see what they have to say, but I don't know.
The guy's open to your interpretation. You're telling Sleep FM that he's fundamentally not understanding what a map is. So either describing what it is that's finally being misunderstood, or what is the understanding that you would like for people to glean from you.
Victorian lace. I love that material. He's saying a map isn't a map is an objective depiction of reality. Yeah, that I mean, yeah, that is true. Depends on like how, if we get all these statistics and put them together on the median of different maps and just see which one's correct from individual people. What is a map? It highlights the relationships between elements in space, either perceived or actual. Yoder. Oh yeah, Yoder. DJ said stuff about you about knowing military lasers. Anyways, it reflects choices, biases, and agendas of the map maker. This is how a map. Yeah, yeah, that is true. Yeah, I want to find like the number one accurate one that we could all use. We can all come to know of something that is accurately measured in life. Like the size of my bedroom's accurately measured. It's not biased. It can be accurately measured, or it's the walls are this height, the floor, the ceiling, the window. So there has to be something out there that can accurately measure everything in the world. Like there has to be something that we could use that is close.
Is your bedroom floor curvy or flat?
What? Please tell me how you will measure for further distance from the tower. I don't know. I just thought using the satellites from Whisper. They don't use maps or anything. They don't use they use like they pinpoint specific places. I don't know how to explain it. I was just thinking of using Whisper. If you know what those satellites are, right? They don't take pictures either. It's more like they track, it's like a radar thing. It like even if your radar is turned off, or let's say the Malaysian flight MH370. Someone spent 10 years using Whisper to track where it actually landed, and it ended up landing just outside the zone it was said to have crashed. Sorry, not landed, crashed. And you use these satellites called Whisper, and it took 10 years, right? Something on that level, but it would be super really big project.
I asked you if your bedroom floor was flat or curved.
It's flat.
How do you know that?
Well, it's level.
What did they use to level it?
A leveling tool. I don't know. Well, I'm not a construction worker. I don't do work in the trades.
Probably water or a laser.
Yeah, they use lasers and water, yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, I see the correlation. 1, 2, and doing are two different things. The former can also just be wishful. I mean, yeah, it is wishful thinking, but it's not impossible. It's like, that's one thing I'm saying, but there can be something that we could do for now that's quick to show what the entire what you could see from above, like everything, the entire of the flat Earth, not the entire thing, but the majority of what we know, like on a picture. I don't know what you're lolling at. Anyways, I'm gonna just watch this. Is this all by India? Oh no, it's not. I'm gonna save them. What the heck is that? Max Agens Santiago's to Sydney flight shows global anomaly. I'm saving all of these just to watch for later. I'm just gonna skim through them real quick just to see. You don't need a map, I guess. Matthew,
Yeah, what's up?
how do you? I'm a glober, but I want to ask you, how do you prove the Earth is a globe?
Oh, I don't. I don't think you can prove it. I think that the evidence is best explained by the globe Earth model, but I wouldn't call it a proof. Because science is
Okay.
not in the project of proving things. Science is inference to the best explanation. So, for example, water is H2O. How do you prove that? Well, I don't think you can prove it logically and deductively. You can do a bunch of experiments and see, electrolysis and this type of stuff, but uh, the molecular theory of molecules best explains that water is H2O. Now,
Okay.
I recognize
That's
that
fine.
people
That's
use
fine.
the
Yeah,
word
that's fine.
yeah, I recognize people use the word proof more colloquially, um,
Uh,
and say, "Oh, but so,"
it's like
you know
idiosyncratic of whatever you call it. I forgot.
right, yeah.
Forgot what the word is. I'm butchering stuff right now. Like an idiom. But
Yeah, proof is different in, like, a court of law or in, like, real life versus mathematics and logic, so I don't know. I but in general, I just avoid that word and say that, the globe is the best explanation for all kinds of things like sunsets, moon phases, seasons, the constant angular size of the moon all night long, and even engineering things like the fact that, satellite TV transmitters exist in the sky, the fact that GPS works. All of those are really well explained on the globe model.
yeah. What do you think about the Apollo 11 missions, though? Not Apollo 11. What the hell? Artemis. Sorry.
Well, yeah, talking about those kinds of things, that's more like
Do
history.
you think they were real,
So
or do you think they were just a bit
I
like
I
something?
do, but that's
Okay.
more of a historical accuracy question. Um, and so that's why I stick to kind of more stuff that a normal person can see in the sky or verify with their GPS or look at the satellite antennas, that kind of stuff. Um, and whether or not people went to the moon, there are plenty of globers who doubt the Apollo missions. So it's possible to say that they were all fake, but the globe is still real.
And same for Artemis, right?
Right.
All right. I just feel like if I end up finding out that the Earth is flat with the strongest like evidence, the moon will just crash into the Earth.
No, everything will just keep going the way it is, whether you understand it or not. It's just going to keep doing what it's been doing. But it is a big change. I mean, in worldview, I guess I would say, since it seems like, you've only recently even heard anything about the arguments against the globe? Like, is today the first time you're hearing the
No, no,
arguments against the globe, or
I've
you've
been
heard it
I've been
before?
here many times. I know all, and I've heard all the arguments. I just haven't
Oh, okay.
memorized them.
Yeah, oh, no, I don't care if you memorized them or not. I just wondered, like, how much you'd heard about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Oh, we're just talking about the lack of
I'm
globe
trying to like make
evidence,
a
the
model.
moon,
I'm trying to make a model
maps.
that perfectly fits for the flat Earth. Damp ass. There'll be a solar eclipse up in northern hemisphere in August 12th. We'll be able to see it. How do you not hear your Renaissance of that? You just came the mission for Koju. Is a problem so when you know it's Samantha. Do you agree, Matthew? Matthew, check the side chat. Oh, this is cool, Shane. I like this. Philosophy of mind, logic and epistemology. Yeah, this is sick. I'm saving this.
Yeah, I've been like working on this thing for a long time, trying to put all these together. There's most people have tried to do these, um, but I'm trying to find one that's comprehensive and kind of continues to grow.
Yeah. Bro, I want to watch these videos so bad. I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna. If anyone wants to talk, I'm gonna be here. But if you want to talk, just ping me. I'm gonna put myself on deaf and I'm gonna watch some of these videos. The feelings.
Okay.
Bro, the guy just shut up, bro. He's so annoying. Low key jarring.
Yeah, I don't know if they gave you any Dr. John D videos. I was going to,
No, it
because
was the
DJ was.
Dave versus Dave
Oh
versus
yeah, I know the
some.
ones they reached. I saw those. I just thought I know DJ
I'm
was
just gonna
talking
watch
about
him.
those earlier, so you'd
Oh,
probably like those. Yeah, go ahead.
oh shoot.
Yeah,
No, he did.
I was going to see if Shams had any questions because he's, I mean, at least new to me. I don't know if he's new to the topic. Did you have any other questions, Shams?
Not really, not really. I heard about it. It's been a debate between me and my friends for a while. I I think it's flat, but I can't prove it, and I don't know. I said this earlier in the chat, like 2 seconds ago, where I think it might be never proven. Maybe we never know. Like two teams over.
Yeah, well, just like yeah, when Matthew was talking about that, he was talking about science, the process of falsification. Usually, but it's we're not. I think he was talking about that in terms of proving the globe, but and we'd say the same thing about disproving the globe, which we've done multiple times through mathematical counterexamples that demonstrate that the globe, our Earth, where we live, can't possibly be a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. I was going to put in this video from Dr. John D. I'll put it in the side chat there if you get a chance to look at it. He has done in England several laser tests and horizon observations demonstrating that what we see in reality is not what you would see if there was this degree of curvature. That's the whole purpose of the long distance observations, is to test the globe model, because according to the globe model, there would be a fixed rate of curvature that would be increasing as you go further into the distance, and that rate of curvature is not seen in reality.
I would definitely check out a lot of things. I mean, you did point out a lot of stuff that I didn't hear about before, especially the globe arguments too. But remember earlier you said uh, like the government lies and they're lying about several stuff, and that makes sense. But then again, you said I think people who work at NASA believe that it is a globe. So don't you
Well, I
think
don't know. I mean,
that
I
the
haven't
experts
taken a
actually
survey.
know?
Uh, I I haven't taken a survey of them. I'm just saying, there's a lot of people that work there, and it wouldn't because their jobs are specialized and compartmentalized. They wouldn't have to know the big picture. They're just in charge of whatever, fixing this little part here, or the maintenance man, or whatever. If they're just doing mathematical calculations or whatever, if they're working in a theoretical way, they don't have to know the big picture about what's actually happening there. I haven't taken, a survey of them or anything. I know there have been some whistleblowers there. I haven't looked into that for a while, but other people might be able to
Yeah,
find that
I heard
for
of
you.
those.
But yeah,
I think they were on some documentary. Sorry to cut you off, but I mean, if I'm gonna bet on it, I think they know the truth. They're just risk so much by telling everyone.
yeah, I'm sure that's true for some people. I mean, I'm definitely sure, if they were at like a high level of clearance, it would be very easy to just, yeah, I mean, to tell them, oh, this is how it is, but for national security reasons, we don't let this get out. I mean, but it's not even a matter of letting it get out or not get out. I mean, it is out. It's very, there's many, many demonstrations of how the predicted curvature is not found. So it's not really a matter of, they're not really hiding anything. I mean, that's the thing when we say they're lying, or why are they hiding this? They're not. I mean, it's only people's desire to stay in the state that they're in of believing in the globe and not wanting to. Some people aren't able to, like, intellectually capable of examining it independently. Some people are capable of it, but they just don't want to deal with the consequences. So they find various thought stopping mechanisms to keep them from rationally considering the evidence. And then other people, like you said, I mean, maybe they just like, being on the side of the people with the money and the guns, and uh they want to stay that way.
But it's funny you
Yeah.
said like everything's gonna keep happening the way it's happening. But I believe that if it's proven to be flat, there should be like a drastic change. There should be like
It is
some
proven.
discovery
Nobody's
behind it.
stopping you from going outside. Sorry, nobody's stopping you from going outside and checking for yourself. Maybe that's the trick, right? They just think you're too stupid to go out and look for yourself. They tell you your whole life. Smarter people have figured everything out. So all you got to do is go to work, pay your taxes, and maybe once in a while go on vacation.
Yeah, and you shouldn't definitely don't derive your degree of hope for the future from me. Because yeah, I mean, it's totally possible things could change. I mean, I said that to the guy earlier that I didn't know if anything would make it possible for him to explore the earth freely in his lifetime, but it could. I mean, I'm not saying that it can't happen. I mean, more people understanding it and passing the word around and explaining it in a rational way. I mean, it's got to help. I don't think it hurts. I found one of the Dr. John D videos. This one's about observing the horizon, which we haven't really talked about. There's a
Sham
max.
and go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to
Oh,
say there's a maximum distance the horizon can be on a globe of the size claimed, and we repeatedly see that the horizon
what?
is further than it should be. What's the other guy's name? Oh, Sleep. Yeah, that's his name.
What I was gonna say was, Dandelion, I know you know the allegory of the cave, but Sham, do you know what the allegory of the cave is?
Not really, no. And sorry, that's an unrelated question, but the side chat, like if I close the VN and return to it, will I find all the links or do I need to copy those now?
In the English hub, they stay, which is very nice because sometimes we're in politics and the stuff goes away. But in the English hub, it stays here. Isn't that nice?
Anything that we send you, just save it, create another folder in your YouTube and just save it. That's what I do. But yeah, I mean,
All right,
maybe I'm
got it.
jumping to conclusions.
You were gonna
Uh,
explain something?
yeah,
No,
Dandelion, do you know the allegory of the cave, Dandelion? Maybe I'm jumping to conclusions.
I do.
no, I
Yeah, I
don't.
learned about
Go
it in
ahead if you
college.
want
I
to
remember
explain.
sitting around when we were like freshmen in college, like, "Ooh, that's so cool, dude." Yeah, definitely. But tell him, he said he doesn't know it. Yeah, tell us.
Yeah, so the allegory of the cave basically goes that these three guys or four guys are tied to this cave wall, and the where they can see, they're staring at a wall across from them. But behind them, there's two entrances on either side of the wall that lead to outside. And so the light from the outside comes into the cave and projects onto the wall in front of them. So kind of like in a movie theater, the cinema that's being played comes from behind you and it's projected on the big screen in front of you. So they're watching these shadows on the wall and they think that that's the real world. And one day, one of the guys says, no, maybe that's not the real world. Maybe the real world is behind it. And I'm kind of paraphrasing this. It's probably a little bit more to it and everything. But what happens is because they get into an argument, and because the other three don't like this guy's idea, they end up killing him, even though he was actually right and he was telling the truth. They end up killing him because they disagreed with him. So imagine knowing the truth, sharing the truth, and then being ostracized for sharing that truth.
Well, that's definitely an interesting analogy. We have here in Egypt we have the blue hole, and it has a passage that has light coming from. Um, I'm not sure. I think I should search this, but basically you see the picture inverted when you're down in the water if you're diving there, and they give you a lot of training because a lot of people died from this because you'd be thinking that you're trying to get to the surface, but because the light is coming from below, not from the surface naturally, because it's kind of a tunnel. You'd be actually diving deeper, and a lot of people have lost their lives for that. But that seems like a similar story. But
I can see the
then
crossover.
again, yeah. And but I just want to say, um, we were taught this in scientific thinking at college at some point, and it didn't make sense to me later on because they said what Galileo offered as a heliocentric design was actually right, and he got killed for it. And I don't know. The very first time I was introduced to the flat Earth argument, it introduced a geocentric design where the Earth is the center, not the sun, really. And they said nope, he was not, like, Galilee was not the only right guy. And maybe it's too extreme to kill him for it, but he was actually warned not to spread misinformation. Does Galileo weigh in deep in the arguments about flat Earth, or not really? The heliocentric and geocentric designs?
I've heard people talk about him before and but not recently. I mean, some people, I don't know, different people are interested in different parts of it. I've never looked really heavily into the whole Galileo thing. I just know, some of the things. I feel like that story, a lot of the way that it's told is not necessarily accurate, or doesn't give the whole story, which I think is what you're alluding to. But I personally don't know a ton about that particular thing. But we do have other people that do. I think Indio has talked about that before. And there's probably other people. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty interesting. Yeah, I mean, that the globe is the religious idea. I mean, it's very, it's one of those inverted things where the globe is the thing that requires faith. Yeah, and if you actually, use your reason, logic, observational skills, all the things that they claim the scientific method and modern civilization are built on, you go away from the globe. And if you just think about your own experience in the world, I mean, you don't experience a globe in reality. You just see it on TV, and common sense is that the Earth is flat. The curvature would be observable if it were there, and it would be observable at normal distances using just the naked eye and with no special equipment. And we just don't see that. Things would look very, very different if we were on the globe that they claim that we're on. We're just not on it. I mean, it's just a matter of whether, some people are just more susceptible to being credulous to the voice of authority, and for whatever reason can't step away from that. And that's fine. Like I mean, I've seen that over the years. It's some people, they should just stay on the globe. That's fine. Like they just if they are, like, a lot of people just almost seem physically incapable of even considering the possibility that the globe might be wrong. I don't know what it is. I can't explain it, but there's just some people who are just seem to be incapable of even realizing that they have this presupposition. It's just so baked into them that they can't even do what this young kid has done today, the guy who's deafened, Sleep FM. I mean, he's obviously young. He's been having a conversation with us about the globe. He believes in the globe, but he's capable of imagining there might be other possibilities. Like, he is so far ahead of the vast majority of people that come in here. They just automatically assume we're wrong, and so it stunts their ability to reason. It's sad to watch, but we see it every day.
Yeah, I hear you, but it kind of makes sense that like you've been fed images and info into that since we were, like, I don't know, 2 years old. So it's hard to imagine something differently. But ironically, from my side, the flat Earth is the religious explanation, at least. But I remember we had this kind of vague argument with. I was just talking to a friend of mine, and he was saying that, from the centripetal force, if the Earth is moving too fast, Africa and like the middle continents should be kind of washed with water. Like they will be affected from the like the what's it called, the circular movement of the Earth and stuff like that. And then again, you have at the same time the argument of no, it's not moving that fast, but it also is moving fast. So it doesn't make really sense. And a huge structure of water like that would be definitely like affected by the rotation of the whole planet, right? But you never see that, and we never made any experiments or looked further. But to me, that was like the first crack in the glass, and it was like, okay, that kind of makes sense. Something's fishy about that.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I haven't heard that particular one before. There's, I don't know what it's some people, it doesn't matter how much evidence you come up with, they're just not going to accept it. I mean, to me, the geometry of it, uh, as soon as I saw and understood that, that was enough for me. But before that, when it was just theoretical kind of things and thought questions about like, if they're spinning, why can't a helicopter hover and wait for the earth to turn? Stuff like that. And then I would research that and find on one source it's going to say the atmosphere moves with the earth, and the other one's going to say it doesn't, depending on which particular thing they're trying to put across to people. So it didn't make sense to me if we have, supposed scientific principles, why would they act one way in one situation, another one, depending on if we wanted to push the globe propaganda or not. Things like that. I mean, that's how I started out before I came upon the mathematics, because at that time it was not easy to find that. I first found it in Edward Hendry's book, but just like doing searches on the internet, you weren't finding that 8 inches per mile squared back then in 2015. You weren't finding the actual rate. There were, I don't know if the laser tests had been done. I don't think they had been. I hadn't seen any. But now people don't have an excuse. I mean, you don't have to think about, oh, do their moon vehicles look real or not? And, would this thing happen if the Earth was spinning or not? I mean, all those things are interesting, but you just have to go out and make a long distance observation and, just look up the results of the laser tests. I mean, it's a very simple explanation. Those things are there because they're there, and you're seeing them because there's no curve in the way, and there's no reason to think there's curve in the way. For the things you just said, water doesn't curve. We've never observed water to be curved by any supposed force of gravity that's never been conclusively demonstrated on the Earth. Neither Newtonian nor Einsteinian gravity has ever been demonstrated on the Earth with a controlled experiment that's testable, repeatable, and verifiable. So we don't need to think about all their just magic spells and magic ways. They're telling us that the world works when we observe the world, and it doesn't work that way. We can just observe the world where we actually live.
I mean, you saying it right now, that makes a lot of sense. But then again, being taught this like back from when you were a child, it's really hard to fathom at first. But anyway, I thank you for the chat a lot. I need to join a call with someone, so I'm hop off for a second, but I'll be back to grab the links and thank you.
Yeah, cool. Come back anytime. We'll be here. Good talking to you.
Likewise. Bye bye.
Seemed like a pretty cool cat.
Yeah. Hopefully he'll return.
Hey guys, I posted a
What's that?
video in the that you seen the 8 inches per mile square years ago. Yeah, this is a video that shows a laser test over water. They measure the curve that way with a boat. Get set up on the boat and they have a
Yeah,
label
Dylan,
and
that one. Yeah, that one's been proven to be faked. That's a National Geographic one, right?
PBS or something like that it was.
Yeah, they cloned footage of, you can see 3 birds fly by, and then when the helicopter goes below the horizon, you see those exact 3 birds again. If that's the same one, I'm not sure, but I'm almost positive it is.
I'm not sure why that would prove that it's a fake. I haven't seen what you're talking about though. You're just saying that it looks like from a clip that it was edited in a strange way, or
Yeah, I could be wrong. I spoke too soon. Let me watch it and I'll let you know. I'm sorry.
it sounds like the Matrix moment. They see the same cat. It's like, oh, there's been a change. See the same 3 birds or something. But I'm not sure what seems fake about it. They have the leveled laser. They have this target on a boat. They take a few different measurements of height of the laser.
Yeah, here I'll
Seems like
watch it
it's
first.
been
I'll let you
proved
know.
what you guys look for. Okay.
I could
It's
Yeah.
I
I think
probably
maybe you need
spoke
to
too
watch
soon.
a few minutes of it.
Yeah,
There's
I
the whole
I posted a screenshot from that video, and you can still see the laser's origin on the shore. Apparently, the laser didn't drop 6 feet.
well, the laser is at a slight elevation.
It still shouldn't be seen. If it was like say, 18 inches or 2 feet off the ground, it should still be 4 feet below the or so, at least
It
2 to
depends
3
on the
feet
height of
below.
the observer. Right? It depends on the height of
Let
the
me ask
observer.
you this: why would you be able to see the laser origin, like the laser gun? Why would you be able to see that?
Because it depends on the height of the observer. You can see farther the higher you are.
Right. So then why wouldn't you be able to see the whole laser? Because the furthest point would be the laser gun from the observer, right?
I mean, I'm seeing just a light signature that looks like it's coming from. It's a little blurry, but it looks like it's coming from really close to where the water level is.
So is the water cutting off the laser?
No, they're measuring the height of the laser on the with this target board on the boat, and they show that at increasing distances from the source, the laser impacts the boat higher. So it's not as though you're
Right.
blocking.
So the laser gun should be under the curve then, right?
Not necessarily. It would depend on height of the observer. Like I said, it looks like he's standing up on the deck of this boat, maybe even up on the sidewall or something.
Let me ask you this: do you think they may have counted for refraction? Because I can show you I can show you an image where a laser bends upward and you can see the laser from ground level or water level.
I don't think that they accounted for refraction. No, I'm not sure about that. But they did
Even a,
measure the
yeah, but
supposedly
even
looking
a
for.
tiny little bit of miscalculation in the levelness of the laser would cause it rising by 6 feet. You only need like 4 sheets of paper, that thickness on one end of the laser and device in order to shoot 6 feet over 3 miles. Most people can't see anything like that. It's like less than 400 micrometers.
Seemed like they used a pretty sensitive leveling setup.
You would need an ultra precise leveling system. Most people can't afford that.
Let's see if I can go back and see if there's any information about how they leveled it.
Yeah, I just watched it. There's no, it's not leveled. They put it on a tripod for one. They went out
Yeah.
3 miles. They went out 3 miles and they only got about a foot of the laser beam that raised up. It should be 6 feet over the top of the boat. But there's nothing in there about what the lake temperature was and what the air temperature was. So we don't know if there's a huge deviation there. The lake temperature could be 30 degrees and the air could be 70. That would cause that laser light to bend upwards. But the camera is at 2.7 feet above the ground on a tripod, not leveled. And when they go 3 miles out, the laser is up only about 3 feet over from where it was at 500 feet. So they only got 3 feet of deviation in 3 miles.
I watched a video of the plane going southwest.
Yeah, we're not talking about that right now, though.
Yeah, but I'm talking about it. But anyways, wait, you talking with someone right now, like who?
Yeah, we were kind of talking about the laser test that Dylan put in the chat.
Okay.
Did you get that, Dylan?
Seems like they did level the laser. Why would you say that they didn't level it at all?
All he did was take a little torpedo level, like a 6-inch torpedo level, and leveled it.
I'm gonna watch this thing
But
for right now. See what distances they have
what's the air?
documented. Everything.
Yeah, they do it at 500 feet, and then they go to 3 miles. And it's super choppy, the water. The boat's bobbing up and down.
The choppiness I don't care about. What's the elevation of the laser?
I think it said 2.7 feet.
Okay, so at
Then when they go,
2.7 feet, the horizon would be roughly. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna just round about. It should be around 2 miles. So
yeah, they
at
go,
3 miles, it should be 8 inches above the 8 inches higher than normal. How high did they
yeah,
say the laser was?
they used like this, I don't know, like this board, and it was about 1.5 feet above their heads when they're standing on the boat. And when they did it at 500 feet, it was right at the stern. So they got about 2 feet of deviation in 3 miles.
That's
That
craziness.
seems like
The horizon would have to
they went from
be less than a mile away for them to get 2 feet of deviation.
speaking about like how much drop they're measuring drop over distance. They're measuring curvature.
No,
What's
they're
that guy saying?
measuring the
I know
laser
they're
light
measuring
bending.
curvature.
We don't know what the air temperature was. You don't know what the water temperature was. Because if the water temperature was
We could
cold and the air was hot, or if the water was warm and the air was cold, you don't know what neither one of those variables are.
What was the height again? 2 point what? 2 point what feet?
I think it said 2.7 at the beginning of the video.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna go check this.
By the way, Yaga, the video you sent me, by Quantum Eraser, I just wanted to say, yeah, it was cool. However, I did look for his channel. I looked at one video about the sun's heat, thermodynamics, and all that kind of stuff. And I was watching a few. Obviously, it's a long video, but I was watching like some of the comments they were saying, like between him and them, about how he made a mistake on like what like, on that thermodynamics and whatever. I mean, DJ did tell me some other flat earthers have bad arguments, and same for Globe. But I just
Oh
thought
yeah,
I'd
there's
point that
bad
out.
arguments on both sides. But
Yeah,
so just to
it's
kind of
something to do with the
clarify,
sun's heat. Yeah.
yeah, whatever's going on in the sky is only happening over a flat Earth. About that. So sorry about the background noise. Give me a second. So I did the Earth curve calculator, and from a 2.7 height for the laser and a distance of 3 miles, the horizon would be 2.01 miles away, and the target hidden height would be 0.6508. So you're looking at about 8 inches of hidden height. So it should be only 8 inches higher than the laser itself.
There,
So again, how
what
are
I'm
we
looking up
measuring Earth
here,
curve?
I'm looking up the measurement details here. They go alongside it. They're saying they went 5.3 miles across the lake. They verified using GPS. The leveled laser was 3 feet above the surface of the water. And they were able to
2.7.
strike the target board 24 feet above the waterline. At the
All right,
5.3
so
mile mark, they hit the target board 24 feet above the waterline.
Yeah,
okay,
that's
so
refraction, bro.
at a 3 foot laser height and a distance of 5 miles, you said 5 miles, or how far did you say?
It's
Want to make sure
essentially
I get this.
21 feet of drop over a 5.3 mile stretch.
No, because I'm about to blow your mind. How many miles?
5.
5.3.
5.3 miles. Okay, good. 5.3 miles. So the distance to the horizon would be 2.12 miles, and the target hidden height would be 6.7 feet.
What's the
Yeah, and
target hidden height? What do you mean by that?
they got 24.
Yeah, the
Yeah, so
24
6
foot mark,
point,
but minus the 3, that means a drop of 21 feet, right?
right, they should be
Yeah, which
6
is way
feet
more.
below the curve. So add 3 feet to it, 6, 3, it's 9 feet, right?
Yeah, they're way over that. So it's refraction basically. Well, at the 8-minute 30 mark is where the helicopter comes in and the 3 birds. That's an edited footage video.
Well, it's a
Watch, you
PBS
can see,
production. Of course, they're editing it.
right, well, no, there's 3 birds that go by when the helicopter's up in the air, and then they do it again through the telescope, and those 3 birds fly by the exact same formation, the exact same way, and the helicopter is below the horizon. They faked it. It's well known, both Glovers and flat earthers know this. It starts at the 8:30 mark.
So you're saying, on one hand, the observations weren't what we would expect on a globe, but then on the other hand, you're saying that they hoaxed it anyway.
The helicopter one they did, yes, they edited that because the 3 birds fly by when the helicopter's up in the air, and then they look in the telescope again, and then he says, "Oh, the helicopter, it's gone," and the 3 birds fly by again in it's the exact same 3 birds, same place, they're all 3 in the same exact position. I'm not talking about the laser part. Whatever they're
If I
doing with
can't,
the
if
laser,
everything
I've
is a
never seen
hoax,
that.
like anything that shows that the curvature, what you guys asked for, you're just gonna say that it's a hoax. It seems like
No,
the
I
three
didn't say
birds.
nothing. I didn't say
But
the laser was a hoax. I just said the helicopter with the 3 birds is. Everyone knows that. That's seen this. Just the helicopter part, not the laser part.
in the later part of the video, I just stopped after the
Yeah.
first laser test.
Yeah, when they do the helicopter. Her name is Joy. She's inside the helicopter and she goes, "How about now? Can you see me now?" And the 3 birds fly by again. I'll try to clip it so I can show you.
I would say that birds do tend to like fly around a lot. You know, they might they might have been flying around.
The
I'll
exact same
get what
spot,
you're
the
saying.
exact same formation. The waves are even the same, dude. The waves are exactly the same as when the 3 birds
What video
pass
are we
in front.
talking about?
It's the one Dylan posted up in the chat a little ways.
What's it about? What's wrong with it?
It's a laser test, and then they take a telescope, and then a helicopter flies out, and they can see it. And then he looks through the telescope or again or something. I don't know, and the helicopter disappears.
Okay, yeah, I see the 3 birds at 10 minutes and 3 seconds.
And then when the helicopter disappears, you'll see those 3 birds again in the exact same spot. They'll fly by in the same way, and then pause it and look at the wave formation. The waves are exactly the same. Everything's the same.
All right. Okay, Yaga.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I just
mean,
wanted to address what Dylan said about, it's not that we say everything you show is a fraud that shows curvature. It's that why is it necessary to have these, deceptive techniques being used? And, the widely varying and suspicious footage that we see from these so-called space agencies and so on and so forth. It's when you can just go out and observe that the horizon is further than it would be on a globe of dimensions claimed, or you can make a long distance observation. So it's just that it's like, if your globe was real, why do they have to go to all these lengths? And why do they have to use these questionable techniques? It should be very easy for them to prove this globe, and yet they seem to have a lot of trouble doing it because it's not there.
Dandelion, to
Well,
be
that
fair, I mean, well, isn't there multiple times where you guys also post videos and when we equally critique them? I think it's fair that we both critique each other's information and sources.
Yeah, it's fair to critique, but the thing is, there are thousands of laser tests and measurements and long distance observations that falsify the globe, and every once in a while, you'll get 1 or 2 questionable tests that somewhat favor the globe, but they don't even come close to what is necessity for the globe.
Here's what I'm confused with. I'm looking at this video. It's like 5 minutes long or 10 minutes long. So, and they didn't even spend like an entire 10 minutes on this laser test, right? They like, we have like hours upon hours of like extremely well documented, uh, uh, video and I mean, I don't know what else to say. Like, I look at this, I see like a couple of scenes similar to Behind the Curve where they're just showing like we put a board up here and we measure the laser here and we put a board up here. I don't know where those are at. I'm just
Shane,
taking
check
their
your
word
DMs.
on it. I'm taking their word on it on good faith.
Yeah, there's no temperature, there's nothing. It's just they're shooting a laser real quick, and you know, is there even a collimator on that laser? I mean, it looks pretty coned out when it hits the board. You know what I mean?
And whatever. I mean, like I just don't know, man. Like do they show them leveling the laser? I don't see them leveling the laser.
I didn't see him
Yeah.
leveling it. I think they did in the beginning. There was a little torpedo level that he had, but that's all I seen.
I think he ate the laser.
Yeah, they didn't use anything that would be considered a good leveling device. Didn't even use
I
a
mean,
good stand for it.
they spent hours leveling the laser in the what is that video called? I forget what it's called. Not hours. I know they spent a good amount of time. They said it was extremely, incredibly difficult to get this laser leveled accurately because over larger distances it would lift up and down, and so they had to get it leveled correctly. What's it called?
Yeah, the FE core ones. I mean,
Yeah,
even
the FE core one.
the wind would blow off the level of the laser. Just a tiny fraction at the laser is feet miles away.
And at least in the FE core, they took at least one temperature measurement.
Well, they took two. They took one at the laser and one at the target. And I think they took one out in the middle of the lake too on the boat. They took three, I think, in the one.
Right, but when they're observing the helicopter like drop below the horizon, so you can't even see it anymore and down.
Did you
It's
see the
not going to
three
be able
birds again?
to level the. I see the three birds at the 10-minute mark. I was looking for another shot of them, like you're saying, but I don't see another this something that it looks comparable. I don't see another shot of the three birds like you're saying. There's only the one that I see.
Okay, I
How
bet
far
you they
away
cut that
was the
part out.
helicopter? How far away was the helicopter?
Dragonflies tagging helicopters.
I don't know. Let me look that up.
I think they cut that part out because it's been brought forth as dishonest. But we do have that same video, Dylan, in the home server. If you go look at laser tests, it's in there showing those three birds twice. It was actually, I think it was done on National Geographic
PBS.
originally.
National
Was it
Geographic was the one with the
the
red,
flag
white,
on
and
the
black
boat?
flag.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
I have yet
But
to find
Dylan,
anybody to tell me the distance to that helicopter. Either that or I just don't remember.
yeah, I
Yeah,
want to
what the
say
hell's
it
this?
was like 12, 10 or 12 miles. I can't remember what they said, but I wanted to say, Dylan, I appreciate you going out and looking for this stuff and actually doing some research. I appreciate that. So thank you.
Yeah, me too. A lot of times they just come in here and they're just sure it's been done, but they don't know who did it. Yeah. At least he presented
Yep.
something.
So when it comes to leveling the laser is a problem for this observation for the globe side, even though they had no proof that they did anything to level the laser and let it maintain its level. But even if they did, it's a problem for their side, right? Because
Yeah,
by their own
the
methodology, it means that hey, Did I start talking so you could talk? Is that how it works? Hey, go ahead. Finish my sentence for me since you know what it was going to be. Go ahead.
I didn't mean to talk over you,
Thanks.
man. I was gonna say something else.
So there's often this rebuttal, allegedly, to the FE core laser tests and all other laser tests for flat Earth that you should have leveled the laser, and that's the problem, or the cone of the laser, that's the problem. But it actually doesn't work because the orders of magnitude differential that are necessary for the leveling laser to be a problem doesn't exist when it comes to the FE core measurement. So in other words, if the FE core aimed their laser into the sky, it'd be better for the globe. And if they aimed their laser down, it wouldn't matter because the Sagittarius has a hump in between point A and point B, so it just hit the ground sooner. But in this example, the leveling of the laser matters because it's obvious that you can get a laser to aim higher if you just point it up. Now, there's no validation of the orientation of the laser while they were making the recording. Okay, none of that is displayed in the video. And yes, it is the case, and this has been well documented, that the frames of the helicopter repeat. It's clearly jump cutted and edited. Now, if it was the case that this is just straightforward evidence that the Earth is a globe, none of this cutting, editing, panning from one side to the other, then skipping to the next scene, none of that would be necessary. Okay, let me make this clear for everybody who thinks this is proof of a globe in any way, shape, or form. This is a television show, not a test. This is a television show, not an experiment. I hope you know the difference. If not, I can't help you. So the only example that the globe side can produce of laser tests is Jaren's flashlight, which has no evidence in it whatsoever, and it's not a laser, obviously. And then this one, which is also is garbage. Whereas on the flat Earth side, you got physicists specializing in optics, going out and doing tests, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Hundreds of them. We can't even get an answer to, hey, can you show me a laser bending down in the ambient atmosphere for the globers? And they need it to happen all the freaking time. You'd think it'd be easy. But they want to appeal to some television show. I might as well say Star Trek. Appeal to Star Trek. There you go. It's embarrassing that the globe side has to resort to appealing to television broadcasts.
It's just another example of measurement of the curve. It seems like you're right that it's just a television show. They did not approach it with scientific rigor or.
Dude, it's not an example of measuring the curve, dude.
Well, it depends
They
on how
didn't measure
rigorous.
anything. Let me ask this question: what was the measurement that they actually did? Any measurement they did in the video? Go ahead.
With 24 feet on the over the water level at 5.3 miles. That was from the laser test.
24 feet tall? Was the boat 24 feet tall?
No, they measured from the water line, the 24-foot mark.
Holy crap! So the boat would have to be 24 feet tall then, dude, or something on the boat.
No,
24 feet tall, right?
They had a long vertical board that was.
Okay, yeah. So they had something 24 feet long, and they were just holding it straight up, and the laser hit it, and you saw a laser hit a board. So what they measured was a laser hitting a board that was 24 feet off the water line. That's what they measured. Now, they didn't show you the origin of the laser simultaneously, so you have no idea what was the source of that laser at all. So, I mean, if you want to believe that, go ahead. You believe it. More power to you, dude.
The idea that they're hoaxing it, I don't think that they are anticipating being.
No, dude, they're obviously hoaxing it. They're obviously hoaxing it. It's not even a question, dude. They got so many jump cuts, so many edits, so many frames represented as if they're happening in real time. when they're literally frames that happened a minute ago. It's obviously just a TV production. It's essentially fiction. It's essentially a bunch of retards who wouldn't know what they were doing if they were told exactly how to do it, being narrated by somebody in a wheelchair with a speak and spell. That's what it is, brother.
You know, if you
In other
don't,
words, it's the Glober. Listen, Fred, it's the Glober Paralympics. This is what you guys have to offer. Hey, why don't you go find an actual laser test done with scrutiny and rigor? Go ahead, see if you can find one. Good luck.
Hey, hello guys.
Dylan, why is it that we only have this
mad, dude?
on
Why
the
are you
globe
so
side
mad?
to scrutinize? Because it's bullshit, dude. Anybody presenting this as evidence of anything needs to have their head examined. I'm sick and tired of countenancing this nonsense pile of excrement as if it has anything valid to do with the shape of the earth, dude. It's clearly nonsense. I want you to bring me some meat and potatoes, dude. Some steak. Not this freaking Pop-Tarts sugar pile of nonsense crap
Why are you always
designed for
yelling?
children. Because I'm pissed off. There you go.
Why?
Ahmad, let me tell you why I'm yelling, dude. Because we got all these Globers telling us don't breed because you're a flat earther. You're stupid. Not that Dylan does this, but they present to us evidence of their globe, and it's all nonsense crap.
I try to bring, you know, reasonable stuff. You guys don't like the sky stuff. You guys don't, you know, it's difficult. You guys are very skeptical of any kind of evidence. So
Well,
I
dude,
guess, you
I'll tell
know,
you what. I'm skeptical of things that can't be validated, and I'm skeptical of TV shows which have the production value of a kid and an iPhone.
they have a helicopter, man. It seems like I don't have a laser in a helicopter, you know. So
Hey, you know what else had a laser and a helicopter?
it
A
must be some
TV
sort of
show
budget.
where the terrorists were trying to shoot down a missile and they had to chase them in a helicopter. You know what? It was fiction. Who cares? Dude, Dylan, I'm just saying, and this is not against you personally, Dylan. This is against the body of evidence the Globers bring. Where's the laser test on the globe side? Can you get me one? Please, for the love of God.
This is not my full-time job. I just try to, you know, pull up some stuff here and there when I have a minute.
No, I
And
get you, brother. I just want you to think, Dylan, why is it the case that we've been presenting laser tests for over a decade, or at least a decade, and the globe has brought nothing to the table except a laser and a sugar water tank? That is literally the only test they've ever brought.
Sticks and shadows, they brought that.
No, I'm talking about lasers. Sticks and shadows don't matter.
well, for the most part, like I would say the flat Earth community is a minority, right? And most of the people that are Globers are not even invested in the debate at all. Don't really care. They don't know why they think it's a globe. Like people that would be interested in doing studies of that kind, like professional surveyors, or you know, for the most part, I know you guys, some people on your side, or at least you say you do, haven't verified your claims. If I was as skeptical of the claims that you guys make and would say that your laser tests were hoaxes potentially, like it seems we would just get nowhere. But the reason why there's not more tests done, there's not like a journal of Earth curvature where professional scientists are publishing papers like continuously measuring the curve of the Earth, is because it's not considered in contention. Like people for the most part,
BS, Dylan.
I feel like there's less
That's
people that are
BS.
like me than there are flat earthers. There's less people that are.
Every globe that goes out and measures for the curvature, they end up in documentaries on why the Earth is flat. There's a reason why y'all don't have any evidence for curvature, because everybody who sets up to prove it ends up becoming a flat earther.
Well, I wouldn't go that far to say everybody.
I'll prove it, Dylan. How far away was that helicopter again?
I think it was 24 miles, the helicopter.
And how far away was the horizon?
How far away was the horizon? I don't
Yeah,
have
and how
that
far
calculation.
how far under the curve did the helicopter go?
Um,
They didn't do any measurements, man.
at 24 miles, the helicopter had to climb to an altitude of 380 feet. Landing skids near the horizon.
Hello, guys.
But you're saying
How
it's a
far
Hey,
under the
hoax
Dylan.
curve
anyway,
did they go?
so it doesn't matter because you think that it was totally faked anyway.
Well, we're looking for measurements, man. How far away was the horizon? What was their demarcation?
I just know that they went up three. I'm not sure how far away the horizon was. I don't know how tall the observer was.
What about the what was the height of the helicopter at its highest?
While they're taking the measurement, there's 24 miles away, and they're calling out, "Oh, we're 50 feet above the ground. We're 100 feet above the ground," and they have to go up to 380 feet before the skids, the landing skids, were visible at the horizon.
Okay, does that match with the Earth curvature calculation?
um, Math dictates that the hidden height should be right around 340 to 380. So yeah, it does jive with the claimed radius.
What was the height of the observer?
They were pretty close to the water level. I'm not sure though.
All right, and
Um,
then let's
that's
just
my
say it was
little.
3 feet. I'll go with 3 feet since you
How
don't
high
know,
was
but
the
we'll
thing?
go 3 feet. 3 feet. We know the horizon's 2 miles away, and then you said 24 miles to the helicopter.
24 miles to the helicopter. Yeah.
All right, give me a second. I'm gonna go do some calculations.
Actually, the lens set up for the camera shows that they were. What I'm reading here is saying that it was only 2 to 3 inches above water surface. So they set up this telescope very low.
Oh well, we've seen lots of videos, right, Dylan, where when you set up things really really low, you get lots of mirroring and miraging effects over the water.
Well, are you saying that it was some mirroring effect, or are you saying it was a total hoax?
Oh no! I'm about to do the calculations and do my due diligence. I'm not gonna just say, oh, they went behind the curve of the Earth. So give me a second. Pull over.
Do you call me a glober, or are you saying you're pulling over?
So I'm pulling over. Hold on.
Be safe out there on the roads. But yeah, if the claim is that it's a total hoax, why would these individuals from PBS be like? They seem too low level to be part of the total conspiracy.
Well, because they don't know, dude. They're just airing some footage that this guy gave them. That's all. They don't know. They're just like your teacher or your parent. They're not in on a conspiracy. Nobody's hiding the flat earth from anybody. You just buy the story that they've given you. That's all they're doing. They're just airing some footage that this well-known guy gave them. You know, they don't know any better.
There's individuals, like, you could call them all actors, I suppose, but at the same time, like, it's not just people broadcasting the footage, right? There was a girl on the helicopter. She's saying, well, we're this high, and the other guys on the coast, like, trying to observe them. So those people would have to be faking it, right? They would have to be actors.
I don't think they're faking it. I think maybe they're trying to get some data, and they didn't they didn't take any air temperature, any water temperature. There's no refraction accounted for. None of that stuff is even, I don't think they're in on any conspiracy. They're low level, like you said. They don't know what they're doing. They're just out there. It's like me and you
Right.
going
So
out there
if
and
they're
doing it. I'm sure we're gonna forget.
Okay, what
if
was the
they're
height
being
of the
honest,
helicopter in order to clear the skids above the
The
horizon?
helicopter was on the moon.
Dylan,
I think I said 340.
340?
Let me double check. 340 was the number that I am getting from my research. I wasn't there either. I'm just telling you what I'm reading about that experiment.
No, you're good. Like I said, we're gonna scrutinize this thing, right?
380.
380. So you want to know something funny?
Yeah, 380 is the mark.
You want to know something funny? So we've had this discussion lots about like refraction and things, right? So at 2 to 3 inches above the water, at 24 miles, there would be 366 feet of hidden height, right? So the helicopter would have to go at least 366 feet in the air for the rotors to start to appear. Now the average, I took the average height of helicopters, 10 to 18 feet. So I just took the 18 feet, right? So 366 plus 18 is 384. So you mean to tell me at 2 to 3 inches of elevation above the water, there is zero refraction over 24 miles?
I didn't say
Showdown,
that there was
could you share what calculator you're using?
GitHub.
but it sounds like, yeah, if they're being honest, then the only way to explain it is sinking refraction, right? Which you guys mock us all the time when we claim that your
I'm
observations
not
are
saying
successful.
anything about the helicopter. I don't know anything about it. I'm just going by the numbers that they're giving us. They
Right,
Dylan,
your
literally
how come we
calculation.
dragged out this helicopter argument for so long?
over 24 miles. Here, I'm posting a screenshot in the side chat. Over 24 miles, there is zero refraction.
I didn't say that,
Yeah,
but
but
they
every
certainly
glober will tell you there's always a little bit of refraction. Every glober will tell you there's a little bit of refraction all the time.
Is Dylan a flat earther or a glober?
I'm a glober to the core, man.
Sounds like you both are.
I am, yeah. I thought he was like I thought he was a flat earther getting doubts or something.
It's all for fun,
Hi, Matrix.
Are you a glober? Are you a flat
Yeah.
earther?
No, I'm a glober. For now.
For now, you're not. Uh-oh.
Hey, Dylan, did you see the part where the video repeats itself, like in the Matrix?
Right, the glitch in the Matrix. Where's
Yeah,
this
the
glitch
bird.
in the Matrix? I didn't see that part.
I don't know,
see the
somebody
challenge.
Challenge
posted a
model.
little somebody posted, one that explains it. It's let me see if I can find it. It's ways up there.
Yeah, it's a pretty old video. I'm sure you
Mhm.
guys had to deal with that.
Oh, yeah, 14 minutes after the hour, Degas posted one that a video that goes into the bird thing. And then somebody else posted one also.
Let me look at the video Dagas posted.
I tagged it at the bottom just for easy reference.
Yeah, I mean, I think, those people that are involved in it, I mean, they just like the warm, cuddly feeling that they feel, clutching their globe plushie and, feeling
Yeah,
like, they can just keep believing, don't stop
What, a
believing.
glow plushie?
let's
You've got
consider
one?
this too.
I mean,
He's got one. Is what he said.
no, I mean, like, what if you, like, hump a glow plushie?
That's what you Globers do half the time. Half the people that come in here are so in love with the globe that they'd make love to it if they could.
Yeah, I love the globe so much. Like, I feel so safe and warm knowing that at any time a solar mass ejection could just kill all of us without any warning.
Dude, there's literally a music video about a dude pumping the globe. It's called "The Earth Is Our Home. We Love Our Planet," and he's like in his underpants, hugging a giant globe, rotating around it.
The curves are sexy,
It's actually
man.
was
What can you say?
yeah, but check this out, guys. Just like that music video I just described to you, he's under no obligation to present any true facts. He is putting on a show. And likewise, this show has no obligation to not jump cut, to not edit, to not do things intentionally that they believe would happen if the Earth is a globe, but they're just doing it in a production. So they're just saying we're simulating it. This is the way it is in real life, and we're just showing you how it is in a theatrical form. So they're under no obligation to have any of their stuff correct. They're not presenting themselves as doing a legitimate test. So since A, they have no reason to be correct, and B, there's so much shenanigans in the video, then C, it's a bunch of baloney.
I'm looking out my window right now, at the moon, and the sun is, well, below it, but it's not sunrise just yet. I don't know if I'm seeing it wrong, but the moon the light is facing up downwards on the moon, and the sun's below it. So the light is facing up on the moon and like facing down from the moon, like up, as though it's shining from the sun should like be shining from up downwards. But
That's excellent. Tell us how this makes the Earth a ball tard.
I didn't say that. I said it makes it flat. I'm just saying it's just weird. I'm just looking at the moon, and the light is shining up down, and the sun is nowhere near. Like it's not up. It's not even sunrise yet. Unless it's from a different angle, but I don't know. I'm just looking at it. It doesn't matter really.
I think we should have a powwow and watch that. I can't remember the name of the guy, but he did that whole video and showed all the jump edits and all the points where they switched and weren't actually proving their points.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be a good party to have.
The light, the moon I'm looking at right now, the light is hitting it at the wrong angle. Unless it's just me being stupid.
Just say refraction like everyone else does. It's so easy for you to do.
No, it's literally really high up in the sky. There's no way
Yeah,
it can be
because
refraction. Like it cannot be. Like the sun is it's civil twilight right now. Or just nautical twilight is ending. Sun's not risen. The moon is pretty high up, but the light is hitting the moon from up, not down. It's
has the big
just
Terminator shadow rolled over top of you yet?
no. It's the. I'll show you. Hold on. I'll show you on the app I've got. It's a sky guide. It'll show you. Let me just go get it.
I don't want to see the app. I was talking about reality.
Well, it's reality. I'm just gonna show you what I see. This is what I see right now. The moon's high up in the sky, and the shadow is like tilted, and the light is also like doing that weird shit. And the sun is nowhere to be seen. Unless it's just me being stupid, I don't know. I can't really tell.
I mean, yeah, it's the moon.
I mean, right now it's just a shit. It's a waning gibbous.
Won't you give us some curvature measurements?
Just a what? What do you want? Curvature measurements?
I mean, that would be nice, but it was rhetorical.
I don't have any. I don't say measurements prove the Earth is a globe.
It's the only thing that could, really.
Yeah. We
Hey,
just
that was
go
a
by
good
the
one,
sky.
Boogie.
We go by the sky
That was a
by the sky.
good one, Boogie. Give us some measurements.
I mean, no glober would say like these measurements prove it's a globe. It's just the globe. All it is just the best explanation. That's it. That's all. It's not that it's definitely a globe.
But do you
He
realize
learned
what
that
you're
from Matthew
explaining?
Learns. Matthew Learns trained him in that earlier. Those are like the exact words he asked Matthew
I
Learns.
mean, to be honest,
You're
what
the
Matthew said,
protege. You found a
what Matthew said,
protege.
literally aligns with my beliefs. So
Little
you know,
Matthew.
I might as well
Smart.
copy what he says.
So are you a believer that it's not a ball?
Me?
Is it a ball? Is it not a ball?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess it is a ball, yeah. Oh,
It's a
something like a
ball.
ball, yeah. Yeah.
The best explanations, but you don't realize what you're explaining is away your own senses.
Yeah.
And he's
Hey, if the
happy about
globe
it.
is all listen, if the globe is all curving, then why do kids have cancer?
What the fuck?
That makes perfect sense.
Well, I mean, yeah, it does. I mean, if you have
Wait, what
faith
do
in
you
the
mean?
globe,
Why
it
do
should
kids
cure
have
the.
cancer?
Well, I mean, you have faith in the globe, it should cure kids' cancer, shouldn't it?
Be honest with you, if it's flat or if it's a ball, all I care about is riding my motorcycle. It doesn't affect me. But it's good to know.
Motorcycles don't work on a
Don't ride
ball
it too
Earth.
fast. Don't ride it too fast. You'll go off the curve of the globe.
You'd
But the
constantly
Earth,
have to
Whether
be pitching down.
whether it affects you, or not, is not the same as you knowing if it affects you or not.
That was a
We
good
just
one.
should worship the sun and the moon at this point.
All I can tell you though is that those pictures look very fake. Even the new ones.
Yep. Yeah, they do look fake. I was gonna say something, but I didn't want to be mean.
the Earth is
Mm.
spinning 1,000 miles an hour. How's my toaster make my toast so even on both sides?
But
Yeah.
that's, you have to question yourself, why don't they live stream it? If there's a growing number of flat earthers, why don't they just go up there, or they're already up there, right, at the International Space Station, take a camera, point at the window, and just stream it.
Yeah, they do that.
Case
But
closed.
you're actually on stream right now, so say hi.
They do that? Yeah, I know I'm on stream. My bike is also on stream. It's alright.
All right, Dylan, that's
Yeah,
enough.
I did a TikTok channel, Dandelion or Mary. I did a TikTok channel for the bike. I have a video that almost has 1 million views, but I don't want to dox the channel. So
That's goofy. You're okay with 1 million people seeing your channel, but not some rando on Discord? You're a
yeah,
goofball. I worry about
I
you
know.
and your motorcycle.
It's because he can control who sees it or not. That's it. I don't know. Feel like. Anyways.
To be honest with you, I've had 3 years of
Matrix.
experience.
Matrix. Did you see this that we were talking about? This map here. This. Oh, I forgot what the name was.
I can only
Dynamic.
tell you that my name is Dylan and I
Okay,
speak
Dylan, that's
fire.
enough. What's it called again? The Dynamics and Dymaxion. It's the Dymaxion map.
Wait, is it D-Town? What's this picture? Is it the wall?
Low-key, you're going off topic of the channel, bro.
No, I'm asking about the picture he posted, D-Town.
An
It's a
infrared
That
Dymaxion
pic,
map.
photograph.
that picture that's posted
Infrared.
is one that I took myself.
Wait, what the hell is that?
I'm trying to tag you and it's not fucking like bringing you up.
It's a black and white picture of what? Of the Earth?
It's an infrared image from a place called Kaluma Lookout, looking west.
Oh, there.
And there's a set of ranges out in the distance. It's about 48 kilometers out.
That's sick. I like that picture. I'm gonna save it.
Yeah, you changed your name, so I didn't realize you had your name changed. I was trying to tag you.
Who?
Wait, there
Emperor.
was another
He
Dylan
he took
here.
that
Dylan.
picture and it's a great shot.
A guy named Infrared took that picture.
Lol. Dymaxion. That's a really cool name.
Where's
Yeah,
Dylan, bro?
Dymaxion map.
I wish that was my name.
The Dymaxion map was made by Matrix to prove that the Earth was a globe. But he ended up proving it was
No,
flat, so he became a flat earther.
this is yeah, nah. I don't know where he's get these silly stories from.
I'm just kidding. Anyways, yeah, Dymaxion.
He took
It's
the
better
vision
to,
of
you know, I was talking to DJ about this, about the continent of Antarctica, but we were just talking about plane trajectories. But they don't really fit well on the map, and the guys was talking about that before. What are you laughing at, bro?
Or is it a
If
crime
only.
to laugh?
No, but what are you laughing at? I want to know.
Still, is it a crime to laugh?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Flat Earth BC, definitely.
Who said that, bro? I
No
said, why are you
merrymaking.
laughing at me?
No merrymaking. Because you're talking about fitting flight paths onto a Dymaxion map. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Like, look at it. Look at it.
Yeah, I know. It looks like a spastic map.
The map is just a tool. If you use the wrong tool for the wrong job, don't be surprised if your job doesn't work out.
Map
Yeah.
might give me a paper cut if I'm not careful with it. What does the Earth look like in your view?
Didn't you see the memo?
I'm not
They
talking to you, Dylan.
took a picture. They took a picture
Look,
from the
look, you're
new
not talking to me,
space.
Dylan.
You're not talking to me?
Yeah,
That's
I'm
rude.
sorry. I'm sorry. Matrix, what does the Earth look like to you? Is it like
Have,
something
have
that's
you ever
as
have you ever
accurate
been
as it could
outside?
look like?
Sleep. Have you ever been outside?
Yeah.
Have you ever traveled outside of your city?
Yep.
He has not. You fucking
It, it,
liar.
do you think it would look any different to us than that?
The what?
Do you think it would look any different than that to us? We see the same thing you see, dude.
I don't
We
know
just
what
don't
you're
have a
saying.
story attached
What
to it.
will not look different? What?
We see the same thing you see, bro.
No, you don't. I see my city, you see your city. Yeah, okay, anyways.
Yep, it's all flat.
Yeah, it's flat. Anyways, yeah, Matrix, what does the Earth look like to you? Do you have like a picture of what it could look like as accurate as it fits your thought
So,
of
do
it
you
or
want a
whatever?
picture of what it does look like or what it could look like?
What it does and what it could like if unless you don't know what it does look like or unless you know what it could look like. I don't know.
So, where would you want this picture taken from, just out of curiosity?
Just like a reconstruction of what it could look like.
Oh, so you want me just to imagine and believe like all the Globers? No, thank you. I'll just go
No,
out in
based on
reality,
your
take photos,
based on
yeah, that's great. I'll just keep going out into reality, take photos, and post them up like I have been, so everyone can enjoy
No,
them.
not like that. Like of all the countries together and where
Just
they are
shrug.
placed.
Just shrug.
Oh, so what you want is a God's eye view.
Yeah. I want that, like anything, but not a real picture. I'm asking like a reconstruction. Do you have it? Do you have one, or it's fine if you don't. I don't really care. I'm just interested. Where did he go? Oh, he left.
You're
I have
asking
one.
too much silly question.
It's a gif of me shrugging.
Yo, what's your name? Tristan. Tristan.
What? Yeah, what?
I'm gonna literally grab that duck on your profile picture and snap its neck.
No.
Yeah.
Why are you so aggressive, dude?
I'm joking, bro. Chill.
He's already a eunuch. I feel bad for him. You don't have to pick on him.
Hey, lots of ducks are gay.
No, they're not.
It feels
Actually,
like
they
you're
are.
making things up.
Ducks are
No,
Well,
no,
healthy.
if
literally,
you
no animal is gay. It's
if you're
just
mean,
it's BS. It's not.
Well, that's not on topic.
Even if it's not on topic, it's not real. It's just an agenda. Scientists just prove something, and then people say, "Oh, that's gay." And like, no, it's not. It's just something else.
Is it gay or is it not gay?
Wait, that's exactly. You just described the globe. Science proves the globe, and that's very gay, like space.
Unless you're gonna wait, where is that? Let me find it.
just like that word science
Okay,
proves
so
the globe,
I
or
have
any
I have
particular
a
sign.
picture. Okay, so this is a picture of a cat I have. So this picture of the cat is on a flat surface, right? But you can clearly see like around the edges, it's slightly curving compared to the cat. Just proves that the Earth is a
Just
globe.
follow the science. You know, that's exactly what they said during COVID. Follow the science. And they didn't follow the science themselves.
They also said we had to flatten the curve, right?
Well,
Oh, it's the first time I've
Why is
ever
everyone
heard that.
mocking this cat?
Flatten the curve. I didn't even know about flat Earth back then. I didn't get into flat Earth until like 3 years ago.
So, what was the epiphany? When did the epiphany occur? If you don't mind me asking.
Oh, right, we're on English Hub. Are you trying to say epiphany?
Epiphany. Yeah, I can't say the word. I
Epiphany.
don't know
Oh,
why.
you did that. You did great.
Epiphany.
Like I understood it. You did great. Epiphany.
Maybe it's the
Epiphany.
German part of me that can't say, I don't know. Epiphany. Epiphany or epiphany? It sounds so
Yeah,
weird saying the word.
it's like a moment of sudden insight.
Yeah.
Right?
Is it epiphany?
Yeah, epiphany. In my
Epiphany.
dialect, yeah, like an F sound, like food.
Yeah.
Epiphany.
Epiphany. Epiphany. Yeah. I don't know. It just sounds so weird to say epiphany.
That stupid cat.
Hey, you got to break it down. You got to break it down into 2 words. So just say Fanny, 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 Epi, 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 Fanny, Epi, Fanny. There you go.
Fanny?
Yep.
Fanny,
Epi,
Fanny?
Fanny, Epiphany. There you
I
go.
don't know.
Problem
I
solved.
think you had it before. I think you were saying it fine.
No, fanny
before.
means vagina. What the hell?
In the UK,
What?
apparently.
Oh my goodness. True. But anyway, this story is evolving real quick. So get it back on track, please.
Yeah. It's always Dylan and Tristan and all that keeps putting up something like. Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
No.
Why are
Stop
you
it.
blaming us, bro? For what?
I'm highly
I just want
topical.
to know how you say
Highly topical.
Yeah, when they
Hey, so
post
I
the
got a question. Someone said that science, right? Someone was mentioning science.
I did, yeah.
And
Every time they post a
personal
flat Earth
pizza.
meme and there's a guy with
right.
a flat head, that's me. My head is flat.
So can you explain to me which science deals with shapes?
Geometry.
I can.
Is that science?
No.
So then this isn't a science question, right? When we're talking about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah. So I don't know.
So you claiming scientists have done anything or help you out in any way, shape, or form within this
No.
subject matter means absolutely
No.
sweet diddly.
No.
That's right. That's what we're saying. No, no science.
Science?
Yeah.
Or no
That's
science?
fine.
But
No
what is
science.
the
There's no
science?
science in shapes.
What is the science? They say science, but like, what? Like
Yeah,
I
they'll
told
say
you, they never
scientists did
follow the
this and they'll
science,
say
bro.
scientists did that. But when it comes to measuring for the curvature of a spherical geometric Earth, it has nothing to do with science and it has everything to do with math.
Yeah, they never measured the science. They are talking about the science, but they have never measured the science.
There's no
That's
science
what's
to
crazy.
measure. It's not about science. It's not about science.
It's like saying they did the. Yeah, anyways, I don't know. It is what it is, but it seems like they have never followed the science, even though they say they have followed the science. They never
It's
follow the
not
science
science.
themselves.
That's a category error. You're using the wrong word.
Stupid cat.
So it looks
I
like
don't
we've
know,
gone another
bro.
day where it's just belief systems, no actual measurements of anything. Wow.
Exactly. There is literally no measurements of anything.
That's your fault, Matrix.
Really?
You're not entertaining enough.
Leave the Matrix
Why do I
alone,
need to
bro.
be
He didn't do
entertaining?
anything.
I just want the facts, bro. Sometimes facts aren't entertaining. Here's the data. Go and assess it. Chew on it. If it's nasty,
The
spit
thing
it
is,
out.
Matrix, this is what I do, right? I look at the sky to prove the shape of the Earth. I don't look down at the Earth.
And why would you look at the sky to prove the shape of the Earth, other than
Because
some kind of mental disorder?
I'm just really annoying like that, and I just look in the wrong direction. Like if you tell me to walk left, I'll go right.
Because it's a belief system. That's why. When you're a child, you were sold an idea. You accepted it. You enjoyed it. You've probably got one sitting on your desk at home,
I
so you
don't.
could pat it.
Pro-
I
Probably
don't.
passed all his
I don't
tests
have one. I
too.
don't have one. I don't
Passed
have
all
one.
your multiple choice tests.
Yeah.
I don't have one.
He did have that, bro. He literally had that.
The Earth
Oh
is
wait,
a
did I? Oh yeah, I might have
square,
had one when I was little.
circle,
It's
I
gone.
respect.
It
triangle,
I
fell.
or
respect.
sphere.
I had a globe
Yeah.
on in my bedroom at one point, but I
The
kept
thing I
on
respect about the flat Earth mentality is that you guys can be critical and you don't believe everything they tell you, and that is
I
very, very
used to.
important.
I used to. Someone asked, "What was your epiphany?" Right. So for me, my
That was
epiphany was, yeah,
epiphany. Can you say
I
epiphany
was
again?
epiphany, epiphany.
Epiphany. Epiphany. Of course, epiphany.
The thing
So,
that woke him up.
uh, so yeah, so the thing that woke me up was I had a friend that I would have had conversations with, and he was very intelligent, and so we would talk back and forth. And then one day he tells me that the Earth is flat, and I thought that was the stupidest thing ever. I'm not going to fight with my friend, and I let it go. And then 6 months later, he mentions it again, and I said, okay. Why do you keep saying the earth is flat? Because I really have a lot of respect for you, but this is just something that's obvious. The earth is a sphere. We know this.
Mm,
And so he kind of gave me a little bit of explanation, told me to look
mm,
into it, and he said it was about geometry. And I said, okay,
mm.
well, you're right. It is about geometry because a sphere,
epiphany.
you're looking for the diameter, you're looking for the radius, you're looking for the circumference.
Proper
And
with
so,
distance and yeah, yeah.
yeah, so I
Wait,
understood
wait,
that.
wait,
And I
wait.
played
Let him continue. Let him finish, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
like as soon as I start to make sense, right, we got to stop. Anyway, so I decided to look into it, and so as I'm looking into flat Earth, right, all I'm finding is when I Google flat Earth, it's how to debunk flat Earth. Like I don't see any explanation of why people think the Earth is flat, and so that's kind of a big red flag for me because if something's really stupid, you would think that they would like let the opposing view be shown because it's
Yeah.
stupid. So why would anybody believe it, right? And so
Exactly. Yeah, that
I
was what
went
I was
on.
saying with
I went on
the
for a
vacuum.
time and doing more research, and I was like, I started thinking, well, could I have been tricked, right, in thinking the Earth is a ball? And I started thinking back to my childhood, and the only evidence I was ever given about the shape of the Earth was that the Earth is too big to see the curvature, so it looks flat. And I
Mm,
remember my entire life, all I ever did when I flew on a plane, I'd look out the window and I would say, wow, look how big the Earth is. It still looks flat. My entire
mm,
life, like I always believed it was a globe. And
yeah.
so I'm like, oh my God, that would be the one thing they could lie to me about, whoever they are. If they were lying, that's the one thing they could get away with because it's too big to see the curvature. And then so
Yeah.
I started looking into the actual numbers and the geometry. And I said, how big is the circumference? 24,900 miles. Well, that's a big number. And so to me, that's a big Earth. And then what's
Mm.
the radius? It's 3,959 miles average,
The radius
right?
is 90,000 miles.
Do what?
The radius of the globe is 90,000 miles.
No,
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
Go do some
Let's just
research.
let him finish his story.
Go
Thank
ahead,
you,
go ahead.
Mary. Thank you.
Yeah, so the polar radius is 3950, the equatorial radius is 3963, and the average radius is 3958.8, which we just round up to 3959 and give you the extra 0.2 miles because really who gives a crap? And I'm like, okay, those are big numbers. I agree, those are big numbers. I've seen 10, 15, 20 miles. I've walked 20 miles. That's a long way. That's a big Earth. And then I said, how far away is the horizon? If I'm 6 feet tall standing at the beach, how far away is the horizon? Oh, well, it's only 3
Mm,
miles away. No, that can't be right because I've seen things 20 miles away and 30 miles away my whole life, there's no way the horizon is 3 miles away, right? Now I could see something like very tall being blocked by the curvature of the earth and the curve being 3 miles away. But I used to see ships when I was like 10, 11, 12 years old leaving Los Angeles and docking at Catalina Island for their little cruises that they would do for tourism and stuff. I would watch these ships dock at the island, and I would see that regularly. And so I looked up how far away Catalina Island was from Los Angeles. It's 20 miles. Okay, something's not right. Maybe I'm misunderstanding something. So then I, after a while, I found this server after being a flat earther, believing the earth is flat. I didn't know it was flat, but believing the earth is flat for about 6 to 8 months. And then I found this server, and then these wonderful people started having these conversations with anti-flat earthers. And so I started learning the arguments, and I started understanding what it means to measure drop over distance when I'm looking out towards the horizon. And so one day I finally, I talked to a few of my friends. One of them thought the earth was flat but never measured it. And then we brought out a couple of other people. And then we went out to this lake that was about 8 miles wide at the locations that we went out at. And we wrapped ourselves in reflective tape, and we sat on our butts and we looked through binoculars, and we could see each other from across the lake clearly, too. That's the odd thing, clearly. And we're waving to each other. And so if we're sitting on our butts, we're about 3 feet tall. That means the horizon's about 2.5 miles away for each of us. And that means the other person at the other end should be well underneath the curve of the earth. Well, that day, after we all met up afterwards and saw that it was flat, one guy was like, "Oh my gosh, I finally proved it to myself." Another one was like, "Oh my God, the earth is flat." And then the other one was like, "I don't want to talk about this ever again." And I've never talked to him ever since.
Yeah. And that explains to you the mentality of some people. Even if you provide them evidence, they can't get out of the matrix. They're so in on it. Their belief system is rooted deep in their psyche, so they can never question the system. They can never question the science. So it doesn't matter what you tell them, it will never get in. And they will feel very threatened when you try to tell them the truth. And that's the problem that you have with most humans.
And I do have intentions someday, because I have a P1000 now. I do have intentions to go back to Key West, and hopefully I'm there in a time frame where I can see Havana, Cuba from Key West. And if I can, even if it's from like, the second story or a rooftop or something like that, and I can see Havana, Cuba, I mean, we're talking 93 miles, and I'm only, 15, 20 feet in the air. So I'm looking forward to that. I hope somebody beats me to it and does the observation, but I intend to go back to Key West and do that. I
I
know
would
exactly where I'm
also
going.
advise you as a friend, as a friendly advisor, to get a motorcycle.
God damn it,
I think a
Dylan.
I don't need
motorcycle
one.
would solve a lot of issues. It will clear your head. It just clears your head somehow. I don't know. It just clears your head.
But now, if anybody else wants to add anything, go on ahead.
No, that was good. I thank you for sharing your story. And my favorite part also was that you wrapped yourself in reflective tape, and then apparently it wasn't necessary because you could see each other clearly. So maybe the reflective tape wasn't needed. That makes me laugh.
Well, I wanted to make sure that we were visible, because I knew the air had opacity, and so I just wanted to make sure that we could see clearly.
Yeah, the reason why he never heard from his friend again is because he walked off and suffocated, being wrapped in tape too hard. Safety first. You're going to wrap yourself in tape. Make sure you leave an air hole.
I don't even know what the point is anymore, to be honest with you. Like, I see a lot of people, and the mentality has changed in people. I think people are way more colder, way more egoistical, way more selfish, and it feels like the human mind has become more and more wrapped in a bubble, in a cubicle bubble, or a sphere bubble, or what you want to call it.
There you go.
And and it's harder and harder to get them out of that.
Can't escape
You
the
know.
globe.
Or maybe it was intentional to say spherical or sphere. But it is what it is. Like I said, I just enjoy riding my motorcycle. If someone is listening, is
The
happy.
guys, wait, the guys. I'm just saying that you can literally. Someone in the side chat said though the videos have so many cuts, but you can literally go to the launch site yourself, and for, the whole argument about cuts doesn't make any sense.
Hey, don't interrupt somebody who's talking to answer somebody in the chat. Type it. Thanks.
Yeah, that is bad manners to switch channels to respond to somebody. It's okay when it's quiet. Or at least it's less bad when it's quiet.
Mhm. I was
Have you guys been to any
I was
concerts?
basically saying that the launch site being at the launch site yourself doesn't, like, it's not the when you're saying at the launch on live recording has so many cuts, that doesn't prove anything. It's just you can be at the launch site yourself. That's all I'm saying. I'm not talking about where the rocket goes after that. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't have taken their phones up with them. I don't know. I really don't know, and I don't care.
Yes, you're just mad at Degaz because he doesn't have the soothing voice of DJ. We understand.
Yeah. Yeah, what did you say? It's not about what NASA shows. Yeah, I mean, it goes out of view, but yeah, it's fine. Then if it goes out of view from, well, then you can say, it didn't go to the moon or whatever.
Is DJ a real DJ, or his name is his name Dylan, or is he a DJ?
Ah,
Oh, this
you'll have
guy's
to ask
trolling.
him that. You'll have to ask him that next time you
Dylan,
see him.
literally, you're just not helping at all.
Bro,
He put his
Shams
name
is
as
back.
Dylan J. He changed his name to Dylan J the other day. That could be
yeah,
what DJ stands for.
Oh,
yeah. I
okay. I
thought
missed that. Wow, Dylan is on top of things here. Put
The
that
thing
in the
is that
Flat Earth
guys, you're
newsletter.
literally your tone
because I thought there was
pushes
like
people
two
away from the
Dylans
flat
in
Earth.
there. You know, we just need two more, so we can have 5 Dylans, Dylan, and then we can
Lots
say I
of
spit
Yeah,
fire.
because the thing is, you're gonna just push people away from accepting flat Earth. Like, I mean, unless I kick you in the balls so hard that you actually start talking to me in a soothing voice, then
You're
I
not the
don't know.
guy. You're not the guy, bro. You're not the guy. You will crumble. You'll crumble. You're not him, bro. So don't pretend to be any.
Anyway, we had a good conversation with Shams about Flat Earth earlier. You said that you knew some people who had talked to you about it before. I was just wondering what those people said before, if you can talk, Shams.
They were friends. Actually, before I came back, I just hopped on into the Ask a Christian voice channel real quick, and I was slaughtered. Initially, I just asked about any Bible verses that support the idea of flat or globe Earth, and there was this guy who was really educated. He almost gave me a 15-minute lecture about paradigms and how there's a huge difference. And long story short, he thinks that it's like you shouldn't take it literally, but there is an acceptance for both the heliocentric design and geocentric design. But the idea of a flat Earth was heavily ridiculed. Like they made fun for a lot of time. And while I did say that we weren't really going into the religious terms of it, they were like, it doesn't make sense. So I wanted to understand what's like the biggest point that wouldn't make you believe that it's flat or make you change your mind from flat to globe or stuff like that. And the biggest reason apparently is why. Why would any uh, as he put it, why would multiple agencies and multiple uh, governments take the toll of putting up with such a conspiracy? And to their understanding, they're wasting fuel with the airlines. I didn't get that, but they have examples like if you fly from Brazil to South Africa, that doesn't work with the flat Earth model and stuff like that. I I, I don't know. I mean, but they seemed fixated on the idea of it just doesn't make sense to them, and I understand change could be hard, but it was weird. But to answer your question, I had two kind of friends. One of them is um, um, like there was one kind who were like going deep into the religious scripture, and they were like, okay, if it says so, and if we believe God says so, like God is capable. We don't necessarily know how to address that, and we went into arguments about uh, lenses and pictures being shot from the International Space Station and stuff like that. And we couldn't really prove it, but there was I mean, contrary to the Bible, at least as far as the group, our friends down there explained, it it is definitively there in the Quran at least, and they believe that. The other kind just they came from the idea that they would think that NASA would lie, and they don't believe the moon landing. And even though it does make sense, like a friend earlier mentioned here, like even if that didn't happen, that doesn't prove it's a flat Earth. But they were like, yeah, we don't trust NASA anymore, so might as well be a flat Earth. But we never really got to uh, like a case study where we're sure that it's a globe or it's a flat Earth. You know that? Like you know what I mean?
That's what who's saying this? You're asking me? I mean, I don't disagree. I mean, I'm sorry. I do disagree. I mean, I think it has been, the globe's been conclusively debunked, but you're saying your friend wasn't sure. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they really didn't have the argument to like present it to someone and be like make sense. But both of them they believe that it is flat, and they believe that it's flat for their own reasons. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, there's people who just have come to the understanding for whatever reason, but they don't, like, run around debating people about it, so Yeah, and the problem is then that kind of person is very susceptible to the type of person you mentioned that you found in the Ask a Christian voice channel, where they're gonna say something about supposed fuel levels on supposed flights and what they're how far they're supposedly going, that they supposedly be wasting fuel. I mean, that is such a lame argument. It isn't even doesn't even raise to the level of even being discussed. It's so absurd. But that somebody would say, "My best argument for the globe is they'd be wasting fuel if the earth was flat according to this model I just made up in my head." It's just like not even close to being a good argument, but it might shut up somebody who, hasn't really studied the
Mary,
arguments, stuff like that. But yeah, that's interesting that you had that experience. Yeah. Thanks for sharing that.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Mary. I think what you need is some adrenaline. I can hear it in your voice.
Brother.
You need some
Gosh, I can't
little
believe you
adrenaline.
interrupted our conversation to give that irrelevant observation. That is just
I'm
very
not
odd.
wrong. It's not observation wrong, Mary.
I
He's
don't know why
drunk
you
on
would
his
even say that.
motorcycle.
It's 11:20 at night here. You're lucky
Don't you
I'm
want to feel the rush,
even
the
awake at
need,
all.
the need
No, I
for
want to go
speed?
to bed, and I'm going to go to bed very soon.
Don't you
Yeah.
feel the need for speed?
No, I do not. Thank you very much. But yeah, I mean, the
And I
other
think
thing I
you're a
was
good
going to say
person.
just about the Christian thing, there's been a concerted effort. I mean, there's your general kind of mainstream science fiction propaganda for the globe, but in the Christian circles, there have been some people who run around like getting really agitated if any Christians, read the Bible and say that it makes them that it says it's flat. People like that Danny Faulkner dude and other people, like,
But
they don't care if they read the Bible and say the earth is,
is it
4,000
just the
years old or
Bible that
whatever
says
they
the Earth
say,
is
or
flat,
6,000 years old. They don't care if they read the Bible and say that, dinosaurs didn't
Mary?
exist in the way told, but they really get upset if somebody reads the Bible and says that it's flat. But
I have
anyway,
a question.
because yeah, like, I actually had a friend who came to Flat Earth. I've known her for many years. Just independently of me, she came to Flat Earth, and her husband got really upset, like, took her to church, had the pastor, like, lecture her. So there are a lot of Christians, like Shams was saying, who will get, like, very upset about it. It's weird.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to take the beef. I thought it's easier to hear them out, not
But is it
and
just
not
the
start
Bible that
negating them.
says the Earth is flat, or are the other religious books
Can
also
you
saying
not
that?
hear Shams? Can you not hear him? Because he was talking. You just
I
started
had a
talking in the
question.
middle of him.
I had a
I know
question.
you have a question, but one thing you can do when you have a question is wait for the other person to stop talking. Shams is very polite. I promise he'll let you get your question in, but you could at least listen to the end of his comment first. What were you saying, Shams?
Uh, Nothing really. I mean, they seem to be fueled about it, and I didn't really want to negate them much. I just thought maybe I hear their arguments out, but they were really offended, and ironically, they claimed that everybody was um I don't know, like they, they claimed if you go on this channel and you try to argue for a global Earth, they would be everybody would be offended here, and people would like try to shut you off or something like that. And that's not my experience. I like I didn't get that. It's like, why is that the case? Maybe that's their experience. I don't know, but I didn't have much to say. So uh, Dylan, you can go ahead.
Now you're off my.
Yes, that's how a conversation usually works. One person talks, then another one. And then since you interrupted him before, he thought you were just dying to tell us something. So now he's giving you the chance.
I didn't interrupt them, Miss
You're
Mary.
kidding. Are you seriously
I
going to make me assign you to go back and listen to the live stream? I mean, maybe there's some
no,
kind of technology problem. If you
maybe,
really
but I
couldn't
asked.
hear him talking. I'm pretty sure if I took a poll, everybody else heard you interrupt him.
Yeah,
I'm
but
pretty
my question was
sure.
relevant
Yeah.
to your claim or your rant about Christians being mad that the Bible is stating that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. What you have a question or comment about that?
Well, the question was, is it just the Bible that claims the Earth is flat, or are there other religious books that claim the same thing?
There are other religious books that claim the same thing.
Like,
I have heard and seen evidence that the Quran also has several verses that seem to indicate the Earth being flat and stationary. But I'm not, somebody who's well read in that area, but I have heard that from other Muslims.
Yeah, that's the case. I mean, they were educated about it. They were like, that's one of the reasons why Islam doesn't have it right, and they mentioned that it's multiple Earths, so you have 7 layers and 7 heavens and stuff like that. But um, even though they really had a good explanation for the Bible verses, they did not go for the Genesis. I thought they were explained this in Genesis, but they had the idea of 3 paradigms and symbolism, and apparently, so I don't really get it much, but I think there is no clear a very clear Bible verse that would tell you yes, it's flat. There is a lot of symbolism that I think they interpret it as a metaphor, more or less.
Yeah, brother.
So like to rephrase, I think the Bible doesn't say it clearly, so but it could be interpreted in that sense or the other.
Well, you know what does say it clearly? Measurements of the surface.
It does.
It
Let me
does.
explain it to you. So, yep. So Job was talking to people and telling them about God's creation and how God created. And Job said things like, he hangs the earth upon nothing. And Globers today think that that's proving that the earth is floating in space because it's hung upon nothing, so it's in a void. The problem is that that's Job speaking. Later in the book, God enters the scene and he tells Job, hey, Job, why you been talking about stuff you don't know? So put your pants up. I'm about to ask you questions and you better answer them. And then he tells Job, hey, Job, where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth? Foundations. Job, did you ever stretch a line across the earth to tell me the breadth thereof? One more time. Have you ever stretched a line across the earth to tell me the breadth thereof? Does that sound anything like a ball?
I don't know. Does it?
No, it don't. Not at all. Doesn't sound like a ball at all. It sounds like you're stretching a line across a surface. You can't do that on a ball. You could stretch a line around a ball, but not across a ball. If you're stretching a line across the surface to tell somebody how wide it is, that's got to be a flat surface, or at least something like a very low amount of curvature, because you're going across it, not going around it. And he asked him some other questions too. Questions about the stars, like where were you, and how do you know what I did when it comes to the stars? And he's basically just challenging Job that Job thinks he knows about how creation works. Job thinks he knows about how God made the earth, and God basically put him in his place. Now, God didn't actually give him the answers to any of these questions. He just said, Job, since you know all about it, go ahead and tell me. How'd I do it? Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah, interesting. Tell me more. Oh, yeah, that's right. You can't because you don't know.
That's really interesting. I mean, the way he explained it in that link I posted in chat, he said there's an interpretation of a half half of a circle or like a dome. And to my thinking, I thought that could mean flat Earth still. But then he said there are two halves, and that makes a full circle. And yeah, but he didn't mention anything about Job. That's interesting you say that.
Job is specific because in Job, the way the story goes is Job is talking as if he knows what he's talking about. And if you just read what Job said, or even printed it out and put it on a plaque and hung it on your wall, you would think that's the word of God. You would think this is God speaking, but it's not. It's Job speaking. God enters the scene later and rebukes Job. So that means if you believe everything that Job was saying earlier, just take it on face value as if that's the truth of it. When God later challenges him, then you're missing something there, right? And part of what you're missing there is the questions that he asked Job. He basically asked Job very pointed questions about the nature of reality, what it's doing now, and how it was when it was made, which nobody knows. Okay, the globe Earth people don't know. The flat Earth people don't know. Nobody knows.
So what's the answer?
I'm sorry.
The answer
Nobody
is
knows.
exactly the answer. Yeah, nobody knows. What's the answer?
Like we
The
don't
answer
have
is
a full
nobody
model of.
knows. The answer is the same answer that God gave. Where were you when creation was created? Tell me. Go ahead.
Right. That's why I thought they'd refer to Genesis.
I was in the
Because
ether.
yeah. But honestly,
I believe this.
I'm leaning to this. Like, I believe it's flat. I want to say I know it is, but I just can't say how.
Hey, you know
Is
what?
it like
You know
a
what?
gut feeling?
Check this out. Check this out, dude. You cannot even legally testify to your own birthday. Did you know that?
You can't.
No, because
Come
you
again?
weren't
How?
freaking there, and you were not there in a cognitive capacity to know the day you were born, right? Somebody else told you the day you were born. The only person who would know the day you were born would be your mom, the doctor, and any witnesses. You
But I
don't know
have
when you were
proof.
born.
I do though because they filmed it.
Maybe. Okay, maybe. Okay, there you go. Now prove that the baby in that video was you.
Well,
You don't have
I can.
chain of custody of yourself. So even then, your mom would have to testify. You'd have to have a corroborating piece of evidence, dude. You understand? Does that make
Well,
sense?
it will still be valid because you could do a DNA test.
You can't. No,
And
you
only
cannot
get
do a DNA test on a videotape from the past.
no, but
Holy
later
crap,
on,
brother.
holy crap! Later on, you could cross-reference her pregnancy with the date of the video being taken
Okay,
9 months.
yeah, right. And what if somebody swapped the babies in the back room? How would you know? You wouldn't. The moral of that
You would
story,
know
brother,
if
is
they
that
swapped.
there's
No,
things.
you would know if they swapped the
No, you
babies
wouldn't
because
know.
the DNA wouldn't match. It wouldn't match.
Oh my goodness. That's true in the present moment. So that would only prove my point. And even if the DNA did match, it wouldn't prove that you were the baby in that video. It'd be pretty close though. But you are correct that you appealed to a second piece of evidence, right? Not just a word of someone.
Hmm.
And that's the point. It's like you got to have corroborating pieces of evidence. You can't just have stories and claims.
Yeah.
Now here's the thing though. In courts, if once you swear in, they assume you tell the truth. And if nobody rebuts what you say, or what you say isn't absurd on its face, it's taken as true for the record. In other words, if you say I was born on January 1st, 1955, right? You're just going to take it as true. Now you're going to be like 90 years old, but whatever. Or 70. What would you be? 75. So if you're an older person, they would believe you. Now, if you were 18 years old and you said you were born on that date, they'd look at you and be like, wow, that's retarded. That's clearly not true. But if it's not absurd, like absolutely absurd, and nobody says, no, he's lying, or no, I object, they're just going to believe it. And that's how it is with the globe. People who have alleged credibility, right, like NASA, they just say whatever, and the globe population who believe in the globe just take what they say at face value as if it's true. Things that they couldn't even possibly know about, like the origin of the Earth or where
Yeah,
we all
and
came from in the
that's
past.
I agree with you there, and that's my problem with these pictures they have posted online. It looks fake. It looks like a CGI or AI. And with their technology, why not show a picture of Australia or a plane above Australia being upside down? Right?
Yeah, but
Why not?
that wouldn't even matter. It wouldn't
No,
matter
but
because
why not
you could
show
just take
that?
a picture. Yeah, but you could take a picture right side up and then just flip it in software upside down, so it doesn't matter.
Or do a
Let me
live
ask you
stream.
this question. What would a plane in Australia flying upside down look like? Like, imagine you're seeing a picture of it. What would it look like?
There's a picture of it someone posted that was explaining it pretty good. I don't know who posted it, but they posted it in the side chat.
Yeah, it would look like a plane flying right side up, just rotated in your hand. Like you took a
Yeah.
picture off a table and then just flipped it in your hands. Like that doesn't make no sense. That wouldn't prove anything. Listen, they can't. There's no optical device that can show you a plane from an external reference on the Earth where you can validate that the plane is upside down relative to the Earth.
No, not from the
No
Earth.
such optic exists.
Yeah, I know that, but I was thinking about if it's outside of Earth's place.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's nothing that can show you the Earth and the plane simultaneously where you can be able to tell that it's upside down relative to a globe Earth. The thing would have to zoom in.
Yeah, but there are like 100 megapixels.
And then once you zoom in, you can't tell that you're taking a picture of the Earth. I mean, the globe Earth before they zoom in could be a render for all you know. How would you know? The answer is you wouldn't. Now, I do understand your sentiment, but it's nearly impossible for the thing you want to exist to happen, even if the Earth is a globe. And since the Earth's not a globe, it actually is impossible. So there you go.
So is there a dome or some form of a dome or not?
I don't know, dude.
Yeah, about the dome, I heard about the model that says that like it is a flat surface, but you have the dome structure as the sky. But then again, they say there are like 7 skies, so you have 7 invisible domes above each other. But I
Seven?
think this
Where
follows.
did this number 7 come from?
I think this follows the Islamic scripture. So
Huh.
so that's why I don't know.
And does it say that it's water above the dome? Or what does it say?
I'm not sure, but I think this model like is an alternative. I'm not sure that's the right word to the idea of never-ending space. This assumes that it is within a structure and it's really vast, but it's still a structure. I, I wanted to I wanted to mention another idea. They like the as the Christian mentioned, they said they believe one of the reasons why you believe that it's a flat Earth is, but it's not one of the reasons. One of the effects when you believe that you believe that you are exclusive in some sense, that you can exist beyond the system, and this is a way to defy global uh, I don't know, a global conspiracy at this point, and that makes people feel special, or in their sense, it kind of makes you radical in a way. I, I don't know. I don't think that's true, but then again, the their
Yeah, that's
main
another thing. Yeah, those people do. It's the anti-flat earthers are the people that don't really want to look at the evidence, like the laser tests that we talked about earlier. Hopefully, you saved those, the ones I sent earlier with from Dr. John D. and FE Core. And I saw that you're in our home server where there's tons of information in there too. But anyway, yeah, they like to talk about what other people's motivations are. It sounds like a lot of projection to me, but it's just patently false. It's ridiculous. I mean, it's somebody who hasn't examined the evidence, doesn't understand that it's an empirical claim based on mathematical certainties and measurements done of the Earth. So they're just kind of imagining what it would be, and I guess coming up with motivations that must be near and dear to their heart, because I don't know why they would attribute motivations to people they don't know, never have met, and can't possibly get inside their minds. But nonetheless, it's absurd at its face because I do not know anyone who would want to be a flat earther in this world. Like, it's just like saying, "Oh yeah, I would like to be a slave girl in, 1725. That would be really fun. Yeah, I'd like to be part of a minority group that everybody makes fun of, that you can't relate to most of the time. You can't relate to your family and friends about that. Is constantly ridiculed, made fun of. Yeah, like I can't wait to be part of that group. No, no one feels special being a flat earther. We don't want to be special. If anything, I mean, it's just absurd on its face. It makes zero sense, and it is not the motivation of even one person I've ever met.
yeah, right. I mean, I think that was part of it. I wanted to say that. I wanted to tell them like it would be scary if you discovered that it is flat and the whole world around you are like
Lying,
most of it
and you know
doesn't
doesn't
realize it. I
really.
don't not
It does.
necessarily
You know
lie.
what it reminds me of? There's this very interesting show called Silo. It's on Apple TV, but it's based on the books. So basically, it's a post-apocalyptic story where people have lived underground uh, in underground bunkers, deep underground, for generations, and they don't know what's out there. That there's a world out there, and the story goes that there's this. They find this hard drive where it shows the world outside, and one person goes out to explore and survives. Um, and yeah, and they've basically been living a life their whole lives for generations. They see they have a camera outside to show the outside world, but it's all like grainy and shit. So it's the same thing here. Like if it's like you say, if it is flat and we've never been to space and all the space programs, everything is fake, it is pretty scary. If that is the case, then it will be pretty scary. And I think a lot of people aren't ready to wake up from that dream.
Yeah, it's not easy to like accept that.
No, no, it
But
won't
really,
be.
yeah, I didn't see, um, like I didn't understand the like they mentioned this, and now that I remember, they said only because they made the laser test, that's the only reason why they believe that it is flat. And I remember it was like, um, I think they thought I was still making up my mind, but the idea was like that does prove empirical evidence. That does prove something that you can make an observation based upon, and that would follow the scientific method. And they were like, yeah, but that's not enough. I think like it's not enough as a single experiment, but definitely something that you should look into.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've also noticed, even just not even just about flat Earth, but about any type of questioning of the dogmatic pseudoscientific priests of the world. There's Christians in particular that are deathly afraid of that because they don't want to be associated with creationists. I'm talking about like the more kind of intellectual Christians. They don't want to be, they want to just be like, oh yeah, we can believe in science and God. So they just like get hyperactively weird about any kind of challenge to the mainstream science, whether it be having to do with evolution, age of the earth, dinosaurs, flat earth, anything like that. It's like, oh no, we believe in science and God because God can do anything. And then
You really have a
they're
talent
like
for your voice.
they're defensive about it.
I have to give you, Mary, you really have a voice, a talent to make those voices. Be a great voice
Do you
actor.
like my
And it's,
voice of like uppity church lady? Was that your favorite one?
I don't know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That was a good one. That was a very good one. And yeah, you really have a talent for that. You would be a great host, like if you would have a radio channel or like some YouTube channel, but mostly radio, I would say, when they don't know your face or how you look like, but they can only hear your voice. I think you have a talent there. I don't know if you have pursued
Well,
any
I'm
of your
here. Is this
She's
not good enough
hosting.
for you?
Yeah, she's
I'm
hosting a
not saying
YouTube
it's
show
not
right
good.
now.
I'm saying it's really, really good. Like you have a talent. That's what I'm saying. You really have a talent, and you should
Yeah,
definitely
that's
pursue
why,
it.
Dylan. That's why when she has Globers come in here or on Ladies' Night, etc., she has a nice
Yeah,
broadcasting voice and she wrecks them for public display. It works out wonderfully.
yeah, it is, and I'm guessing
And they
she
can't they
doesn't even
can't handle
have.
her. They can't handle her because they don't know how to deal with a female. One, because they've never seen one before in their lives, half of them.
Yeah, and I'm also guessing she doesn't have professional equipment. I think with some nice microphones, a professional microphone, she would
Dude,
be.
her microphone's always nice. What are you talking about?
No, I'm just saying it could be more professional. It could be even better. So you can
He
always
wants me to have
improve.
a whole studio. I do want one of those ones where they're always in like purplish light. I don't know what that has to do with. Have you ever
No,
noticed that
what you need to
the
get.
podcasters, they're always in these like dimly lighted places. I don't know why.
Yeah, you need to get like good lighting, and with good lighting, I mean you can get a light set for a couple of $100, and then you
Oh,
buy
I
a.
thought to be a host in a podcast you had to have dim light. That's what they're always like kind of in these dark rooms with like a
Yeah,
purple light.
no, no, no.
I thought
Yeah,
you had to
I
have
get what.
bad light. I thought that was a requirement.
No, no. The dim light is the you have like a circular thing. What's it called? A it looks like an umbrella basically. It's a circular thing, and you put different filters in between so that the light bounces off very softly on your face, and then you can change the temperature of the light. Um, but the mic you should definitely be getting is the Shure SM7B. It costs like $400. It is a bit expensive,
Okay, well, I can
especially.
guarantee you that I'm not going to be buying a $400 mic, Dylan. Thank you. Or a motorcycle. I'm buying neither of those things.
It's alright. I mean, maybe someone can gift it or something, and you have to have a good pop filter as well, so that you can hear those. You can't hear those pops. So that's the mic. That's a very, very good microphone. It's a podcaster's dream. And you can get it
Oh, he's
with
given us
a
an image of it. Look at that.
a-
He's
and
good
this
at
is
putting images along with his words, Dylan. Yeah, so but you're distracting me. We were trying to make a point, yeah, which was about
like this is what I'm expecting
yeah,
you to be. Yeah,
about the
like something.
Christians. They
Do you see that,
the
Mary?
ones that it's interesting because they will sometimes they will be more scientific than the scientists sometimes, Christians who are challenging certain dogma, like certain ideas about evolution. Sometimes they'll hold fast to the scientific method. Like when I the first time I actually heard someone make a real strong argument against evolution, it was a pastor's wife in a class I was taking. It was a graduate level biology class. And this lady was challenging the professor. She was really good. Like she was doing it in a scientific way. It had nothing to do with the Bible. I think it was just she was motivated by the Bible to study it. And like most professors, he wasn't used to being challenged, but he allowed it. Like he was better. Some professors would just shut it down, but they had a back and forth debate for probably like 20 minutes. It was really interesting. So that's these kind of answers in Genesis type people. Like they'll be more scientific than the scientists in certain areas because they'll demand evidence, they'll point out flaws in the reasoning, so on and so forth. But when it comes to flat Earth, a lot of them will they won't do it. They'll turn then to emotional arguments like, oh, those flat earthers are demonic, they're evil,
Oh,
stay away from them, stuff like that. Or they'll just
can you
flat
do
out
more of the
lie.
church
Like
voice?
yeah, Danny Faulkner will just flat out lie, and I think he does know the truth, and he'll just flat out on his website lie. Some of them are
Mary,
that devious, but a lot of them, they just get emotional. I don't know why, but I've just observed it. Yes, Dylan.
can you do more of that church voice? It sounds like you have a lot of experience with church people.
I do. Yeah, because I appealed to I used to homeschool my kids, and I appealed to the homeschool co-op when they were going to have a unit in their science lesson and they were going
When
to
you say
focus the
kids,
entire year on outer space. So do you want to hear that, church lady? Oh no,
yes,
well, actually, after I
but
wrote her a 2-page
quick
letter with
aside,
evidence, citations, my degrees, why
yeah,
they should
quick.
not be violating the laws of thermodynamics, and they're obsessing over this pop culture topic in a supposed science class, she just said, okay. And I said, well, I can't in good conscience bring my children to this if you're going to actually go through with this. She said, okay, well, hope we'll see you next year. That's the church lady. But we didn't ever go
But
back.
actually,
I have a side question
oh,
though. When you say kids, how old are your kids, if you don't mind me asking? Are they above 18? Below 18?
This particular class was like a middle school, like 6th grade, that particular class that I'm talking about. But I have different ages. They're all different ages.
So what year was this? Like, what are we talking? 2006, 2010,
That
2000,
was 2019, 2020, sometime in there.
19, 20? Wow. So before COVID. Wow.
yeah, I
The
mean,
church people were talking. So I'm just gonna say this. Sorry, the church people were saying they're talking about God and how you should believe in God and this and that and the Holy Spirit, but they never question these COVID shots, which is interesting. They were
that's
promoting
a
them.
whole different conspiracy.
Yeah. What were you
Yeah,
gonna
but they
say,
were.
Shams?
I was gonna tell you that I don't necessarily like agree that I understand that science and religion don't exactly go hand in hand, but they can complement each other sometimes. If you have like um, a bit of open-minded people and honest people, really. So I don't know. I don't find them to be negating all the time. But it's interesting that you went through the homeschooling
They can't negate each
thing.
other, right? There are two different
They
categories of inquiry.
come again. You said they can't or they can.
They can't negate each other. They're two different categories of inquiry. Science can't answer religious questions. Science can't answer supernatural questions. Science can't answer theistic questions. Science can only answer questions about the physical and natural world, of which the metaphysical and the supernatural are not part of.
Okay, wouldn't it be argued that like the supernatural is all inclusive at some point?
Look, the physical and natural world is like the lowest in the tier of entropy and dimensionality. So the tools that we have here don't work upwards, but the tools that they have up there work downwards. So if you're in the highest dimension, you encompass all dimensions. But if you're in the lowest dimension, being in the higher dimensions is a taller order, right?
That does make sense.
And keep in mind that most of the inquiries into science were started by religious people. And then secularists and physicalists and materialists and atheists hijack science as their religion because they finally had a quote unquote religion without a God. They finally had a quote unquote cause of the universe without a creator, et cetera, et cetera. The list goes on. They're the ones who think that science and religion are at odds.
That's a very interesting perspective.
But check this out. It's not even that science and religion are at odds. It's that pseudoscience is at odds. In other words, just like Paul said to Timothy, Timothy, guard yourself against science, falsely so-called.
What do you mean falsely? Like he did not say that, or he means the pseudoscience?
Science falsely called science. In other words, fake science, pseudoscience.
Okay.
Things masquerading as if they've been through the scientific method or if they have scientific rigor when they're actually just philosophy, guesswork, stories, etc.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Is anyone reading the side chat? Can someone read the side chat and give an answer? Thank you.
The question of is it true to ask for a woman's age?
No, it's rude to ask a woman's age.
So it's not a question.
No, it's not a question. But if you had to guess, what would you think?
Seems personal. I don't know.
50? 40?
Dude, what the heck are you doing?
I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure.
No, I was just saying, no offense to Mary here. I was just interested to know the age group she would be in. She sounds younger than her age, I think. Yeah, she's an interesting character.
Here, let's put it this way. She's still dateable, but not interested in you.
I was never interested. Don't get me.
Don't try to cover your butt now. Oh, so you're never
No.
interested, huh? Oh, I
You
see.
can,
So you're insulting
you
her.
can read
So
the
you're
comments.
insulting her. I
I'm
see
not
now.
insulting her. I don't. First of all, I never know her.
All right, move on. Who
status.
cares? Move on. There you go. Move on. Boom. Conversation over. All right, go ahead. But yeah, dude, Believing in the flat Earth takes 10 years added to your life. Makes you like 10 years younger.
It doesn't. But you know why? What makes you 10 years younger? Riding a
No, it makes you
motorcycle.
feel like
Living
you
on the
feel
edge.
like it.
Like brother, you have to live on the edge, and you have to get on a motorcycle and go above 200.
All
It's
right.
just that line. Once you cross that 200 line, it's just you
That
and the
seems like a
machine.
recipe for a disaster.
Dude, how do you know?
Floating.
How do you know you're going 200 anyway?
You read it on the dashboard.
Ah, how do you know it's not telling you a falsehood?
It doesn't, because you can literally check the programming
All right. So
Here's
where
an
have you
interesting
gone
question.
200 miles an hour? Where have you gone 200 miles an hour?
on a straight line in the middle of the night through a tunnel. You just floor it. It's a straight tunnel,
What tunnel?
and you feel. Well, I live in the north, and you know there's very little cars. People don't drive as much, especially in the middle of the night. It's pretty haunted. It's like you see no humans, no
Well, I've
cars, nothing.
only been. I haven't been. I don't think I've been over 140. But I was in a
I'm
car.
telling you, brother. Once you go, and on a motorcycle, remember you don't have any cages. You're not in a cage. You're free. It's
Right.
just you and the machine, and you feel the air flowing through your skin, your body. You breathe in the smells. You hear the noise of the engine, the sound.
All right, I
You're
got it,
also
brother. I got it.
free.
I got it,
You're
guys.
also
We're
free
gonna
to
do a
die in
synergy.
seconds, yeah?
Yeah, but we're gonna do a synergy. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to like a salt flat in Utah, where they got a nice long straight road. We're gonna strap a laser to the back of his bicycle, and then he's gonna drive away really fast, and we're gonna film the laser the whole time, while we're also shooting the laser from our location to his ass, and we're gonna keep the two lasers, going towards each other. And once we get to about 30, 40 miles, it's gonna prove that the Earth is not possibly a globe. And he's gonna get to enjoy his motorcycle all at the same time.
But why not
It's a,
in Vegas, in Nevada, Road 66? Is it 44 or 66?
I don't
Isn't
know. I
that?
mean, if that's a good candidate, listen, if that one works, why not?
I mean, it's through the desert and it's pretty straight and pretty flat.
if you think so.
You can't ride
Hey,
wheels on a spinning ball.
hey, dude, why don't you? Hey, dude, do this. Look up the profile of that route and see if it's actually flatter than we need.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind flying if it's a straight, flat road. I can fly. I'll be just like a black blur.
And brother, we'll up the ante. I'll race you.
You'll race me? You'll never catch me, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but I'm gonna
Even if
bring a Dodge Tomahawk.
Nah, that shit is not gonna catch me. The
Dude,
only
a
thing
Dodge
that will
Tomahawk
catch
goes
me
over 300 miles an hour, dude.
I'm gone, brother. I'm gone.
What's the
By
top
the
speed of
time you
your
get
motorcycle?
350 kilometers per hour, I think. I don't know what that is in miles.
Okay. So let
340,
me look.
350.
Oh,
I
see, so
have a
you haven't
license.
even been 200 miles an hour yet. So
Well, it depends.
you've been 200 kph.
I have, yeah. 260, 300. But in a
Well, that dude.
the
So
fast
200 kilometers per hour. I was fat, dude. When I told you I went 140, almost, I was talking
I know it's
miles.
miles
You
per
didn't even
hour,
you
but
didn't even go faster than my car, Holmes. So,
I
or did
have
you
been, listen,
mistakenly?
you're not listening, brother. I have been faster than that. I have been over 300 on a motorcycle. And that's over
Okay,
200 miles per
gotcha.
hour.
Perfect.
It's just once you get over 200 miles per hour, everything changes. It feels like time slows down. I don't know how to explain it to you. It's more like you have to experience it yourself.
Probably your system. It's probably your system going on alert to make sure you don't die.
Yeah, but that's the fun of it, you know? You need to feel the fear of dying.
Dude, so a Dodge Tomahawk goes 480 kilometers per hour.
How much does it weigh?
Oh man, hold on, I'll tell you. That will
Honestly,
get
I
people
have to rescue
interested
my
in our
friends
thing.
once.
How much?
Oh, it weighs 1,500. It weighs 1,500 pounds.
And you know how much the motorcycle weighs?
Yeah, 1,500 pounds or 680 kilograms.
The motorcycle weighs less than 200 kilograms, so that's less than 400 pounds.
Yeah, but this motorcycle weighs 1,500 pounds because it's got a big engine.
Yeah, but I like to be fast like a blur. I want to just, fly.
Well, dude, this is the fastest motorcycle there is.
Yeah, it maybe, but you have to get up to that speed, and it's like heavy, and I don't
Dude, what
know.
are you
I don't
talking?
like.
Dude, this is a Viper V10 engine.
Nah, that shit is gonna vibrate like crazy, bro. A Viper V10 engine, you know how much that shit weigh?
Yeah, probably 1,200 pounds. Probably 1,200.
And the vibration on that baby is gonna be crazy. I mean, don't get me wrong, she probably sounds gorgeous, but it's just the way, I don't know, the juice ain't worth the squeeze, as they say.
All right, let's agree. Let's agree. But people are going to come to watch this race, and they're going to be tricked into witnessing a flat Earth test that proves to them the Earth is not a globe.
I mean, it's a good publicity, We get some drone in the air, maybe some balloons, some hydrogen balloons, different
All right, listen, I got
angles.
to go back to doing some cabinet deconstruction. So I'm going to have to go on mute, but keep it in mind, bro.
Yeah,
Lasers,
no worries, brother.
motorcycles,
Yeah,
flats.
motorcycle. I rode a motorcycle around Jamaica back in the day. Yeah, Dylan. I probably felt alive. You wore those black sunglasses. Your hair was floating in the air. You felt alive. You felt like you were the shit. You have a girl in the back. She's hugging you tight.
You're not just
You
kidding
got
yourself. You're getting someone with you.
you.
Good to know.
No,
Earlier,
obviously you don't ride 200 if you have a girl on the back.
you're the one saying
Did
it,
you
man.
pass the duty on the left hand side due to Coriolis? I don't follow. Dandelion
Well,
is
that
gone, bro.
depends.
Chill.
Is she a glober or a flat earther?
No, she should be a glober, so you can make her a flat earther just for you. Like she transforms her ideology because she likes you that much. You vibrate her world. You change her frequency from the ground up. So she has the same frequency as you when you interlink and connect and get intimate. That's the next level connection. Had a
Yeah,
smoking hottie back than me. It's true. Yeah, bro. Like any girl that sees you on a motorcycle, immediately you're stepping up. You're the shit. You take a girl on a motorcycle ride as a date during the sunset. You put some speakers on the helmet. You listen to some sunset music, some romantic music, and she hugs you tight. It's done. Like you will have her as soon as she goes on the motorcycle and you put the helmet on her.
I agree. It would be done. But earlier you were talking, believing in flat Earth makes you 10 years younger, stuff like that. For real though, Do you ever have like believing in a flat Earth makes you feel like you broke a barrier or something, or like you're more aware? But do you ever have people going into extreme skepticism after that? Like they don't know what to believe anymore. It's like
To a
they
degree,
overdo it
yeah,
or
I've seen
something.
that happen. Yeah, I've seen people overdo it. I've seen people who they find out the Earth is flat, and then they completely uproot their religious beliefs, like within a few months. So it's like they had this paradigm about their worldview, and then all of a sudden they find out the Earth is flat, so they question everything, and they basically just destroy everything that they have, that they hold dear, and they rebuild it from the ground up. Now the problem with that is not that that's necessarily bad to revisit everything, but in that moment they're susceptible to charismatic people coming into their lives and telling them quote unquote new truths that they don't have the acumen to investigate properly, and so they become victims of essentially cultic vampires and parasites who are searching the flat Earth community for people to join their ranks.
And that's interesting. Do you have examples like what kind of cults would try to recruit you?
Oh, like for example, I'll give you a concrete example. We had one guy who was and listen, it doesn't matter whether this worldview is true or not. This is just showing how fast they switched. So they were raised in Christianity, and they basically had a belief that Jesus is deity and that he died for everyone's sins. Then they became a flat earther, and then within a matter of months, they were on YouTube saying Jesus is not deity and he did not die for your sins. And so you could see how that's a pretty sharp turn within a worldview. And that's just one example.
Yeah, it's also unrelated. I mean, flat or not, maybe you understood Jesus in the wrong way.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is that there are people waiting for people in the flat earth community who are in that limbo state where they're challenging everything. And so they're more susceptible to be taken advantage of, whether it's for good or bad. You can take that as you will. But they are, like you said, overdoing it in many areas of their life. And they haven't fully vetted these new paradigms they're accepting.
Yeah. I don't think it should be a full package though. Like there is stuff that I don't believe in, and I'm not sure if it's right. Like take evolution for an example. I believe it has some applications, but I don't see how a dinosaur turned into a bird and stuff like that. And that's fine. I mean that's fine. Anyways, thanks a lot. I'll be checking out the Flat Earth server. I did join it like a while ago. I think a couple of months ago, or maybe a year. I'm not sure, but I've never really actually explored it. So I think I'll dig deeper this time. See you, fellas.
Thanks for stopping in.
Later, man.
Alex, you snoring over there?
Hello? Seems like nobody's here.
I'm sure there's people here. What's up, Alex? Alex.
Alex, your mic is lighting up, but we only hear static. So if you're trying to speak, we're not hearing anything.
Alex. Oh, Alex is sleeping. Well,
He was
disconnect
muted
him.
before because he sounded like he was snoring.
There we go. I disconnected him. Timbo. It's almost time to get off work, yeah?
Yeah, just finished.
Congratulations on a full day, man.
Yeah, still got tomorrow to go, Saturday.
Well, you're a contractor, aren't you?
6 days a week at the moment, mate.
That's what I'm at right now. I'm working like 70 plus hours a week. That's why you hear me with sporadic call-ins and my microphone sounds like shit because I'm driving down the road.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that why you changed your name?
I'm just I'm doing it in honor of CB. I'm doing all the SD different SDs.
Oh, nice. He was just in here the other night.
Yeah, I'm super happy for CB. I'm glad he's living his best life and having that big move, moving from where he moved to moving out to California. It's super huge for him. I'm happy for him.
California love. What's up, Dubs?
السلام عليكم. كلهم حاطين ميوت. وين نروح؟
What's
نروح
up,
هنا.
BFM?
hello. What the
What,
name? Showdown. Hello, Showdown. How are you?
good, man. How are you?
I'm fine. What are you doing?
This king.
What are you doing, Showdown?
Oh, we're trying to figure out why we can't measure Earth curvature.
What do you say?
We're trying to figure out why the Earth is not a ball.
Okay. يلا goodbye.
Goodbye.
I love fucking with Muslims.
Yeah, they can be a little prideful.
So angry. It's funny.
Yeah, since it's late, but I don't want to get like too deep into the conversation, but I do want to say I've had many conversations with Muslims. I personally have read the Quran. I read it once all the way through, and I've reread a few pieces of it here and there, trying to gain better understanding. But I've primarily focused on the story of Jesus. And the fact that I've read the Quran, I've done more with the Quran than Muslims have done with the Bible. And they're told that they're supposed to read the Bible as well.
Sure are.
So, like, oh yeah, we
If you
believe in
doubt,
Jesus.
if you doubt what has been sent to you, ask the people of the book before you. Ask the people of the book.
So yeah, whenever I get into a religious conversation, that's one of the first things I ask. Have you read the Bible? Because I've read the Quran.
Well, their problem
I
is
can't.
they say, yeah, we believe in Jesus, but they don't believe that Jesus was killed on the cross and resurrected 3 days later. They don't. That's not what they believe. So when they say
Yeah,
they
no.
believe in Jesus, they believe Jesus was a prophet, but not. But see, it's weird too, right? Because they say, oh, yeah, we trust in the Injil. The Injil is the New Testament. They say, but it's been lost. I say, well, if it was lost, why did Allah say to speak to the people who read the Torah and the Injil? So was he telling them to look at a corrupted book or a lost text that no one can find anymore? No. He's talking about the Torah and the New Testament. Well, that's if you believe. Like, it's, to me, it's just a made up, coming from the person that it comes from. Yeah. I don't believe a word of the Quran. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I understand completely. That's why, like, it's honestly, I used to get into those conversations with Muslims, but now if you've never read the Bible, we're not going to have a religious discussion. That's just the way I feel about it. You believe whatever you want to believe, and we'll just find out who's right in the end.
Most of them don't even understand their own religion, so especially the women.
Oh yeah, no. Most Muslims are bad Muslims when it comes to knowing their Quran. In fair honesty, most Christians are bad Christians in knowing the Bible. But I will bring up how, I'll say, hey, what shape is the earth in the Quran? And of course they're going to say flat. Sometimes they'll say egg shaped, but the egg shape is it's the dome, the firmament, and then everything resides on the inside. Like we're all enclosed and encapsulated like an egg. So I like having those conversations with them and then saying, so do you believe that? Because you're supposed to believe every word in the Quran. Catch them on their contradiction. Because the Quran is supposedly it's supposed to be a science miracle. There's supposed to be all kinds of things in the Quran that were described prior to their scientific understandings.
Yeah, ask them to name one though.
I have, based off of what the Quran says on some of these things. Like I get it, but the Bible has the same thing. Like when people say, "Oh, the Bible doesn't do that," no, it does. If you just have to go in and read the scripture, the fact that people don't really spend a whole lot of time trying to look for those kind of things makes it difficult. But like both of them, when it comes to their scriptures, are ahead of their time, at least based off of what our current understanding is of history. Personally, I will tell everybody, I think history has been corrupted, and what we knew back then, we have no understanding of today. People always want to say, "Oh, our ancestors were stupid." No, I think honestly, I think we're getting dumber. I think they were smarter back then. I mean, Timbo, what are we gonna do when No one knows how to do blacksmithing or smelting, and it's all done by machines and AI. I know they're trying to come after plumbing too.
They'll be fucked if the power goes out.
Yep.
Alright. I gotta go, dude.
Later, man. Be safe. Good talking to you. Good seeing you, man.
السلام عليكم. الو الو كلم ولا شيء.
So how you doing, Phil Flat? Are you alive? Are you there? Hello, Phil Flat. Are you there? Calling, testing. Phil Flat, can you hear me? Not able to hear you. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come in, feeling flat. Your time is up. All right, never mind.
Ah!
عايز ابات ناس ورايا مش هستحمل يشوفوا في النهاية
Hello, guys. Are anybody able to speak? Guys? Okay.
What's up?
Hello. Are you believe in flat Earth?
It's not a belief, but flat Earth is a fact.
Okay, so you think it is fact. So you don't think that words. So you think that it is flat. Okay, I understand.
100%. Yeah.
Are you a scientist, by the way?
Within this area, definitely. I know a lot about Earth. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I mean, I want to learn how you come to this conclusion. I mean, I think it is pretty hard to come to the conclusion that world is flat when 99% of humanity told you that it is not flat.
Hmm. All right. No, that's a good question. I love it. That's awesome. Can I ask you a question before I answer it, though? It's real quick.
Okay, of course, of course.
All right. You've seen pictures of Earth from space, right? You know what it looks like.
Yeah, yeah. I see.
So we're gonna play a game just because it's fun for the listeners, right? So if you indulge me, that would be fun. So I'm gonna post. Actually, it's already posted in the side chat. Do you see the picture in the side chat?
Yeah, I see.
So that looks like Earth, right? It has a lot of land, some clouds. There's all of the blue stuff, which is water, right?
Yeah, just the only thing that doesn't look as Earth, it is too small. Like, is the Earth part too small? Like the land
Right.
part.
Sure. So anyway, they send out these pictures, and the water curves around it, right? There's a
Mhm.
curve to it. It curves around the ball, and they say that's because of gravity pulls the water towards the center. Agree? Do you understand? They say that the gravity pulls the water towards the center. Did we lose him? Really? Oh man, well, we're gonna play the game where we're gonna give him some toys, and he was gonna figure out how to see if it curves or not. He was gonna get a laser, a measuring tape, a friend, and a 10-mile wide lake. And I wanted to ask him if he could figure it out because they usually they can't. It's super weird. It's like when I was a kid, there was a TV show, and they gave you a few things, and they said, "Can you figure out which one doesn't belong or something?" So I kind of made up this game. Can you figure out what to do with these things to measure water over distance, if it curves or not? Oh, why did he leave? I hadn't even had a chance to start. Okay, we'll try later today, hopefully.
You think of Hjärnkontoret?
I can't remember. It was something like that, maybe. Or maybe they did give you 4 things and they asked you, how do you use these things to make this outcome happen?
Was it for kids?
Yeah, it was for kids.
Oh yeah, I was in it 94.
Okay. I mean, they had shows like that. Here you go. It's like an escape room, basically. You get some items and you have to figure out how to escape. And I really want to play it with the Glober. Like these are the items. Now, can you figure out if water curves over this distance or no?
It's a good thing. Next
Yeah,
time.
well, hopefully we can try it. My experience is that low IQ people obviously cannot crack it. So I don't know. I don't like to toy with people either, but I'm interested from a scientific point of view. Basically, I'm running a little experiment on them.
Fair game.
Hello guys, what's up? Hello.
Hi there. How are you?
I'm good. What about you?
Doing great.
Okay, so where are you from, man?
I'm from Sweden.
You're from Sweden, okay. I'm from India. Do you know India?
I've never been there, but I do know where it's located, approximately.
Okay, so what do you do?
Well, right now I'm on Discord talking to people about the Earth.
No, like in life, what do you do to earn?
Oh, I do a lot of things.
Like,
Well, sometimes I code, sometimes I do business.
okay. So who are you talking to with, like in Discord right now?
Well, right
Besides,
now. Besides you, well, we wait for people to come in here and ask questions about the room topic.
why other fives are not talking right now?
Well, in this room, we like to keep ourselves muted and only talk one-on-one, so there is no audio chaos. We are broadcasting this to YouTube, and the YouTube listeners doesn't like when people are talking over each other.
Okay, actually I'm new. I just downloaded Discord. I have no idea about Discord right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, welcome to the room. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Where do you think you live? On a ball in space or on something else?
What?
Do you think you live on a ball in space?
What do you mean by like ball in space?
Have you ever seen pictures from NASA of the Earth? It looks like a big ball in space.
No, I never watched a movie on NASA.
You've seen the NASA movies?
Can you suggest me one NASA movie?
Yeah, we can show you a NASA movie. Oh, that's going to be fun. Let's see. In the chat, I'll post a NASA movie in the chat. Okay. Maybe someone will beat me to it. There's a few of them. They're pretty funny. Here's a NASA movie. What do you think of this one? Does it look real to you?
No, it's not.
It looks fake, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because, I mean, they faked the moon landing. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see if I have any more of them. I
So
have
what's
another one.
can you tell me what's your name?
That one is from 1972, Apollo 16, I think, or maybe 15. I'm not sure. You can Google it. But I mean, they say that that's a real thing, and it's just laughable. It looks ridiculous.
Yeah. So Flat Earth Judge, can you tell me what's your name?
That is my name. I don't want to dox myself.
Your real name.
No, that is my real name.
No way. Tell me what's
Oh,
your real name.
no, I don't talk about that. I like to be anonymous, you know. I have kids and stuff, so I better be anonymous.
So you are married, huh?
I am married. 30 years.
So how old are you like?
Well, I'm over 50.
Okay.
All right,
So
look
what
at
kind
this
of
one. This
business you
this
are
is
in?
yeah. I want to I want to talk about Earth, not my business. I'm doing okay. I have money enough to sit here on Discord and chat away all day if I like to. Listen,
So,
look at that video in the chat. What do you think about that?
okay, wait.
But I especially love this Apollo 11 redocking footage. This is absolutely ridiculous. These are 1960s special effects and are obviously fake to even a child. Look at the jerky motions. Look at the total lack of thrusters being used. I've
This
had
is
many
ridiculous.
people ask me if this is genuine
Totally
NASA
fake.
Exactly. So, you know, they sent back pictures of Earth when they went to the moon, and you've seen those, right? It's like a round ball in space. So
Yeah.
most people think they live on that ball, right? But the thing is, when we try to measure that curvature, because you can see how much water curves around it, when we measure that, we don't find any curvature at all, like none. Like you should be able to like go to the water and see curvature. Over 10 miles, there should be 66 foot. That's 20 meters if you like the metric system. Well, you don't see 20 meters of curvature when you go to a 10-mile wide lake. You actually see the beach on the other side.
Yeah.
So people in here, we decided to call them on their bullshit and try it out for ourselves. So we've done that. We've done multiple experiments. Here's one. We shot a laser 21 miles over a lake. Guess what? It didn't end up 266 foot in the air, which it should do. It ended up 5 foot over the beach on both sides. So when you have time, you can watch that video. It's pretty interesting. Maybe you have some questions, but I can tell you one thing: you're not living on a ball in space, my friend.
Okay. So flat Earth. Bye. I have to go somewhere else.
Yeah, of course.
We
Later.
will talk later.
Yeah.
Maybe someday. Bye.
Bye. Oh, his cog disc kicked in and he had to leave. All right. I didn't get to play the game yet. I'm typing it up a little bit better so I can paste it, and then we're gonna play it with someone who comes in here. I'm calling it the Escape from the Globe game. And they will get one laser, one friend, one measuring tape that's 6 foot long. They will get one lake that's 10 miles long, and then they will get an Earth curvature calculator. And with those items, we're going to see if they can figure out how to measure if water is curving or not. So we're going to turn this into a little bit more entertaining, at least for the listeners. Hopefully, well, maybe just for me, but I think it is. So we're going to try it. So the question is going to be, I'm typing it here, can you figure out if water is curving on that lake with the use of these items? All right. This is what we're going to do today. We're going to play this game. Next Glober that comes in, I'm going to try to play it with him. It was difficult with this guy because he was so focused on, he wanted to talk about my work and personal shit and things like that. So it wasn't a good time, but we're going to try to play it. While we wait for that to happen, let's see. Did we have something here from Harambe? What are you saying? The Apollo missions brought back 382 kilograms of moon rocks. These samples are uniquely formed under extreme cosmic radiation, lack of water, and low gravity, making them physically impossible to replicate on Earth. They have been analyzed and verified by independent scientists globally. Harambe, dude, come on. I mean, when these words comes out, you're typing. As you're typing them, doesn't your brain go like, what kind of validation do I have for this? How can I prove these things? Or I mean, these are just claims. These samples are uniquely formed under extreme cosmic radiation. Okay, that's the first one. You don't have any type of backup for that claim. Nothing, not except for maybe some white paper or article from someone who's that's the theory, right? You can't back it up. That's impossible. And then the next one, lack of water, also a claim you can't back it up. Low gravity, also a claim that you can't back up. Making them physically impossible to replicate on Earth, also a claim you can't back that up. They have been analyzed and verified. How? Who has analyzed them and verified them? How did they verify them? By independent scientists globally? Name one. Just one. And now we're going to go check his work then, and we're going to see if he has verified it. So, no. Don't say stuff like that. It's weird, okay? Especially in here where we are empiricists and we need evidence for all the claims. Like when I say that water is not curving, I provide evidence for that and an experiment or an observation that you can replicate, right? So where's your experiments or scientific proof that we can verify, that we can replicate? Nowhere to be seen, and you're never going to post it either. NASA has proved the Earth is a circle. Yeah, I can agree. If I mean, they haven't actually proved it, but they have photos that Earth looks like a circle now. We can go into why that is. Are you guys real? I copy pasted from Google. Yeah, of course you did. Well done, says Cedarfilla. Insurance company analyzing moon rock told Dutch government it was not moon rock, rather petrified wood. Yeah, that's a good one too. In fact, the only moon rock that they gave away, actually they did give away a few, I think, but the one that they analyzed was made of wood, so totally fake. They don't have any moon rocks, and there's no evidence that they do either, except for their own claim that they do. Sorry, I have a bit of a cold here today for some weird reason. The weather in Sweden today is super bad, rainy, 19 degrees Celsius. We had a couple of good days, but those days are over now. Tomorrow I'll be at. Go ahead, Dr. D.
I don't have much to say. I'm sorry. Just finish your story first.
No, I'm just babbling here since we're waiting for people to come in. I was just saying tomorrow I'm going to go to Time to Rock Festival here in Sweden, and I hope sun is going to be above us, shine down upon us.
Who's going to be playing at the rock festival?
I have absolutely no idea. I only go for the social thing. I like the people, and I like to hang around in the
Amen,
in the
brother.
area. Yeah,
Amen.
eat the good food.
So it says 24/7 flat Earth, right? So
Right.
what's like? Do people talk about that here?
Yeah, we talked about that here. Hey, do you want to play a game with me?
Yeah, sure.
You can be the first one. We're gonna play the Escape from the Globe game.
Escape from the Globe?
Yeah. That's
Okay,
what
yeah,
it's called.
for sure.
It's like an escape room. So I'm gonna
Yep.
paste in the chat the premises for it. So here you go. Escape from the Globe game. You have one laser, you have one friend, you have one measuring tape that's 6 foot long, and you have one lake that's 10 miles long, and you have one Earth curvature calculator. Now, the question is, with those items, can you figure out if water is curving on that lake with the use of them? Now you get to play. Take your time. How would you
One
do it?
laser, one friend, one measuring tape. 6 foot long. One lake, 10 miles long. Oh. I mean, you kind of give me the website as well.
Yeah, of course. You need that so you can see how much water should curve over that distance. Oh, I shouldn't have given you that hint. Crap, now it's going to be too easy.
Well, actually, doesn't this okay? Where doesn't this depend on where we are exactly on the globe?
No,
The
because it's
curvature
a
is
ball and
different.
it's equally curving everywhere since it's a perfect sphere, basically.
The equator is wider due to the
Um,
spinning.
for only 14 kilometers wider, so it doesn't really
Yeah.
matter. It would change
All right,
the
still within like the. Okay, cool.
yeah, it would only change by a couple of centimeters even if you go there. But you can pick a lake in Sweden or in America or at the equator. It's not going to matter. Here's the diagram for you.
So I'm calculating the exact curve. Why'd you give me such a short tape though? Like it's only 6 foot.
That's part of the
So,
game.
yeah, but why? It's just all right. Cool. Don't be next to negligible, bro. So like how 6 foot tape. What?
But you also have a laser.
Yeah, but even then, it's just the distance is so short that it's like next to negligible. You need like a micro camera and I'm to like figure this shit out.
I love it. Take your time.
I'll just feed it in, bro.
We should add some good background music, like "Who Wants to Be a Millionaire" or something.
Yeah, Jeopardy. I like it. I mean, it's fun. Keep at it, Dr. D. You can do this. I have my faith in you.
I don't have faith in me right now. Because this is failing me. Eyesight level. Just put it right next to the rope. But how would you even do this? This is just.
You are allowed to call a friend. Or if you want a hint.
See, my
we can give
issue
you...
is, right? This is my issue.
Yeah.
Because this is too hard only for one reason, which is one, the rope is too short. Second, because we're using the lake as like 2 points on a lake as a reference point, right? And you need to be like specific meters above that each of those points above the lake, and then the rope is gonna be straight anyway. Do you know what I mean?
I can't give you any
Like
more hints.
I'm assuming the lake is very still and it's not moving at all, right? And you're just a
Yeah,
meter above from where the lake starts.
it's one of those
But
nice lakes where you can see the specular reflection of the mountain or whatever around it. It's perfectly
yeah,
flat.
but because you're using a string that's only 6 foot long, it's just gonna be straight every time. the rope. Every time, almost. Unless you put it literally next to the water, in which case some of it's gonna dip in it. You know what I mean? But it's still gonna be straight, the rope, every single time. Cause the tension on the rope. So how okay, I'm
Give
done.
you a hint.
Okay, it's a
I'll give
measuring
you a
tape.
hint.
Never
I'll
mind,
give
it's
you
a
a
measuring tape.
tip.
It's not
Okay,
even a
wait,
rope.
wait, DJ, wait. Just 1 second. We're gonna let you call a friend. The friend right now in the room. I'm gonna randomize it. It's gonna be DJ.
Okay, no, wait.
Call in.
I'm sorry. I
Wait.
thought we were using the
Alright.
rope. I got it. Okay.
Okay.
So we have one lake 10 miles long, 6 foot long. 1 Earth curvature calculator. Can figure out. I mean, yeah, you can. You can figure it out. So you have 2 friends, right?
Yes,
And
you can have another friend if you want to.
okay, you have 2 friends. You take the 10-mile long lake, right? And one of your friends goes on the other 10-mile side, while you're on the other side, and both of you, like, you take the measuring tape. No, you both of you. One of you fires a laser 6 foot above the lake at your other friend, and his hand is placed again 6 foot above the lake. And theoretically speaking, the laser is just gonna go through water. Actually, I don't even know how much. Is 10 miles enough for it to curve that much?
That's when
You
you
have
have
a
to use the
tool.
calculator.
You want me to calculate that? I gotta do maths. All right,
No,
cool.
you have a calculator. You don't have to do maths when you have a calculator.
Okay, so 10 miles. Let's do it. All right, cool. And what is the metric I'm exactly measuring?
Take it away, DJ.
Well,
Like,
what
what's
do
the
you have
metric?
available in the calculator? When you click into the calculator, what are the
I
options that
mean,
you
I
have?
don't know. I'm not going to use that. I'm going to do my own, right? What are the metrics I'm using to like be like how much is the what's it called? Earth is curving, basically.
Well, when you click into the calculator, what do you see? What's the first thing?
Distance to the object.
Right.
So
Distance
that's
to the
like
other beach, 10
so
miles.
it's like 10 miles. Then ISO level is 182 basically centimeters. Obscure object part. And then what am I trying to calculate? Like what's the metric I'm using to calculate the curvature? It's gonna be around 66 feet.
Correct.
Yeah. It's gonna be around 66 feet, basically. Okay, yeah. I'm so sorry for all that. Dude, I said, you ever make me do maths? I haven't done maths in so long.
You're a good sport. Keep at it. You got this.
But I thought we were going to talk about flat Earth, though.
Yeah, so this is, you still haven't got to the meat of the puzzle yet.
Okay, well,
Right,
what's
so
the
you can
meat of the
see
puzzle?
who you're trying to determine. So what's it say in the puzzle? Let me check. Right, so it says you have to escape the globe, right? So can you use these items to debunk the globe or prove the globe?
No.
So here's the math, right? 66 feet is the raw amount of curvature, but you're shooting the laser from 6 foot, right? Look at what I put into the Earth curvature calculator. I took a screenshot.
Yep. Yep.
Right, so if the distance to the object's 10 miles,
Yep.
the height of the laser is 6 foot, that would mean that
Yep.
the distance to the horizon would be 3 miles,
Yes, I agree.
right? What do you think the object obscured part means?
I'm not sure. Let me actually look at it. I'm not sure what that means.
I'll just tell you. Right, so that means that your friend, who's 6 foot tall on the other side of the lake, would be obscured behind the horizon by 32 feet.
Yep, 32,000 feet.
No, 32.6 feet.
I thought that was
I
a
don't know.
comma.
I don't know. No, it's not 32,000 feet's the height of a plane.
Yeah, but okay, I thought that was a comma. Let's go with 32 feet. All right,
Yeah,
cool.
it's 32. I don't know why it's got a comma there.
Yeah, but this is going against flat Earth. I thought the point was to talk about flat Earth.
Well, this is the difference, right? So in reality, when we do this test, that curvature isn't there. The laser will hit the target at 6 foot height.
Again, are you like you're on the lake, right?
Yep.
So you're on a boat on a lake, and the other person is on a boat on a lake.
No, you're on the shoreline. You're on the shoreline of the lake, 6
Shoreline.
foot above the water. You can be on a boat if you want, but it's
Well,
easier to think
I
about
feel
it.
like this would be more accurate if both of you are 10 miles apart on a lake.
You are 10 miles. Yeah, you're 10 miles apart. So, right? So let's say the
On a
lake's 10
lake.
miles across. Yeah, just say
Yeah.
that
Actually,
there's 10
the
miles.
lake's not a good example because the curvature can be affected by the mass underneath. Let's go with if we're on a sea 10 miles apart.
Okay, sea 10 miles apart.
Yeah. And then if you point a laser from the height above, exact height above, to object exact height above the sea level, right? It's not even going to reach there. It's going to go through water. You won't even be able to see the other person, depending on how high you are, actually.
Right. But in reality, when we do these laser tests, there's no curvature. We can shoot the laser all the way across the lake and hit the target on the other side of the lake, even if it's a 40 kilometer lake, right? Not just 10 miles, but 25 miles. There's still no curvature.
I mean, okay. Have you ever been at the sea?
Oh yeah.
Have you ever been at a sea and you're like in a boat on a sea?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
And like someone is a certain distance away from you,
Mm-hmm.
and you can always see that all the time.
Until the atmosphere blocks the person, right? Like if the visibility isn't far enough, right? Because like fog and haze and stuff like that. So eventually something's going to fade off, but by that stage, it's already way too far for it to be the curvature of the Earth that's blocking it. Let me show you an example. Let me show
So
you an
this is
example.
the what's it called? So you say
Here we
this is
go.
the reasoning behind why the Earth is flat.
Well, this is testing the globe, right? This is just testing the
Okay, that's
globe.
testing the globe. Okay.
Right. So look at this
I
one, right? So check this one out. Check this one
Yep.
in the side chat. Okay, so this camera is 3.5 foot high, sitting on a tripod, 3.5
Yep.
foot just above the surface of the water.
Yeah, that's
Right?
not a good
Can you
example
see?
though, because
Well, let
those
me
are
explain.
intentionally placed to be that
Well, let
specific
me.
height above the water.
Right,
They're
right. But
each different heights. Okay, now continue. I'm sorry.
no,
I won't talk.
these are all right. This is the new puzzle. This is the new puzzle. Okay, I'm going to write it out.
Okay.
Okay, so the observer height
Yep.
is 3.5 foot.
Yep.
Okay, the distance to the windmill
Okay.
is 11.2 miles. So we're talking about the windmill on the right-hand side.
Yep. Yep.
That's 11.2 miles away. All right, so now the puzzle is how much of the bottom should be hidden behind the curve of the Earth.
Okay. And because you can see it, you're saying that's none. Oh man. I mean, you have a good point. Okay,
I
now
love it.
I have a second point for you though, right? Question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Because honestly, for the longest time, I thought anyone who's like actually putting in effort, prove the Earth is flat, is just trolling, and they enjoy trolling other people to believe into it, because it's funny, right? Because that's what I usually do, right? But you actually believe this to be 100% the reasoning behind why the Earth is flat?
Well, unless you think that I have that we all have some kind of magic eyes that can see things that are
Well,
hidden behind the curvature of
there's
the Earth.
okay. My only rationale is like, have you ever been on an airplane, for instance?
Yep.
You know, if you talk to a pilot, there's not a single pilot on this planet who'll ever say the Earth is flat, and for good
You sure
reason.
about that?
Because yes, and for good reason, because entirety of their process of going from one part of the planet to another part of the planet is highly dependent on taking the curvature of the Earth into account. And
You
another
sure
thing
about that?
is, I
Are
mean,
you sure about that?
I'm 100% certain about that. And if
Okay,
there's a
well,
pilot who doesn't believe that, he shouldn't be a pilot. No joke. I'm
okay.
sorry. But,
All right. Well, all pilots are trained to treat the Earth flat and stationary.
oh my
And
God.
here's
20. So we have 28 pilots who don't deserve to be pilots. All right.
no. There's a huge amount of
I'm just,
pilots, and all pilots
okay.
will tell you that they don't, in their pilot training, they don't learn that the Earth is a globe, and that they have to account for
Okay.
the curvature of the Earth. They are trained to treat the Earth as flat and
Okay. What do you
stationary.
think? What do you think about the satellites that revolve around the planet and stuff?
They're not revolving around a ball. The satellites are in
They're
the
revolving
sky.
around. Yep.
No, they're not revolving
And they're
around.
revolving around. What are
They're in
they?
the
What are they
sky.
doing
You're
then?
getting signals. You're getting signals from technology
Yep.
that's in the sky.
And like all the
That's
metrics
all you're
everybody
getting.
did to like figure that out. That's just nobody took the like the curvature of the Earth into account and how
They're
it would
just using
spin and
an.
why it
They
would
just use
spin.
a. Yeah, they just use an XYZ coordinate system. That's all. Doesn't require the Earth to be a globe.
Okay, now again, I'll go back
So
to
this
the
is where the
core
hold on.
question.
This is where the globe comes into it. This is where the globe comes into it, and it's not
Okay, I
really the
want to ask
globe,
you
right?
again.
So
You're not trolling about this, right? 100%. You 100% believe this. You're not trolling about this. That
yeah,
you
this is
100%
all.
believe that the Earth is flat.
I'm showing you evidence. So you know that last test that I showed you with the windmills, that was done by a scientist. That was done by a PhD in optics who became a flat earther because he went out and tested for the curvature. This is not a joke.
Well, then he doesn't deserve a PhD in optics.
Well, maybe
I mean, because he's. I mean,
maybe you're being critical because you have a worldview and you have an emotional attachment to a particular worldview that you don't understand very much about. But if you study into it, right, and you look at all of the actual real world tests, you'll see that there's no curvature, and you'll see that the globe is actually just a
fine.
convenient coordinate system.
You've put in a lot of rational effort into justifying it to be a curvature, right? But have you ever stood at a beach and you can clearly see the curvature when you're standing at the
No,
beach? Look at the right side,
nope.
left side. You see the dip.
No, you don't see the dip. You wouldn't see the dip even if it was a globe.
Okay, when I stand at the beach and I look at the curvature of the Earth, especially from a mountain, some a little bit high up, you'll see the curve. You literally look at the extreme right of the beach, the water, look to the extreme left, and
You
you'll
won't see the
see a curve.
curvature. You will
You
not
will
see the
see the curve.
curvature. You will
Okay,
see
I've
a
seen that curvature.
horizon.
That's why I'm seeing it.
Listen. Right. So the horizon,
So what do you have?
right?
Okay,
Well,
go.
listen, let me explain. So the horizon, right? So let's say you go out into the ocean and you're on a boat and all you can see around you is water. Okay, the horizon is a circle around you because you can see the same distance in all directions. So the horizon is actually a big circle that goes all the way around the observer 360 degrees. So if you have the worldview that you think that you're living on a globe, right, and you pan your head around when you're at the beach and you can see the horizon at the same distance in all directions, it's going to look like the edge of a flat circle. It's like zooming in on a spotlight that's on a stage. It's going to look like it's curving, except it's just a flat circle edge, right? Or if you put a hula hoop up close to your head, you can see the hula hoop edge in all directions. It's not curving, right? It's a flat circle. We see in a circle. This is a fact, right? If you go out in a boat and all you can see is water around you, and you mark the distance that you can see the horizon 360 degrees around you, it's a circle. Now look what Cedarphil has posted in the side chat. This is the top of Mount Everest. Okay, this is footage, 360 degree pan, right? He pans the camera around 360 degrees. This is the top of Mount Everest. The horizon is just a flat circle around the observer. This does not mean the Earth's a globe. This is just how we see. This is what the horizon is.
Yeah, but when you see at a beach, it's very different.
Well, this is a lot higher than a beach, right? This is 26,000 feet high.
This is the horizon. This is the horizon. I'm saying the water level on a beach when you look at it from right
I just
to
showed you
extreme
footage
right
from
to
the
extreme
beach. Yeah, so that's that. Okay, so even if the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't see curvature from that height.
I'm saying even at the water level.
Of course, you would. The higher you go, you would expect to see more curvature. The lower you go, you wouldn't see any curvature.
Man, this is okay. You're
Look,
not trolling. You
even
100% believe that.
100% not trolling, right? So even your own scientists agree that you wouldn't see curvature from even 126,000 feet height. 120, yeah. Like have you heard of the Red Bull jump? Where the guy went up to
Yeah, I've seen that guy.
129,000 feet and he jumped out of a capsule?
I've seen. Yeah, yep.
Right. So Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? Here's a video in the side chat. Okay, so this is the globes. This guy hates flat earthers.
I mean,
Now,
I don't
even
hate
he
flat
says that you wouldn't
earthers.
see.
I think most
Well,
of
this
them are
guy,
just
this guy
joking.
does. No, we're not joking, bro. This is serious. Hold on a second. I'm gonna play this clip quickly.
Earth were actually this size, the International Space Station would be orbiting about a half an inch above the surface. Felix Baumgartner, he would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. You don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Okay, well, this has been quite enlightening for me. I thought most people were just trolling and trying to convince other people for fun. So, but I don't want to start because, okay, do you put any rational effort into like the other way around, intentionally ever?
What do you mean the other way around?
Okay, so some people they have like absolute views on things, like Christians or anything they hold. But to be 100% rational, you always put in absolute effort to the other side, so know your point of view is like accurate. It's not very common, but in order to be
Yeah,
accurate, you
we
have
know
to
more
kind of do
about the
that.
globe. We know more about the globe than most globe earthers.
I
I've been
believe you
studying.
do.
I've been
I believe you
studying this
do,
topic for 8 years.
but I feel like you put all your effort into just one direction, and
No, I put my effort
not
into
on the
testing
other.
both sides of the. Yeah, I put my effort into testing both sides of the argument, and analyzing the evidence and coming to a logical conclusion based off the empirical evidence. And all of the evidence leads to one side of the argument, right? And all of the faith and belief, right? Blind faith and belief, right? That's the globe side, right? You have to believe and have faith like a religion. But on the flat earth side, it's exactly what you experience in reality, and anybody can go and test it physically in reality. So no faith is required. It's not like a religion. The globe's more like a religion because you have to believe in all of this stuff that you can never validate, right? Just like in religion.
Maybe my eyes are just different, no joke. Because I was on a plane, I looked outside at the ground. I was like, this looks like it's a little curved.
Well,
Like
I've flown all over
literally.
the world. You don't see curvature from a plane.
Maybe
You're not
my
high
eyes are
enough to
just
see.
different then. It could be
Okay, well, there's a
eyesight thing
time
in that
lapse.
case.
Well, I have perfect vision. I don't see curvature from a plane. You don't have some sort of magic globe eyes, right? Look, here's a time lapse. Let's see if your eyes are different right now. Click play on this video and tell me if you can see any curvature.
You look at the
And
Earth,
this
right? And again, it's not what you think. I mean, I would look at the floor,
is a
my
time
plane about
lapse. This is
my
a
plane. Dude, I will look. I don't care about a video. I'm looking at these are not real eyes. They can clearly see that the Earth is curved from a plane.
you
When I'm looking
cannot.
down the window, I can tell the
No,
Earth is curved when I'm looking down at the ground from a plane.
no,
And I was
you
admiring,
can't.
like no joke, I was admiring it a few days ago. And I'm gonna fly again, by the way, on 5th. So I'll look into it again. Low again, low
Yeah, yeah.
likely,
You know,
but
some planes, most planes don't, right? But some planes have particular types of windows that
so
actually
it's
act
the
like a
window that.
lens.
Okay, cool.
Sometimes, yeah, if you look at the diagrams of how they're built, it's triple layered glass, right? That's slightly concave, like a lens. And if you're looking at it from the right angle, it can make it look like something's curving.
Okay,
But
okay. Then one last
all the
question,
planes
right?
I've been
Okay,
on, I
okay.
mean, I've flown all over the
Okay, then
world,
the
and
one last question.
I've not seen these magical plane windows. It just looks
Okay, let me
flat to
ask you one
me.
question then. One last question. You're flying
Hmm.
from Australia to California, right?
Yeah.
And if you look at it on the map, right, it's quite a short distance, right? And I just want to know, what do you think happens? Okay, that's not a good question. You're doing a 360 from Australia around the world back to Australia, right?
Hmm.
How do you think that happened?
You're just going around like let's say that you were on a big
Yes.
lake, right? Let's say you're on a lake and then you've got different islands on the lake, right?
Yep.
Inside the lake. And then you can give them names like America and Australia and Hawaii.
Okay,
And
you're
then
driving
you
but
can
you're okay, do you think it's possible if you just keep driving straight? No, straight's
nope.
not a good example, but you get my
Nobody's
point.
ever done that.
You can revolve around the earth.
Yeah,
People have tried doing that. Yeah. So how do they do that? How do
they
they do
don't do
that?
that. No, they're doing they're doing
What happens then?
east to west circumnavigations, right? Just
Okay.
like on the lake, right? So compasses point towards the north.
Yep.
If you want to go east, you do a circle around the north. If you want to go west, you do a circle around the north. East and west are circles around a north pole. Okay, you can do a circle around a pole on a flat surface.
Yeah, but flat surfaces usually end somewhere. You know what I mean? Why
Yeah,
isn't our Earth ending somewhere?
probably
There's
does
no
end
like
somewhere. Yeah, no one's kept going
and
south. You would
no,
have to keep
so
going
South Pole
south.
hasn't Antarctica doesn't exist, like South Pole doesn't exist.
Nobody said that. Antarctica exists. You can go to Antarctica on like an organized,
Yeah, then
cruise. They'll take you
that's
to
the
a little
absolute
place
end.
and you can
Okay,
Nope.
what's there at the
Nobody said
absolute
that's
end?
the end. Nobody said that's
What's
the
there
end.
at the absolute end of the flat
Nobody's kept
surface?
going south. Find me one person who's
Okay,
kept
so
going
only
south.
south has an end, but like east, west, and
Well,
north don't have an
well,
end.
if you're at the north, like let's say you're at the magnetic North Pole, okay, every
Okay.
single direction away from that is going to be south. Okay, so if you
Okay,
go in a
but
straight line,
east doesn't have
away,
an end. Only south has an end.
east and west are circles. North and south are straight lines.
I mean, if it's a flat surface, then
On a globe or on a flat surface, that's the rules.
on a flat surface, Earth is
Or a
Earth
globe.
infinite, or does it end somewhere?
Probably ends somewhere, but I don't know.
Okay,
No one's
does it
kept
end
going south.
somewhere, right? And
Probably.
okay, but if it ends somewhere, then there's ending on each corner, right?
I don't
Well,
see why there would be corners.
I'm assuming I'm
Now,
assuming okay. On a
well, now
circle,
you're
you'll be
giving
like
it a
every
shape.
diameter.
Flat's not a shape. Yeah, well, we're not saying the Earth's a particular shape. Now you're kind of saying it's a rectangle or
Okay,
a square
so
that has edges
let's
like
go with
corners.
okay, but it has an end, right? And that end is
Maybe.
going to exist at every,
Well, where's the edge of a
it's
lake,
going to be in
right?
the
Lakes
east,
can...
west, north, south.
No, east and west are circles, right? If you
Yeah,
kept
but
going
how?
south, you'll probably get to a shoreline at some point, but nobody's ever kept going south. Because
Yeah,
if
but
you were,
why is there no end on east
think
or
about
west?
this. East and west are circles, right? Look, picture this in your head. Oh, hold on, I'll give you a diagram in the side chat. I don't know if anyone has the east-west GIF. I've got it here somewhere. So east and west are circles around a north pole. I'll find something to make it make sense.
Okay, the closest thing I can give you for flat Earth theory is that
Here we go.
maybe
See
due
the
to
filler?
quantum mechanics.
Hold on a second.
Earth
Yeah, quantum
flattens
mechanics
itself
is not gonna.
for our perception.
No. It's not for our perception. It's measurable. If it's a globe,
I
it
mean,
has to
quantum
be curving at a
mechanics
certain rate.
changes.
Hold on, don't jump to the.
I'm just saying that's the closest thing I can give you in a way.
It doesn't make sense though.
God.
Right. So look.
Okay,
at the
yeah,
map in the
but
side
that's a good
chat.
example, right? That's a good example. But even that shows an edge. Do you see that circle has an edge?
Yeah, that's look. That's not the flat Earth. This is just to look. Don't worry about the map. Right. That's not a map. We're not saying that's the flat Earth. We're just showing you that if you put a magnet down, east and west is a circle around the magnet, and then
okay, then can
and
you
then
show me a
north and
picture of
south
the
are straight
flat
lines.
Earth? Can you show me a
Every
picture of the entire
picture,
flat Earth?
okay, we can only get up to a certain height. So every picture you see is just going to show you the flat Earth.
Actually,
Okay,
we
but
can go to a very high height.
Yeah, what
We
height?
can
What
go
height can we
outside
get
in
to?
space. in
No, you
space,
can't
and then
go
you
to
take a picture
space.
and you see it's
No,
a globe.
you can't go to space, dude. You can't go to a
That's
space. There's
illegal.
no
It's
space.
illegal.
It is actually illegal for civilians to do that. Yeah, it's called
I
the
mean, but like
International Outer
according to
Space
this law,
Treaty. Yeah, you
okay,
have to
according to
work
this
for the
law,
yeah, you have
what
to work for
happens
the
when you take a
government.
picture from space?
You can't go to space. You can't look, bro. You can't have a ball
So
of
the
gas
satellites, so the
inside of.
satellites, they're in space, right?
No,
And
they're in the
if they take a
sky.
picture of
They're
Earth,
in.
what are they doing wrong?
There's no such thing as the vacuum of space that where you orbit around balls. That's just a
So
concept.
vacuum of space doesn't exist either.
The vacuum of space. Of course, you can't have a ball that's covered in water and gas inside a vacuum. That would go against
So
natural laws.
vacuum
It would
and
go against.
space does not exist either.
There's no evidence that it exists. There's only cartoons. You can find cartoons
Okay.
of space.
I feel like you're still trolling me, dude, and just trying to convince people. It's
You know
like
who's
Earth is
trolling you?
flat.
I'll show you. I'll show you who's trolling you. And right, have a look in the side
I
chat. I'll
mean,
show
if
you
you're
who's. I'm going to show you who's trolling you. We're trying to inform you that you're being trolled. Okay, I'm trying to show you that you're being trolled using basic logic and real world tests. Now I'm going to show you who's trolling you. So in the side chat, see if you can work out who's trolling you here. Right? Look at this video. Look at this video. This is who's trolling you. Who do you think made this video, and what do you think this video is of? And this one.
It looks like some sci-fi video made by someone.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Right? But this is footage, right? That from NASA. Okay? Official NASA footage. The top one is from Apollo 16. Right? This is meant
Yeah,
to
but
be
this looks
their
edited,
spaceship.
though.
It's not edited. This is official NASA footage. The top one's Apollo 16. Right? That's meant to be redocking to the orbiter, the lunar orbiter. And then the second one is meant to be the astronauts leaving the moon at Apollo 17. Okay, that's meant to be them taking off from the moon with all those little sparkles.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, so what do you think about the basic physics that was taught to you in high school?
Yeah,
You think
all the
all of that is
basic physics.
false?
Yeah, it all supports a flat Earth, right? The physics of water. Water requires a container.
What
The
about
viscosity
gravity?
of
What about gravity?
things fall. We can all agree that things fall, right? If
And do you
something's
think the
more dense than the
gravity
air,
has the power to does gravity affect all mass, right? It affects every types of mass.
look, we
Is
can
that
agree that
correct?
things fall, that some things
Yep.
fall, right? Only if they're
Yep.
more dense than the air. Okay, if I drop a helium balloon, it goes up, right? It doesn't go down
Yeah,
because it's less dense than the air,
Yep.
right? So if something's more dense than the air, it's going to sink through the air. It's going to go down towards the ground.
So
We
the
can agree on
heavier
gravity for
heavier
that.
particles of the air are going to be on the lower aspect of near the planet, while the lighter particles of the air are going to be above because of gravity, right?
No, it doesn't stratify. It doesn't stratify. It all of the air is a blend. It's a mixture of like nitrogen and oxygen, and then got the noble gases and that kind of thing as well, right? But it's mostly like oxygen, and it's just different amounts, right? So closer to the Earth, we have a higher concentration of these gases because that's where the gases are being produced. Most of the oxygen is created by phytoplankton under the ocean. That's where 80% of the oxygen comes
Yeah,
from.
I agree.
And then
DJ, I have to go. I gotta go cut some cake. I may join back soon,
cut
but
some
this has
cake.
been quite
All right.
enlightening. All right.
All right. Well, enjoy your
And
cake.
I'll come back. You gotta promise me you're not trolling about this. That you're not just like convince people
We're
for
not.
fun.
Why? Look, I showed you who's trolling you. That's NASA in the side chat.
All right, cool then. Okay, cool. I'll see you guys later.
Not
All right, see you
trolling.
later.
All right. I enjoyed that thoroughly. Thank you.
Man, that was funny. I like that little test thing. It like gives them a task. It's like a little. They want to win the test.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna try that
It's
one
pretty funny.
some more. I've been
Yeah.
waiting for the right Glober to come in who actually wants to, play the game. So we'll do it some more. Appreciate the
That
backup
was
there as well.
no worries, man. That was fun. Yeah, we could make like a whole catalog of different types of tests, one that suits each individual Globus personality.
Guys, can you hear me? I said hi.
Oh, we can hear you now, but we didn't hear you say hi.
Okay. What's up, guys?
Not much. What about yourself?
I feel better.
Excellent. It's great news.
Yeah. So, there is any topic here?
Yeah, we're talking about flat Earth.
What?
We're talking about the nature of reality.
Nature of reality. Like
That's
what?
correct.
Like what?
Like how water, right, is flat on the surface when at rest.
It's like comes raining. Winter is the big resource is raining. Winter, I mean the winter. It's come with winter, you know.
I don't know what you're talking about. I
Man,
mean, winter, I don't.
I'm fact in English, man. I want to try.
Oh, okay.
Don't
Yeah,
embarrass
winter,
me, man.
summer, spring. These are seasons.
Yeah, yeah. No. There is one resource. The one resource is winter. I mean, if, when you like get when get you get water. Water actually is from winter. There is one resource. One resource. Just one resource. The only resource is winter.
All
What's
right, I'm
this?
gonna.
We don't live on spinning ball. The earth is a flat. Flat? Flat like what? Let's check what does mean flat.
Oh, okay.
I'm good. Flat. Flat. Oh, I think. Uh, oh no! It's not flat. It's not flat, man. Are you serious? No, it's a circle.
Well, it doesn't look like a circle.
But because the camera is closed. Can I call that camera or something else?
You can call it a
No,
camera.
camera is closed. If no, it's closed because it's closed, man.
Right, but all of the pictures from far away are just cartoons. Like this, right? These are cartoons from NASA. These are not real pictures. These are just paintings and cartoons, right? We can even zoom in on them and see that the clouds are copy pasted like this. We can see the continents are inconsistent. We can see the clouds on different years
So
are exactly the same clouds.
no, because the planets they like speed up. You know, that's why. You know, man, what I mean, or no?
No, these pictures are made in Photoshop by NASA. Look,
Don't
NASA even
just
admits it.
no, just the like. How can I say? Oh man.
You think the clouds don't change in 5 years? 5 years later,
No,
they
they
have the
change.
same
They
clouds?
change.
Well, look at
No, they
NASA's
change.
pictures. Look at NASA's pictures here, 2002, and then look at the clouds. Then 2007, And then look at the clouds. It's the same clouds. This is CGI. And then NASA even admits it.
I know, but it's not logic. Flat Earth. It's not logic, man. I mean, when
It's
you
pure
go, when
logic. Pure logic.
why?
Water needs to have a container. You can't have water sticking to the outside of a ball. That's not logic. That's illogic.
Oh, it's oh, man. I have okay.
Yeah, you need to have a container to have water. This is pure logic, right? Water needs a container and the surface is flat. This is
Cloud.
anybody can tell. You can just test it right now if you want to. They replaced your logic with a globe, which is illogical. They replaced your common sense with nonsense. Think about it, Yusuf.
Bro, I have a bad internet. That's why.
I see.
Yeah, because I don't know. I have a CBA outdoor. You know CBA outdoor.
No, I don't know that.
CBA outdoor. Like I'm living countryside, and
Uh-huh.
I
Oh,
need
okay.
CPU outdoor. Like how can I say that? antenna. I have an antenna that makes the connection good, and sun and the weather is hot, and he gets very hot. When get very hot, that stop internet,
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense.
because we don't have a cable in village or countryside. We don't have a cable, that
Yeah,
cable internet cable. So I
gotcha.
use I use the something called CBE outdoor.
I see.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah, to make the connection good. But the
that's
sun
good.
sun is hot. But then sun is hot because he
Where do you live?
top what
What country?
Morocco.
Ah, Morocco. Cool. Yeah, it's hot in
Yeah,
Morocco.
what?
It's hot in Morocco. Very hot.
Yeah, yeah, in summer, yes.
Yeah.
Why I can't send picture here?
Maybe
Huh?
because you're new to the server.
Okay. No, I think
Af
I think I'm I think I'm old in this server.
Yeah.
Okay,
Uh,
I'm gonna check my profile. No, uh I'm for Mars.
4th of
You know,
March.
March, Mars, March.
March. March. Yeah.
No, March, like month, March,
Yeah. It's called March. March.
March.
Yeah, that's how you
I ne
pronounce it. March.
I never heard that before.
Yeah, that's how everyone says it. March.
Oh, 4 month, yes, yeah, March. Okay.
4 months. 4 months. You
Yeah.
joined in March.
See,
Months. 4 months. And then the month that you joined was March.
ca-
Is that
ca-
what you meant? I don't know. Maybe I'm confused.
so check message. That's what I want to see you. The contents move away
Yeah,
from
maybe.
each other over time. You understand me
Yeah,
now?
yeah, but I disagree. That it's a slow process. I think there was some sort of cataclysm that happened, but
Like
that's a
the
different topic. Like a big volcanic eruption. I'm not sure. I really don't know, but I don't
but you
believe that.
you told me that Photoshop, but I told you the continents move away from each other over time. You know,
Yeah, maybe.
because the pictures is different.
No. The continents haven't moved in 5 years, right? It's not like they're gonna look different in 5 years' time.
Okay.
You know, if you're talking about Pangea, right? They say that was billions of years ago, or millions and millions of years ago, maybe billions. I'm not sure,
Do
but
you
not in 5 years.
do you think that how can I say that like how can I say Marich in English? I don't know. Marich, Marich, Mars. You think Mars is there is a life in Mars?
No,
No. Okay. Okay. I just ask.
yeah, I don't think so.
What about other planets?
I don't think the Earth is a planet, and I don't think you can go to other planets.
Oh, yes, yeah, because oxygen. There is no oxygen. That's why.
Hmm.
Mm, Mars. Okay. Where are you from, man?
I'm from Australia.
Australia. Oh yeah. I thought you're from United Kingdom. I don't know why. Because
No,
you have that's like you don't pronounce the R.
right.
Yeah. I think you have an easy accent than American than the
Easy.
Americans. Yes, your accent is easy for me than Americans.
Maybe. I think Australian accents are very difficult to get correct.
No, no, because I don't know. I can understand you, and you don't speak fast like Americans, and you don't use phrasal verb like Americans. Americans use phrasal verb a lot. You know, phrasal verb it makes me confused.
Right. But I'm speaking very slowly with you because I understand that you're new to English.
Oh, if you talk with in your normal speech, I can't catch words.
Maybe it would be more difficult if I spoke at regular speed and normally, but I understand that you are learning, so I speak slowly.
Oh, why Americans don't understand that?
It's the fluoride. No,
What?
I'm joking. No, I'm joking. It was just a joke. They have the fluoride in the water and it calcifies their pineal gland. No, I'm joking. It's just a joke. I think some people do. Some Americans do, right? And then other people don't understand. You know, some Australians also don't understand that when they're talking
English,
to somebody
the
that's new to
normal English.
English, yeah, you have to slow
Oh.
it down. Otherwise, all the words sound like they're connected.
Yeah, connected speech. I know the connected speech.
Yeah.
I'm gonna learn it. I'm gonna learn it because it's important to understand the real native speakers.
Yeah. When I try to learn a new language, it sounds like all of the words are
Connected.
it's connected, and then it's difficult for me to know which word is the beginning and the end of each word. It just sounds like constant words connected to each other. So that's why
I
people
think
need
you're talking
to
about okay.
speak slowly. Yeah. People need to
Yes,
speak
I think you
slowly, separate the
okay.
words.
Yes, but I think there's courses can help you for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
What
sure.
about I think you learn Spanish. I think.
Spanish? Yeah, I don't know any
Yeah.
Spanish.
What's the language you learn?
Oh, I know a little bit of Polish language.
Polish?
Yeah,
Polish. Just Polish.
just Polish.
Oh, so you can understand Americans?
Well, Americans just speak English. That's my native language. So of course I can understand Americans.
No, I don't talk about that Americans who speak like. I think that street. You know that hood accent, the hood accent.
Ah, this the hood accent.
Yes, you
Yeah, yeah.
understand it.
Yeah, I can
What about
understand it.
black people? Black people in Chicago. You can understand Chicago.
Yeah, I can understand them. Yeah.
No, it's high level. There is a lot of words. It's not English, okay?
It's not English. I can agree with that, but it's broken English.
Yeah, it's I just like phrasal verb on phrasal verb. Like what you like when you said sorry. I can say, don't worry, it's water under the bridge. You know what does mean? Water under the bridge.
Yeah, yeah, I know. I know what that means. Yeah.
Okay. That's cool. Well, if you I said Can I give you some sweet drink to pep you up? You understand that?
Yeah, I understand.
To pep you up. You
Yeah.
understand it?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay. You understand anything about Americans' dialects?
Yeah, of course. I grew up listening to American movies and, so
Oh, that's why you understand it. What about the other Australian who don't listen to Americans? Never.
everybody does. Everybody does in
I'm talking
Australia.
about
Everybody,
I'm talking about who don't listen to Americans. Just in
yeah, I
Australian, you
think
know
I
that.
think all Australians grow up on American movies.
What? What about
Yeah.
Australian?
Yeah,
There
we
is
have
movies.
we have Australian movies as well, but there's less good ones. America's obviously got the best movies.
Okay, that's why the Americans is a famous and it's important than others' accents or dialect because
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's probably yeah, it's one of the most popular accents for English, American English.
so. Oh, are you issue? Are you issue?
Am
You
I what?
understand me? Issue. Are you
No, I
issue?
don't know. Itchy?
Okay.
Itchy?
Issue. You know Lacoste, Larine, Lacoste, TN.
No, I don't
Your
understand.
your style. Okay. I don't know why I
We
forget
going to
this
eat?
word. Ishi, man. I don't know. Ishai. Oh man. I forget the word.
All right, I have to go. I have to go eat lunch with my wife.
Okay.
So have a good day. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, man. Guys, anyone want to talk? Just one, man. Phil, what's up, Phil? Phil. Guys, what are you doing? Anyone don't speak. Anyone want to speak? YouTube put to YouTube 5 something. Alaskan. No, okay. Mm.
you humiliated what a YouTuber, McToon? Holy smokes! I just got here. You're probably talking about that already a
Oh,
ton.
what's up, Reductio? What's up, man?
Yeah, like, cause he and apologies if this is recapping. You already talked about it ad nauseum, but his calculation based on your numbers was a refraction coefficient of 0.3, but you said it would have to be 0.8. And then he just
Well,
started. It seemed like
yeah.
he rage quit. He started coping and then rage quit.
He didn't rage quit, but he started just screaming at me, calling me names and just and trying to change the conversation, basically, just not addressing the problem and just spazzing out, basically.
Well, and I'll say this too. I think he wanted that 9 meters observation height to stick because that would lean more towards his 0.3 K factor. And
Yeah,
the
that's
fact
how
that
we
it
came up with
wasn't,
that.
that was wrecking him.
Yeah, and it wouldn't even be possible to have a 0.3 refraction coefficient anyway, and even though they're refraction coefficients just begging the question of a globe in the first place. It still would be impossible due to the meteorological conditions that India made sure he went there on a day where the water temperature and the air temperature was the same, so they couldn't use refraction as an excuse because the meteorological conditions weren't present for that to be a possible explanation. And then India also used infrared as well, infrared cameras, even further mitigating the refraction claim. That's why they had to try to focus on the observer height, and it's because they were putting the elevation marker on top of the roof of the pavilion hut thing that India was inside of. So it was telling you the height of the top of the roof of the gazebo thing. But if you use a proper elevation height website like the USGS one, it says exactly what India said, 15-foot observer height. So 15-foot observer height, that means the horizon should be about 4.7 miles away. But we could see the entire ship 10.6 miles away. And the ship was tracked at that exact time on tracking radar. And then the buoy, where he got the temperature of the air and the temperature of the water, was in between the camera and the ship, right in between. And the water was actually 45.9 degrees, and then the air was cooler. The air was 45 degrees. So it worked.
I got to ask Indio.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Finish your thought. I didn't know if you. I was just saying I need to ask Indio if that was like a day or two after a storm. I'm curious about the conditions because I want to see if that lines up with my theory that like the best time to go and look is like 24 to 72 hours after a storm rolls through because everything clears up. Everything's all the particles are all on the ground because it was all either blown away or rain fell and dampened it back down. So I'm just curious. So what's up, Reductio? You a flat earther now?
Well, what was his ending position? I kind of was like groggy this morning, but when it ended, it seemed
never
like he
got to it.
changed his position or something about it. Like, where did he end up?
Well, not really. At the start, so he said that there was something in the observation that he thought that I didn't notice, and he said when he pans to the left, you can see a buoy that's beyond the ship, and it looks like it's partially obstructed behind the horizon. And he said that that's not possible on a flat Earth. That debunks the flat Earth because it's impossible to have bottom-up obstruction on a flat Earth. And that's when he kind of shot himself in the foot because that's when I said, well, you know what sinking refraction is. And then it turned out he did know what it was. And he explained, he defined it just fine. And I said, okay, so if you have the meteorological conditions, then can you have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface? And he just kept going silent. It was like 15 seconds of awkward silence, and he just refused to answer the question over and over again. And then finally he admitted, he said, if the conditions are right, then yes, you can have bottom obstruction flat surface, because for the last 7 years he's been telling everyone that you can't have bottom obstruction on a flat surface.
It's actually really easy to do bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface.
It's the easiest thing to replicate out of all of the atmospheric effects.
Yeah, exactly. Because you need all the temperatures and the weather to be perfect for some of the other stuff. Bottom-up obstruction, you can do it over a short distance, and doesn't matter what the weather is too much.
Yeah, exactly. You just need a little bit warmer air up higher and a little bit cooler air down lower. Sorry, other way around.
Well, even just need a reflective surface. If you're on a reflective surface, bottom-up obstruction happens naturally. That's why I use my railroad tracks to do bottom-up obstruction. Because it's light reflecting off the rails, which is interfering with seeing the bottom of the object.
Rayleigh, you are a breath of fresh air when it comes to perspective and angular resolution.
Sorry to hear
You're
that.
so sound. Huh?
Sorry to hear that.
Why?
Because you're only saying it because it's true.
Well, I mean, why would I blow smoke up your ass? That's
I know. I'm just joking.
all those years that you spent learning about, graphics and 3D animation and everything like that, it's all paying off.
Yeah. I learned to use the railroads because I watched like 5 hours of physics videos on the Rayleigh criterion and different things, right, of the physics of light. And I just thought to myself for about 10 minutes and said, how can I duplicate this over a short distance? And I said, oh, I can use a railroad track. If I could think of it, I'm curious why no one else has ever thought of this.
Anyway, to answer whoever asked if I'm a flat earther now, no. I mean, MC Toon said it once, but I don't think he hammered hard enough because he could have just said, look, like you didn't do a vertical gradient, and he could have just hammered that. And he said it once, but I don't know if the coefficient he calculated or what you guys calculated is accurate for that reason.
Oh, I just used the like the one that they always go to. It's Walter Bislin's one. It's the Advanced Earth Curve Calculator, they call it. It's like the bee's knees of the anti-flat Earth. Basically, it's got a refraction coefficient slider, and to have zero obstruction on that ship, you would have to have 0.76 refraction coefficient, which is like crazy extreme refraction. Like standard refractions, 0.13 to 0.17. So when you're getting up to 0.3 is considered crazy, like almost crazy refraction, where you would have really, really obvious miraging effects and things like that. Okay, but going up to like 0.7, 0.8, 0.9, that's where there's like so much refraction that like it's not meteorological. The meteorological conditions would have to be for that to happen.
That's going into the stupid realm of refraction.
Yeah, it's going into the realm that isn't anything that they could validate ever happens in reality, because we have limits to how.
I can prove to you.
Oh, here we
Earth is round.
Okay.
Did his mama not teach him any manners better? Like when somebody's talking, to wait until they're done talking?
Is he still here, or did he leave? Yeah, basically you would need so much refraction, that the Earth would just look pretty much flat anyway. So.
Yeah. and I get that same refraction on different days of the year and different weather conditions. How is that possible?
And they would need what they call downward refraction for that to work on a globe. So the light would have to be bending down. For the light to be bending down or deviating downward, you would have to have cooler temperatures down lower and then warmer temperatures up higher. But because we know that the water temperature was hotter than the air temperature, it's actually not possible for them to have that downward refraction that they would need for that to work on a globe. So yeah, India picked the perfect day. Go and do that.
And warm air over cold bodies of water typically create fog.
So wait, who is the guy who said he could prove the Earth is a globe?
I think he ran away. Yeah, because Ruhif, I had a conversation with Ruhif as well. Ruhif was saying the same thing. On Modern Day Debate, he was debating against I forget who he was debating against, but he said it's impossible to have bottom-up obstruction on a flat Earth. I think he might have said it can be possible, but you have to have a mirage. You have to have an inferior mirage, which requires you to have, which is super obvious. He said it's super obvious when you have an inferior mirage because you have that crazy mirroring effect, which is true. And he said without that, it's impossible to have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface. That's why when I saw him pop into the server, that's why I went and had a discussion with him but he was much better to talk to than McToon. He didn't spaz out, and he stayed calm, and then he ran away right when he got cornered. He said interesting, like Jaren, and then said he had to go. But he had no rebuttal, and he admitted that he has to do more research on syncing, and that because I showed him a whole bunch of like practical demonstrations of bottom-up obstruction on flat surfaces without any inferior mirage happening. Well, syncing is an inferior mirage, but it's like a super mild type where you don't have the mirroring effect.
Yeah, I don't think a glober like has to take a position on that necessarily. Like it just seems unnecessary. But where did all this happen? How did you set that up? You said you stayed up till like 5 a.m. or something.
Oh no, yeah, I was just up like randomly because I was listening to the stream on YouTube, and McToon went into a guy named QOps Discord server where he does his shows. It's a flat Earth server, but it's just filled with like the obsessed anti-flat earthers, basically. All the people that are banned from our channels, basically. Yeah, like the real trolley type ones that just completely butthurt towards flat earthers. But anyway, McToon goes in there to do his show sometimes, and I was listening, and he was just acting like super cocky, arrogant shit. And he said a few things that I knew were incorrect, and that if I jumped in, that I could show him some stuff that would contradict the things that he was saying. So I decided, screw it, I'll just jump in and see how it goes. I knew that he would be bad faith. I've watched enough of his debates to know that he's not a good faith debater.
He's the guy who actually went to the South Pole, right?
Yeah,
or to the Antarctic.
He went to Antarctica. He's like the one that's responsible for most of the anti-flat Earth content out there. McToon is always like setting up this, setting up that, and people will be consulting with McToon, like Will Duffy. When Will Duffy would debate with someone, he would have McToon feeding him information during the debates and things like that. Yeah, that's the guy in the side chat that Travis just put in.
Where's the guns, Nathan? What is this? What does that mean?
Yeah, he went on a rant.
because they say that it's like armed military at the borders. Someone said that was like a meme from years ago.
Nathan Oakley said like 7 years ago or something like that you can get arrested if you go to Antarctica without a permit. And McToon was there with a permit saying where's the guns, like saying Nathan Oakley's wrong because he strawman Nathan Oakley and said that Nathan Oakley said you can't go to Antarctica, because Nathan Oakley did say it, but he meant you can't go there just freely. So McToon took that and said, I'm in Antarctica, where's the guns, Nathan? And now there's a whole bunch, it's like a meme now. There's a whole bunch of songs. People have made a bunch of songs with that that clip.
Yeah, there's been at least 2 people who showed up in Antarctica and got arrested.
Yeah, a Chinese pilot pretty recently. He took a detour.
American Chinese pilot.
Oh, he was American Chinese, was he? Okay.
Ethan Gao. Yeah, Guo.
Oh,
and
his name was
Yarrow
Ethan? That's not very
Andahoy is
Chinese.
the Norwegian guy who got arrested.
Yeah.
One thing I found compelling about McToon, though, he said before he went to Antarctica, he predicted the angle that the shadows would be, and then when he went there, he actually measured it, and it lined up. So I was like, okay, like he has a model, he makes predictions. Model seems to be accurate. That's compelling.
Oh, well, the globe's created from the sky, so it's no surprise that the globe model matches up with the sky and with the angles of the celestials, because the globe was purely constructed from the celestial sphere, which is not an actual sphere in the sky, but it's an imaginary concept that the ancients, even before anyone was a flat earther, right? The ancients came up with what they called a convenient way to map out the sky, because they used the sky all sorts of different things like navigation and for all sorts of when to plant, everything. So they needed a convenient way to map the sky out. So they came up with a convenient way to do that, and they called it the celestial sphere. So you imagine a big giant sphere in the sky, and then you draw that sphere, and then you say, okay, so when we're at this point on the Earth at this time, this particular constellation or this particular star is in this exact position on the imaginary celestial sphere, and that was a huge thing. People used to love the celestial sphere. If you look at the ancient statues from Atlas, okay, which now have a globe on his shoulders where he's carrying the globe. If you actually look, that was changed over time. What he actually had in all of the original sculptures was a celestial sphere. He's actually holding a celestial sphere, and then later on, people like Pythagoras and Plato and these Greek philosophers, okay, they took that idea of the celestial sphere and they applied their philosophical reasoning that because the sky is a perfect sphere and spheres are the most divine shape, they kind of worship spheres. They said, therefore, the earth must also be a sphere. Because why would the creator create the earth imperfect and spheres are perfect? Pythagoras is the first person, allegedly, to suggest that the earth could be a globe. And if you have a look into him, he wasn't like a man of logic or mathematician or anything like that, like he's portrayed at school. He was actually a mystic cult leader that worshipped numbers and thought the sky was like a big musical instrument and blah, blah, blah. Crazy, crazy stuff if you look into the Pythagorean cult. But later, people took the idea of these Pythagoreans and they used that celestial coordinate system and then they inverted it into the Earth itself. So they took the celestial sphere and they inverted it into a terrestrial sphere. And that's how the globe became a thing. And that's still to this day what we're using when you're looking at these maps, the Mercator projection, the AE projection, all of these different projections are all projections of this spherical coordinate system that originated from the celestial sphere. That's why these sky observations match up with the globe, because it was reverse engineered from the sky to the ground, not from the ground to the sky. It's not like people went out and proved that the Earth's a globe empirically. Okay, they assumed it based on inverting a celestial coordinate system into a terrestrial coordinate system. That's why the sky observations, that's why the globers are always pointing at the sky to prove the globe, because that's where the globe came from.
I didn't know any of that, but don't you think that these kinds of predictions would be maybe not even impossible, but just like less likely. If the Earth wasn't a globe, like if you're using all this math involving a globe to do the prediction, and it does actually line up in the real world, you don't consider that evidence in favor, like even if it's a small amount of evidence?
Well, no, it's not really evidence. Okay, you've probably heard
Not
the term
proof either,
before.
right?
Not
To be
to
clear,
not. What's that?
not even proof, right? Just like a
Yeah,
shred of it,
it's not even
tipping the
evidence.
scales.
It's actually completely circular reasoning. Okay, because if you look at what the spherical coordinate system is, if you look at the sky observations, that's all a globe is. And you've probably heard the term before, not to mistake the map with the territory. A map is a tool, right? And it's used for certain things, but mistaking the map for the territory, that's where you're going to run into problems. Okay, so I'm not sure exactly what you mean by like if you make assumptions about the way the sky works and then apply them to the Earth, I'm not sure exactly how that would validate that the Earth's a globe. Right, like
I more
you
so
know the
meant
Eratosthenes. You know the
if we bootstrap
Eratosthenes.
yeah, no,
Yeah,
but
go ahead.
well, yeah, if we bootstrap some assumption like a radius, like Eratosthenes did, then can we make predictions that come true with it, or do those predictions not come true?
Well, only
So if we,
predict.
because if we,
You could use this. Okay, so if you take the celestial sphere and then you use the celestial sphere to make predictions, then of course that's going to work. But if you like, let's say we take the radius value and then we go and apply that to the real world and say, okay, we're going to test, we're going to make a prediction using that radius value, okay, and see if it actually lines up with reality. That's where it doesn't ever line up with reality.
well, yeah, like I think what your long distance observations do is it's trying to show that, like, hey, if we did assume that this was the R value, that would be the geometric horizon, and then even factoring in whatever realistic refraction, that it doesn't line up, and that we see further. So like you would make a prediction that you can only see such and such far, but you see further, and so that seems like it would be evidence against it, right? So I would think like your view would be something like, okay, yeah, you can make some predictions come true and some don't. Like we see like too far sometimes or whatever. I know that's not like
Well,
accurate
all the
language, but
time. Yeah, no, all the
yeah,
time
yeah.
we see is too far. But look, this is the thing. I mean, like, how would if he's not making a prediction, he's just checking a model. He's using a computer model, and the computer model is going to tell you that the sun's going to be at X point in the sky at a certain time of year, and that angle would create a certain shadow at point. That's making a prediction based off the spherical coordinate system, right? Off the globe model. And then obviously it's going to work. Obviously it's going to check out. It's not like he had to go and check that. It's kind of circular reasoning.
Well, we've lined up like, you know, every eclipse that's going to happen for the next 1,000 years. Like we know exactly when all of them are going to occur. We do all of that with globe math, right?
No,
we don't use
no,
flat math for that.
actually, well, well, this is the thing. Okay, so the eclipses are cyclical. They run in cycles. They're cyclical, and it's not a prediction. It's actually a post-diction because you're just predicting what's going to happen because it's already happened over and over and over again. Now, even NASA they have refined it, but they use the Saros cycle, which was actually invented by ancient cultures that were flat earthers many thousands of years ago. The ancient Babylonians, I think it was. Okay, they used the Saros cycle, and you can even look that up, and that's still what is used. Like they were able to perfectly predict eclipses. They were able to line up all of the ley lines with the constellations, the Great Pyramids, right? These were all created by flat Earth cultures. The Great Pyramids, all of this stuff, all of these megalithic things that are aligned with the stars. So yeah, it's it's not really a globe proof. And once again, all of this is based off the celestial sphere, which is just an imaginary sphere in the sky. There isn't actually a terrestrial sphere. It was just due to the inverted, right, the as above, so below. That was their reasoning, because that was literally the reasoning they used. As above, so below. You've probably heard that. Okay, that's the celestial sphere inverted into a terrestrial sphere. So it's just based off the sky. That's what the let me read out what they did. Okay, because you've heard of the the equator and all of that sort of, right? That's all based off the sky. Let me just find this so I don't butcher it.
Well, it's based off where the sun is on the equinox, right?
Let me just bring it up quickly. But yeah, it's all based off observations of the celestials. Yeah. Let me bring up something a little more specific. All right, so long before the Earth was mathematically defined as a globe, ancient astronomers visualized the heavens as a perfect rotating sphere, with fixed stars attached to its inner surface. This was purely a geometric and observational construct. It was a model of appearance, not of substance. The Greeks, Egyptians, Babylonian, and early Indian astronomers all described the sky as a dome or sphere revolving around a stationary Earth. The observer was placed at the center of this celestial sphere. Okay, so the coordinate system was celestial, not terrestrial. So in this framework, astronomers introduced celestial coordinates to describe star positions. Celestial latitude and longitude, later called declination and right ascension, were angular measurements projected onto the inner surface of a sphere.
Sweet onion teriyaki. The Italian herbs and cheese.
Hey, Elijah, you hot micing?
Sounds delicious.
But the summary of what you're saying is something like it can't, MC Tune's predictions or whatever you want to frame it as can't serve as evidence of a globe because, like, you can predict that on a flat model as well.
Well, what's a flat model? That's the thing, right? We're not claiming
like
to.
That, you're saying these
usually
things were
when
used,
people. Well, usually what people
they were still used like on a flat, like when we thought it was flat as well. So you're saying it could work for either or. So it can't serve as evidence for one when it serves as evidence for both.
Well, you're using so it doesn't mean that the ground. It doesn't prove the ground is either. Okay, because you're just looking at the, like when you're talking about latitude, for example. Okay, it's looking at the sky and then working out where the ground position is of a star at a particular time, at a particular angle, right? And then making a map based off that sky coordinate system. It's not the other way around.
Can
So
I
you
add
don't
something
know.
to that, DJ?
Yeah, just really quickly, right? So you could transfer that coordinates, like you could imagine the sky as something other than a celestial sphere. Okay, and let's say you imagined it as a celestial plane, right? Then it would be different. Go ahead, Sheepdog.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, the celestial sphere.
Yeah.
What's up, Elijah?
Green pepper.
Elijah, you're hot micing.
Can someone mute Elijah?
Yeah.
Oh, Flat Earthers getting muted. This friendly fire.
But hey, I mean, that's how we take care of each other. I know. So think of it like this, Reductio. If the Earth was not underneath your feet, you would still be looking at the celestial sphere. Now, we're not making a claim that the stars go underneath you. It's just what it appears to look like from your perspective in the sky. But because the Earth is in the way, you don't know if the sky is going all the way around. And the only way that you can determine whether or not the Earth is flat or curving is to just go out and measure the surface of the Earth. The sky has nothing to do with it. Like the sky and the Earth are two independent
I gotcha. From my reference point, because I know before the final experiment, there was like many proposals, right? Like that of potential models, but now like it seems like nobody in the flat Earth space has like a proposal. I think
Well,
MC
not
Toon was like saying
necessarily.
something along those lines, but
Well, this is what MC Toon does, right? He'll find the easily debunkable flat Earth arguments, the bad ones, which there's plenty of to choose from, and he'll find the people that subscribe to the Gleason map, and same with Simon Dan or Professor Dave, right? They'll take these arguments and they'll say this is what all of the flat earthers say is the map of the world. Whereas in 24/7, dating all the way back to when I joined the server, okay, some people are pushing the AE map or the Gleason map, but people have always said that that map's useful, but that doesn't prove that that's real, right? Like you don't say that the map is the territory and that this particular map is a perfect flat Earth map of the world. While it might have some merit to it, the layout might be something along those lines. That's the argument I've always
yeah,
heard from people like Indio and
yeah.
that kind of thing. And they will always admit that it's a projection of the spherical coordinate system, and that the distances when you start going out further from north start to stretch out, right? So say you get a Gleason map, and then you put down a 10 centimeter distance out towards the south. Okay, that same 10 centimeter distance in the south at a certain distance into the north will just be 1 centimeter because it has a variable scale, right? But the globe earthers and many flat earthers, okay, they'll say that they don't know how that works, and they've been told by people like Eric DeBay and things like that, and Dave Weiss, that this is the map of the flat Earth, and they don't get told about the variable scale or anything like that. They don't get told that it's a globe projection. So there's a lot of bad arguments getting around with that, and that's good that the final experiment happened because it did help, even though it's still being pushed by countless amounts of flat earthers, unfortunately. They're having to say that the final experiment was fake because it is a problem for them, all right? Because they had a particular model where they had a specific like a little sun and a moon that rotated between the tropics every 6 months. And on that particular model that they were pushing, right, like Jeranism that went to Antarctica, he was pushing this particular model as the flat Earth model, and that particular model got put to bed. It got put to rest, which is awesome. It's an awesome advance. Upgrade or whatever you want to call it, moving forward for flat Earth in a way that shitty model got put to rest. Okay,
Yeah.
and then there's a bunch of coping flat earthers that are having to say it's all faked in a studio and things like that.
But do you think
Would be
that
cool.
like, so if you were to, and this is kind of like it's a challenge, but it's also yeah, I guess it is a challenge, like, because on any way you could configure the continents, whether you have to stretch them out a little bit to make travel in the south work, and then and then lining it up with, real flights that real people have taken for the time and like miles per hour and all of that, to make that work, traveling in the south on like many different flights, maybe you could get one, but then you have to get all of them configured just right, the continents, the position, the shape, all of that. And then from there to see if anything else still like is aligned, like, where you would expect the equinox to be, where's the equator on that configured at. And
yeah, exactly. But the equinox, right? The equator is, right, it's in the sky. And the distances are being calculated off globe projection. They're being calculated off this spherical coordinate system, right? We don't know the exact distances, the actual distances, because there's no way to know them precisely. And they say that it's 69 miles per degree of latitude. Okay, but nobody's ever measured that to know that that's real. I think the longest, India was saying yesterday, the longest distance they've actually confirmed is 7 miles. Right, so they're basically using this particular coordinate system based off the sky and saying that it's reality, and then they're saying, look, these distances work on this presupposed coordinate system. It's circular reasoning. Okay, we would like to know what is the actual distance. It's almost impossible to know that.
But you
if you look
surely you
into
could
it.
like try to reverse engineer the distance in some way to like explain travel in the south, right? That would be the goal, is to try to explain it on any kind of configuration. And it's frustrating that nobody is doing that. I mean, a glober is going to say that you can't do that on a flat model, right? So it would be
Well, and
it
then
would
we
be
would say
interesting to go into.
what flat model are they talking about? And then they'll pull out the Gleason, which
They'd have
is
to make
a
one.
globe.
No, I'm saying like make a new one. If somebody could make one
how
that does
how are
explain
you
it.
going to make it though? Like, so that make an actual map of the Earth, right? Because the ones that we have now are just projections of a spherical coordinate system, an imaginary way of envisioning how the sky works. Okay, these maps that we're using for these references aren't based off real world cartography where people have gone out and actually mapped out the surface step by step using methods like using boats and playing like boats and like the old fashioned methods they used to do to map out smaller areas. They're not going and actually mapping out the entire Earth physically. They're just projections of the coordinate system. So whatever distance it takes to get from this point to that point, right, it varies a lot. You'll find that they vary a ton by many hours over long distances over the ocean. There's all sorts of things to take into account, like jet streams and all sorts of things. Indio, if you talk to Indio or Yoda, or maybe some of the other guys in here that know more about that particular argument than me, that would probably serve you better. But
All I know about that is like it takes less jet fuel to travel one way than the other. It takes longer, more jet fuel because of jet stream.
yeah. Well, did they go back? I don't think they
I think
take
we
the
know
same.
about
They
that.
don't. They don't take the same route back. They don't go against the jet stream on the way back. I don't think they do that. They take a different route, don't they?
I'm sure. But
if you're talking about like Sydney to Santiago or something like that, I think they.
But if you know the distance and then like approximately even how long it takes, and I know some of it's based off like you would say a projection, so like you wouldn't be relying on some stuff, but surely there would be a way to kind of even just attempt to explain travel in the south on a flat, any kind of flat map model, whatever you name it. I've never seen an explanation, which is a red flag for me.
What an explanation for what specifically?
How it's even possible, because obviously on the Gleason map it's like 3 times as far, so it would be impossible.
Well,
so there has to be some other.
Well, it's the same distance. It's the exact same distance on the Gleason map because it has a variable scale. So if you use the Gleason map for what it was intended for, and you use it correctly, then it's the exact same distance on the Gleason map than it is on the Mercator projection or the Peters projection or any other projection. Every single projection that we use is based off the celestial sphere. So any projection that you use will be the same spherical coordinate system distance from Sydney to Santiago. Right. Once again, it goes back into strawman. Well, okay. So I mean, the Earth could be flat, and we could still navigate using a spherical coordinate system. The ancients did that, right? That's like the ancient islanders, like the I forget exactly which country it was, Samoans and things like they navigated the Earth using the sky. They were flat earthers, right? The celestial sphere it was invented by flat earthers.
Doesn't a curve though? I forget if it adds or subtracts distance though. Like, isn't that a problem?
Well, there isn't any. Okay, well there isn't any curve, so there's no evidence that there is any curve on the Earth in the first place.
Oh, okay. I understand what you're saying. You're saying everything now is just baked in already. That
is baked in.
It already does work. So okay.
It's like circular reasoning. It's like it's like it's making an assumption and then your calculation matches the assumption that you made.
So you're saying that if you actually did use like proper globe math, then you wouldn't be able to travel anywhere because like what we have now is like baked in flat math or like a flat plane. So
Well,
It
it's
wouldn't work
baked in. It's
if
a
it,
based in celestial sphere. It's like it's baked in ground positions. Baked in sky observations matching up with certain GPs on the ground, that kind of thing. So it's not really.
but there's an objective amount of like miles in between any given A and B.
Yeah, look, that's an argument. I kind of like that argument, as well. It's like if you were to just say you were to get in a plane at Sydney and then you go to Santiago and it takes X amount of time to get there, and then you do it a whole bunch of times, you can kind of work out approximately how fast the plane should be flying and how long it takes and that kind of thing, and work out, okay, so it's not 200 kilometers away, obviously. It's not 500 kilometers away. Like you could start ruling out things and say, okay,
Yeah,
it's got to be
yeah.
approximately a certain distance away. And that is an
That's
interesting
kind of what I'm
argument.
getting at.
Yeah. Yeah. But how accurate, like, how do we know the distance in the first place? How do we know the actual distance in the first place? I don't know. Look, Antonio, if you see Yoda or Indio in here, ask them that same question. They'll have a much better answer than me. I'm more like into refraction and long distance observations and stuff like that. I will look at more into the coordinate system conversions and stuff soon. But there was a guy named Antonio Subarates, and from the UK. He passed away during COVID times, unfortunately. I think he had cancer or something like that. But he was a really smart guy, and he actually took he made his own map. He did make a flat Earth map. He spent a ton of time putting effort into it, and he was doing it the way that you're suggesting. He was using known shipping routes and things like that, and using the times that it took to get from point A to point B. And he actually constructed a big map. I've never heard anyone debunk his map. I'm not saying that his map's correct, but he did make a map, and I've not heard anyone debunk it. I know Indio and Yoda and other people, hold it in high regard and hold him in high regard. I can try to find it and post it in the side chat.
Oh yeah, if you could DM it to me, I'll have it. It won't get lost.
Yeah. The copies that I could find of it weren't that pretty looking, if you know what I mean. But I actually fed it into AI. I said, don't change it. I said, just make it look nicer. So I made some nicer looking versions of it. Okay, so yeah, I'll pop it in the side chat just in case anyone else listening wants to see it. All right, so this is the basic layout of the map here. Here it is in color. See, that's also part of the problem. If flat earthers did give you a map, it's like, how would you actually check whether it's correct or not? It might be kind of difficult to do that.
I mean, you look to see if there's any flights from, I don't know, Chile or whatever, somewhere like Australia. See how long that takes. And then measure here. If there's a scale, then
well, how are you going to come up with a
cross-reference.
scale? How are you going to make a scale? That's the problem. How are you going to make an accurate scale if you don't know the distances in the first place?
I mean, you'd have to like estimate it. You'd have to, like, with the plane thing you were talking about, or shipping routes, or even just driving yourself.
All right. There's always going to be a bunch of inconsistencies, and I mean, like, you know what I mean? Estimations, the word I was looking for. But yeah, I guess that's what he used, was estimations using shipping routes and all that sort of thing. I know he knows a ton more about how that map was made because he was friends with the guy, I think. So if you wanna, I don't know if you're in my server, but I have a whole section that Yoda made called Antonio Subarates.
Do me a link to that server, and then this other one that MC Toon was in. I just want to see a shit show. If there's like often shit shows in there, I will like definitely enjoy.
Oh yeah, that's
this?
Pretty much all.
What is it called?
The shit show server.
Yeah.
It's I'm not even sure.
Is it
Anti-Truth
run by a
Alive.
flat earther?
Yes. Some people say that he's not a flat earther, but yeah, he's run by a flat earther.
Is this
Right,
this is the anti-truther one?
Yeah, so his name's Q-Op. He's more into the like the ether arguments and trying to prove that the Antarctica trip was done in a studio and kind of thing. So
Wait, for real? Oh, okay.
yeah. And I'll just send you a link to my server. My server's like a big library, basically.
Yeah, do it.
If you want tons of information about refraction and that kind of thing, there's just everything, like all like globe history. It's huge library.
Why do
So I
people
sent
in
you
here
those
lean against the studio hypothesis?
because it's just, in my opinion, it's just a dumb argument. There's no compelling evidence for it at all, and there's footage of them landing there on a plane. There's marathons that take place there. There was footage of it before they even went there, of the 24-hour sun. 8K footage. There's footage of them riding bikes all around the camps. There's footage of them driving from point A to point B in snowmobiles, boarding the plane, unboarding off the plane. Everything matching up with other footage from the place. Weak arguments about it being faked, like why didn't they have foggy breath coming out? Because when it's cold, you have foggy breath, but that doesn't always happen. And Antarctica is like a desert, even though it's icy. It's dry. It doesn't rain there much. And even here in Poland, sometimes when it's negative 20 degrees, you won't have any foggy breath in winter at all. So that's a shit argument. And then other arguments like, they don't have footprints. Like you don't hear the snow crunching under their feet when they're walking around, and then you look on the ground and there's no footprints left. It's like, okay, but it doesn't snow there very often. And that snow that's been there has been frozen forever, like for countless amount of years, and it's compressed, and there's always heavy equipment driving around, and over time it's compressed. It's like ice. So it's not the same as when it starts snowing in your country and you walk through the fluffy snow and it's like making that noise. But in some places there was that noise. So yeah, that's another shitty argument. Then there's like some artifacts and it looks like the sun's like a football shape and things like that. And that can just probably be some sort of camera byproduct of 360 camera or something like that. And then other people say there's like you can see these black lines up in the sky that makes it look like there's a studio. Like literally you zoom up into the sky and there's these right angle black lines. Which turns out could just be another byproduct of using a 360 camera as well. People that use 360 cameras have said, yeah, they've seen that 360 footage. So it's just another weak argument. Hey, I'd be all on board for it if I'd think that was awesome. If someone could work out they faked that trip, I'd be the first person to be like, well, that's great. But yeah,
But do you guys debate that guy, or does your group of flat earthers debate that group of flat earthers on some things like that, for example?
Not really. He's more than welcome to do his own research and try to debunk it. And if he can debunk it, then good on him, So, I mean, at the end of the day, NASA was able to fake the moon landings. Okay, this would probably be a hell of a lot easier to fake than the moon landings. So if people want to go and spend a ton of time doing research into it being faked, then I think that's beneficial, right? It's great to check things thoroughly and to try to do. I mean, it's not really my goal is to debate. He'll work it out on his own. I'm sure he's new to flat Earth. He's only been a flat earther for 2 years, and I hear his arguments improving. And there's a whole bunch of things we do agree on. I even heard him say the other week he doesn't think it's faked anymore or something like that. I'm not sure if he went back on that, or he doesn't think it was done in a studio. I'm not sure.
Drama.
It's not well. There really, yeah. I mean, you get drama among the globe side as well. You know, you had the geocentrism versus heliocentrism, and people getting locked up in jail and threatened to be killed and stuff like that for suggesting heliocentrism. Thought it was geocentrism, and then you've got people arguing over relativity and quantum gravity, and you know they have all of their own little shit shows going on. People are always going to argue about different things. But at the end of the day, you know, all the globe earthers all agree that the Earth is a globe, and all the flat earthers also all agree that it's not a globe, that it's a flat surface. So.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just building a computer right now, so it's good to have a nice chat. Is everyone here? No,
Yeah.
there's no like new faces that you want to talk to. I'm just gonna mute up.
Yeah, I got a stack of stuff to do anyway, but I appreciate the conversation as well. And yeah, if anyone has any questions, they can jump in and ask.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Brown Recluse.
What's up, fella?
What are you doing, bro?
Swell.
Oh yeah, you've been here before. I think everybody's talked to you in here but me.
I'm smoking to Brown Recluse.
I hear that you're a crowd favorite. Is that true?
I would be up to the crowd now, wouldn't it?
That is true. You're absolutely right. So what brings you in today?
I'm just always stopping in, seeing what you guys are up to.
Oh, for sure. Do you like us as a people?
Interested in, for sure.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Have you been around long, or is there a reason we haven't crossed paths before?
What's up?
Hey, what do you think about this? This mission, Artemis. Is this also fake?
What do you mean is it fake? Fake in what way?
I mean,
They're not going to the moon if that's what you're asking.
yeah. Will they go to moon?
Yeah, that's nonsense. You can't go to the moon
Why?
because there's no outer space. You can't go to a place that doesn't exist, dude.
No,
There's a moon.
the
We see a moon, but it's not in a giant vacuum called outer space.
it's inside Earth.
Oh yeah, I don't know about inside Earth. I don't think there's a way to define like where it's at.
Oh,
You know,
did you?
this what I'm telling you, man. Like the idea of outer space was invented. It wasn't discovered by a person. Hey, we discovered that there's an outer space. It wasn't discovered like that. It was invented in
Oh,
people's heads. So it goes back to the Greeks, Democritus and Epicurus. They invented the idea. Invented it. An
oh,
idea, the human idea.
so you don't think that vacuum exists?
No, I
Vacuum
don't
is
think
just.
it's possible. Because the
Makes
second law of
sense.
thermodynamics,
Mm-hmm.
you know what the second law of
Entropy.
thermodynamics is?
Entropy, yes.
Yes. So why doesn't the vacuum of space or the air on Earth, which is 15 pounds of pressure per square inch, why doesn't it fuck off into the vacuum? Why doesn't it reach thermodynamic equilibrium with the vacuum? Like
You're
everything
saying
else.
you're saying that why just Earth do not, sink
The air.
vacuum?
The air.
The atmosphere. Why doesn't it go off? That Earth atmosphere. Why doesn't it, just go off into the atmosphere and into vacuum,
Yeah.
right?
Yes. Entropy.
Oh, but have you heard about magnetic field? I mean, so far to my knowledge, I know that magnetic field holds the Earth atmosphere, right? Do you know what magnetic field is?
Yeah, I know what a
Like,
magnetic field is.
yeah,
Jesus
of
Christ. What
course,
kind of question's that?
yeah, of course. So do you believe in it when I mean the magnetic field of Earth? Do you think Earth has magnetic field?
Oxygen, hold on. Oxygen, first of all, the air is mostly nitrogen. That's not magnetic. Okay? And oxygen is only magnetic at super cold temperatures. And it's very weakly magnetic. So I don't know how the magnetic field would hold the gas. And how that magnetic field would overcome the kinetic energy of the gas, its temperature.
But uh but yeah, gravity is also the main reason, the air isn't special. It is made up of molecules. Those molecules have mass, so gravity pull those molecules down, just like when we throw a rock uh, into the air, it comes down, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
could be the reason, right? What do you
No,
think?
can't be the reason.
Hmm.
Because I can take gas. Let's say I have a vacuum chamber, right?
Yes.
What happens when I put a little bit of gas inside the vacuum chamber? Does the gravity hold it to the bottom of the vacuum chamber?
No.
No. So how is the gravity holding the gas? Right? It has to hold the gas away from the vacuum.
Oh yeah, I see.
Yeah, so if I try to do an experiment where I can show that this can happen, like a vacuum chamber, let's say it's a 100-meter tall cylinder that's a vacuum, and I insert gas into it. What's going to happen is the gas is going to distribute evenly throughout the entire cylinder, no matter how tall it is, and it's going to reach thermodynamic equilibrium within the vacuum. Actually, the pressure of the entire cylinder will go up. So we have something called the kinetic theory of gases. If you look in this kinetic theory of gases, which describes the motion of gas, there's no gravity in it. And there's another problem, okay? If gravity could raise the temperature or raise the pressure of gases, that means if you